Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Sultans of Shadilay podcast for the 7th of January 2023. I'd like to welcome everybody to the first official episode of the year. And to get us started, Ardent is going to do some shilling.
Yes, our good friend Christopher Everard has, of course, the Kickstarter for his art book, which I am reminded repeatedly to tell people is actually available in English. This is technically his first English publication, and it is in support of translations for his other works, which are currently only available in French, which is, of course, a dead language that no one should speak except surrender people who like cheese. But uh, uh, I've had a look at a lot of the artwork. It's gorgeous artwork. Christopher is very passionate about his work, and I think we should give him what support we can. So, I mean, I definitely want a copy of this book, and it's an all or nothing Kickstarter. So get out there and support the guy so I can have a book, please. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
And, of course, because he is not a complete Frenchman, he has included rewards for the backers, including such things as stickers, magnets, bookmarks, drink coasters, it's figurines, even if you are one of the super sexy high tier backers. And, ooh, mousepad. And then, of course, he has stretch goals, including such sexy things as an embossed cover, which, oh my god, that'd look nice. And unfortunately, Ardent has died.
I mean, that's pretty typical with Arden, let's be honest.
Yeah.
He already looks like a cancer patient. I'm just riffing on him because he's bald.
I'm not.
One day I'll be bald too, don't worry.
That's what I get for listening to an audiobook while I do woodwork.
Yes. Wear a face mask next time, dude.
You'll
I
need
got two
those
lungs.
lungs. Yes, and they share the sawdust equally.
That's true.
I've ripped through both of my lungs equally at the same time, and I'm completely fucked.
Yes. At this rate, Ardent's not going to make it to 30.
Which is impressive considering I'm already 46.
Bullshit. Try again at 36.
No, it's a countdown.
Fair enough. Oh, right. So, in other shilling news, about an hour and a half before the Science Day, we premiered a audiobook from myself, The Republic of the Future, or Socialism a Reality, by Anna Bowman Dodd. And I think the premiere went quite well. And it is a very interesting book. This is a late 1800s imagining of what sweet hell a actual socialistic society would look like. And she does surprisingly well.
Yeah, I'm only a second chapter in at the moment, but the whole book is basically written so far like a bunch of letters describing their time in a dystopian socialist future.
Yes.
Quite interesting.
They describe a European visiting fuck New York.
America, isn't it?
New York specifically. Yeah. Yes, New York. And the novella is his letters back to a friend, describing his time in the socialistic hellhole. Oh, Cat, what do you want?
I did like how it was a sweet named Wolfgang who was writing the letters.
Yes. That's a name you don't see anymore, which is a shame.
Yeah, I think the last time I saw the name in anything pop culture related was oh, I can't remember what that kids movie was in the 80s. I think it was called The Explorers or something.
Ah.
And the kid was Greek.
Yes, Yusuabidawan. Minus smartphones and the actually the biggest difference between the book and modern society is that in the book they've got nothing to do but work out in the gym, compared to reality where they've got nothing to do but sit on phones and get fat.
It's true.
Yes.
Yeah, except for smartphones and surgery, it's basically today.
Mm.
Yeah. Featuring such things as food conduits and food pellets and a government health sanitation officer who comes down and decides how much meat and veggie you get.
And houses that all look entirely the same so that no one can step forward from the others around them.
Yes, and where science and art are made illegal because, well, smart people do better, and that creates inequality.
Any art they do find, they put in a museum, locked away.
Well, you're allowed to go visit them, but nobody bothers because who fucking cares in this society?
Yeah.
Like
If
they,
you're
Yeah, they
seen
were
going to the
exiling
museum,
the gifted people.
yeah,
Yes.
if you're seen going to the museum, you're not exactly welcome because no one else is doing it.
no, they look at you as a weirdo who's going to a museum. But it's unsurprising that they don't care much for museums after the first several decades of not being allowed to work more than 2 hours a day. Because, God forbid, someone industrious gets ahead for themselves.
I did find her description of like the robots quite interesting with just the big metallic hands pointing at things.
Yes. She tried to envision what the future would look like, but she was by no means scientifically minded, even by the standards of the time. But she was spot on on the social stuff. Where she was wrong, she didn't go far enough. For example, she did
Yeah.
not envision the men and women cutting their dicks and tits off for equality.
No, but she did view them as essentially genderless.
Yes. In fact, they are described as androgynous repeatedly and ugly because they're socialists, and socialists are ugly.
Potato people.
Yes. How many potatoes does it take to kill an Irishman?
How many? I don't know how much vodka do you need to make to give an Irishman alcohol poisoning.
No, none.
Mmm. Oh, that's mean.
Hey, Arden, do you know what Ethiopian food tastes like?
Nope, neither do they.
Damn right.
Oh dear. I should have
Yeah,
seen that one coming.
There's a really dirty joke I could make there, but I won't. I'll put it
Why
in the
not?
chat instead.
Is it because we're on YouTube that likes to censor any nice jokes that are fun?
Something like that, yeah.
No fun allowed here, I'm afraid. Oh, he's gonna type it instead so we can enjoy it. I see. Oh God, Arden, no, God, no.
Happy Saturday, everybody.
Oh no, that's awful.
Oh my!
Oh God, that is so dark. I love it.
Oh, that's almost as dark as the subject matter.
Oh Christ!
It's almost as dark as an Ethiopian, huh?
Yeah, pretty much. You see why Abita once says he's had enough.
He's done. Fuck this show. Oh dear me!
I guess we better get to the black pills in a hurry before they all revolt.
But they are revolting.
Well, that's true.
Just ask Anita Sarkeesian. Garbage little pieces of shit.
Yeah. Yeah, if it wasn't for Anita Sarkeesian and Anna Kasparian, I probably wouldn't be the radical that I am today.
Funny that. If that bitch hadn't tried to take tits out of my video games.
I just wanted to game.
And look at tits while doing so.
Yeah.
Oh, if you're going to spend 8 hours looking at an ass, it might as well be a nice ass.
Exactly.
Exactly.
If you don't need the character to be male for role-playing reasons, if I've got to stare at this ass for the next 27 hours...
I mean, I've got a pretty nice ass, but even I have limits.
Yeah, you can't carry the mirrors around all day. It ties your arms.
Like, damn, that
Earl
booty.
wants to know why we're so early. Earl is wondering why we're so early. Earl, we're on time.
Methinks Earl may have had a time zone fun.
Yes. Oh, that's right. Yeah, the time zones are wonky this time of year, aren't they?
Yep.
Wonky. That's one way to put it.
That's my
I wish we
favorite
just
word.
went to UTC and just got rid of all this GMT bollocks.
Yes, because they're totally different.
They're not.
I
It's just
don't-
it's easier to read UTC -8, you know, rather than UTC or EMT and DMD and blah blah blah.
Oh, yeah,
I just
yeah, fuck.
Yeah, but
I
Newfoundland
wish...
still screws with people because I'm UTC -330.
what? Why? Oh, fucking.
Because we're just better than everybody else on this continent, okay?
We're unique, special snowflakes. We get a half hour.
There's some
How
weird
else will I
country
fit
that
in my
does like
half-hour
15
breakfast in the
minutes.
morning?
I don't know. All the farmers here in Newfoundland, I guess, kicked up because they wanted the extra half hour in the morning. All 12 of them.
What? Yeah, all 12 people in Newfoundland.
No, all 12 farmers.
Yeah.
The guys who like to stroke their rocks in the morning with rakes.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Where's Earl from again? Good. Earl, do let us know. Where are you from? Dox yourself, please.
What weird fucking country changed the time zones over the fucking New Year's break?
Oh, he's from the US. He got back from a sacrifice late. That makes sense. Yeah.
A sacrifice late seems reasonable.
Yeah. Sometimes they, you know, they escape or they wriggle free, and you got to try and pin them back down. And,
Indeed. In other shilling-related news, Chris and I sat down for an interview yesterday.
Yes, I did see that. I haven't watched it yet because I've been kind of slowly kind of waiting on things because I don't want to like spoil too much for myself, you know?
Mm.
That sounds retarded, but like I don't know how to explain it, but I've been really busy lately, so I've been like stockpiling things to watch, I guess.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay. And Earl says he sacrificed a dying goat. Didn't really wriggle. Why are you sacrificing the dying ones?
Why are you sacrificing goats?
Yeah, so
Or,
he's
or,
in
or
southern
was it
Alabama.
not dying until you started sacrificing it?
He said since it last the Crow, southern Alabama. Since I think he meant since I asked southern Alabama.
Sweet home Alabama.
Get off your
They don't
sister.
sacrifice the women or anything like that because you know
They don't have any.
If you go to a family reunion to pick up chicks, you might be a redneck. I love Jeff Foxworthy.
Yes.
easy there, you roo.
He's attempted to insult you by calling you a kangaroo. I've seen what kangaroos can do to people.
Kangaroo will
That's
fuck
not an
you up.
insult.
I mean, if I was as buff as a kangaroo, I'd
What's
be
that?
pretty
What's
fucking...
that country that has a government app where you can fucking scan each other's code to see if you're related? Is that Switzerland?
What?
Wait, you're serious?
That's not. That's a thing. That's a real thing.
They have an app so you can see if your hookups are related because they're so fucking inbred. and their genetic diversity is so low, nearly everybody's like third or fourth cousins.
Okay, so this would be an ideal candidate for the crow breeding program.
Excuse me.
Yeah, what the hell is that country?
Fucking hell.
God. Iceland! There you go.
Oh, okay. That makes sense because that's a fairly insulated, fairly isolated population, or at least was for a really long time.
Well, I think we covered on the last real episode last year how... Was it Iceland or Greenland? Actually, no, I think it was Greenland. Never mind. But yeah, apt to preventing accidental incest proves a hit with Icelanders.
Oh,
Oh,
accidental
no.
incest. That's terrible.
Iceland,
Oh.
that. I mean, to be fair, I wouldn't mind going to see Iceland. I now have a good excuse.
What, that you're not one of them, so you're guaranteed fresh?
Yeah. I just go visit their sperm bank. That's it. Nothing more. Have no responsibilities that way.
Fair enough.
Ah, dearie me.
Kellum is pointing out that he's related to fruit. Oh, wait, no, that's not what he means by kiwi. Sorry.
I'm more Kiwi than Bez.
I'd love to
I don't
know
know why I
what
did
the
it.
hell he
I don't know
means
why I
by
did it in
that.
that accent.
Monkey is going to go breed all the Icelanders. Okay.
It'll only take you a
Hey,
weekend.
that territory's already been taken.
Well, I hear...
Yeah, I'm
Well,
fixing-
how... Pro called dibs, Monkey, so how about you go to Greenland? Because I hear they need babies because the government sterilized all the women against their will for 5 decades.
You can go back to Europe for all I mind. All that matters. Go back to Germany. I'm sure they'll desperately need it now. I'm telling Baystate to go back to fucking Germany. I sound really like a dick. What the fuck?
Why would you ever want... Why would you wish Germany on anyone?
It's just evil. I thought he was your friend, man.
Yeah, no. We're having a little competition here. Who can breed the most? We're going to have a big monkey crow war.
Earl, breed the Germans. It's time for another Reich. Can you imagine a Reich run by people who watch this show?
It'd be glorious.
It would. It would be Darwinian
wait.
as fuck, but it would be glorious.
Baystape is threatening to pull his sword out and joust with me.
Okay, gentlemen, turn your cams off, please.
Well, I mean, we are planning to meet up sometime, hopefully in the near future. So maybe we'll have a joust off and we'll find out who wins. After enough beers, you never know.
Just make sure Monkey extinguishes the candles first.
What? Why? I want the hot wax. Jesus, you know nothing about kink, do you?
I do know that
Wow.
setting your pubes on fire is not a good way to go.
No.
Yeah, you preferably shave them off, and that way you go in clean, you know.
Makes
No
it look
mess.
bigger.
Right, so
Yeah.
Crow likes the lubricated candles.
Lubricated candle, shaved bush. No fire for me, you know. I'll just go straight up. I'm covered in nylon, you know.
Oh, this day has gone sideways so fast. Callum says Germans do make good beer, apparently. Also easy to teach soldiering.
Yeah, I've heard the beer's pretty good. I haven't been and tried the beers though.
Yeah,
Last time I went to
that'd
Germany,
involve going to Germany.
Yeah.
Last time
yeah,
I went to Germany, it actually wasn't a shithole. So
What? So
Yeah,
you went over on the grand excursion of the late 40s.
he doesn't realize he was in Poland.
kind of revealing my age a little bit here.
well, you know,
Well,
Eldritch Horror and all.
yeah, Eternal Eldritch Horror.
Yeah, I got to be careful with my selfies sometimes, you know.
Yeah, I was going to say the few German imported beers that I've tried, they've actually been pretty good.
You should try them fresh. They're better fresh.
Yeah, I suspect they would be. Yeah.
When I went to Ireland, I had actual on tap Guinness, and oh my god, it was so much fucking nicer than the draft crap you get sent to you. Mm.
Marku Milikowski says the only reason to go to Germany these days is the Autobahn, and that's being slowly destroyed
Actually,
as they start adding speed limits.
the one person who could actually fucking talk about the beer here, Based Ape, isn't fucking talking. Tell us about the beer, Based Ape.
Yeah, monkey, what the hell?
Yeah, we like beer.
Our pure virgin tongues have never tasted such sweet liquor. I'm sorry, I'm making
I
everybody
think that's
cringe
the first
here.
time my tongue has been described as virgin for a very long time.
Deary me.
And apparently you see why everyone wants to go fight German hookers. Or I might be misunderstanding something.
Ape is playing with his toes and finding a banana to tattoo.
Is he going to tattoo a banana or put a tattoo on his banana? These are the questions. A banana tattoo on his banana.
When I went to Ireland, my brother, I didn't want to buy a drink of alcohol at the time because I just wasn't in the mood. My brother decided to buy me a pint of milk instead. Fucking
Pint of milk?
Yeah, it's meant to imply that you still drink from your mother's teat.
That's actually an insult here in Newfoundland, too. If somebody isn't a very good worker or if they're lazy or whatever, oh, go get back on your mom's teat.
Yeah.
Though we don't say teat.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
And-
he's censoring himself.
Monkey has refused. Yeah, well, it doesn't happen often, but it does happen on occasion. And Monkey is refusing to tell us about the German beer by using a German word.
I thought he was just telling us how many beers he's drank.
Oh, yeah,
You know,
maybe
just
some
to cover-
misspelling.
Yeah.
Just
How
to
many
cope with
beers
the
you
stream,
had?
you know?
9! I mean, that's usually how streams go.
We have ways of making you drunk. Actually, saying that, on New Year's Day, where you guys were on your stream, I was getting drunk with my friends and drinking rum and stuff like that, and we were all pretending to be Nazis, and it was really fucking funny. Just sat there just doing Nazi voices at each other.
So you were impersonating Prince Harry.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah.
We'll
It
talk
was a really
about
fun New Year's.
We'll talk about that useless piece of shit later, actually.
Oh God, Earl, why would you
Oh,
do
yeah.
that to yourself? Sorry, Earl says, speaking of beer, he's curing his hangover with Coors Banquet. Oh,
Ugh.
God. Regular Coors is bad enough. Coors Banquet is nasty. Isn't that like the super high alcohol yeasty stuff?
Based Ape, if you drink enough of it, the square jaws on the whim don't seem so bad. The women in quotations.
Mm,
Uh, Monkey remembers his trip to Thailand.
oof.
He had a trip to Thailand, but somehow ended up in Germany. Okay.
Well, that's where the Germans do their recruiting.
All those poor migrants are so endangered that they're being
So
sent
anyway-
to Thailand now.
Speaking of women with dicks, let's start with some of the articles.
What you see might be the one when you're having sex with your German girlfriend, and for some reason she keeps yelling her age.
Oh,
For fuck's sake.
God, I love our chat.
calm down there, Mohammed.
Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh, God, it's Admiral Thing.
Yes, it's Admiral. It is It, it is stolen valor, man in drag, fuckwit.
Stolen valor, stolen estrogen.
As Gregory says, Chipper
Correct.
starts purring.
Yep.
Yep. So, steering piece of shit caused for big tech to censor health misinformation impacting gender-affirming care. Says gender-affirming care has a positive value for youth. Ah, yes, gender mutilation. I'm glad to know you agree with the Muslims on that.
Yeah. I would like to simply ask her one question. Are puberty blockers reversible? That'll answer whether or not she's a misinformation source.
Well, we know she's a misinformation source. She just said gender-affirming care has positive value. That's a blatant
fair point.
fucking lie.
Have you noticed how much of the time it's just buzzword after buzzword linked together to sound good and caring, but actually having no real value or meaning?
Yeah. Or even worse, if you actually, interpret it properly, you see how very dark and evil it actually is.
What if we
Because
call it?
gender affirming care, as Bezic said, is really just a buzzword covering the phrase genital mutilation.
Yeah, what if we called it something different, like sex confirming health or something like that? Like literally, you change the words out. It could be any fucking thing, but as soon as you change it to the words that don't line up with their things, even if it's anonymous, they'll be like, "Oh no, you're just a bigot." So if it's like, "Oh yeah, we're confirming that your sex is the reality," you do the same thing, but you do it from a different angle, and they'll be like, "No, can't do that. You're abusing people. We just want to
Yes.
cut their tits off."
You're abusing them by not allowing us to cut their tits off and sew their vaginas up.
Yep.
Sorry, where's
It's
the evil
fucking
ones?
It's just a fucking cult, honestly.
Yeah, it's a suicide cult. 41%.
Yes. And the ironic thing is, when they get their gender affirming care, that number doesn't really change much, except to occasionally go up.
Yeah. I've got to say, since I detransitioned, I feel a lot better. Haven't had any real need to.
Also, they say that I have questions about that study's time frame. Do we count the ones that get to... What about the ones who get to 60 and then all of a sudden... Turns out old age is even more of a cunt when you're trans. I bet they're killing themselves as well. But, oh no, that's other reasons. It's not because of they're trans. Yeah. Here we
Oh,
go.
dear God. And I used to think I'd make an ugly woman.
So this idiot said, if I transitioned when I was young, then I wouldn't have my children. I can't imagine life without my children. Says the psychopath that wants to cut tits and dicks off children.
Sorry, I'm having fun chatting with Earl here. Oh dear.
Just remember, if you're fucking a crazy girl, wand the bitch down with a metal detector first.
Oh dearie me. Yeah, I mean, like, have any of you guys done the face swap thing to look at what you look like as a woman?
Yeah, actually, my girlfriend likes to play with photos, and she did one up of me looking like a girl. And except for the extremely square jaw, I didn't look too bad. I certainly look better than that Levine thing.
I don't know if you could possibly look worse.
I mean, I know I've shared it in the past, but I definitely looked passable.
Yeah.
I can't tell if that means I look like a woman now or not.
Oh, you've spent so long with long hair.
Yeah, well, Earl Testicles, if you don't have to wear a helmet and a stab vest in bed, is it even worth the drama?
Remember,
Storm's like, I have pics of Arden. I'm like, yeah, but you didn't say
Yeah.
what kind of pics.
yes.
I was going to say, honey, send me that pic in DM of me as a woman, and I'll actually put it in the live chat here because I think it's going to be hilarious to see how easy it is to make this face look like an actually good, decent looking woman compared to what Rachel Levine has done to itself.
Okay, it's only fair if I share mine.
Also,
look at us.
Earl, if you're not the one doing the stabbing in bed, something's wrong with you.
Yeah, if you're getting shanked, pillow biting.
If you're getting meat shanked, there's definitely a problem.
Dear. So some of these replies. There's no positive value in affirming mental health disorders. Correct. Gender affirming care is a euphemism for child abuse. Ding, ding, ding. And the comedy of my youth has become the reality of today. Klinger versus these fucking nonces. Disgraceful. Look, here in this picture, we have a man trying to get out of the army, and then two deranged, thieving, fetishist sickos. And yes, we do know that the one on the right has stolen clothes from women multiple times because this is a fucking fetish.
Yeah, that's
Posting it
Yeah.
in live shows to make it easy to find.
So, someone who actually watched the video, because I don't hate myself that much, says the benefits of gender care are not in scientific or medical disputes. The dude in the dress says this approach, the science is settled attitude, is neither science nor is it proper medicine. This fraud should be fired. Correct.
Yep.
Is that you in live shows, Carl?
Yeah, that's me gender swapped.
Dear God, you make a far better looking woman than I do. Sorry, I think.
Would you do me? I do me.
Oh, God.
Holy shit, this retard thinks that 10% of humans are born intersex.
No, it's not even 0.1.
There's it's not even 0.01.
Yeah, it's like a thousandth of that.
Yeah, there's like 10 fucking zeros before the one. And, of course...
Fuck
Oh,
you,
dear God.
Fuck you. Okay, I gotta share the original photo just so you can see how much of a serial rapist I look like, apparently.
Racist lives don't matter, says the crazy person who thinks that 10% of people are born intersex.
Well, you know, at least she's
Hideous.
consistently extremely stupid.
Someone else is like 1.7%. There, I fix it for you. No, it's not 1.7% either, you fucking idiot. 1 in 100 people born intersex? No! No, just fucking no. This person says it's like 0.018%. Even that seems ridiculously high.
I'm still waiting for Ardent's picture. Stormy, you better
Yeah,
come
I
through
have to
for
go
us.
and hunt it. I actually have to go hunt it down myself. Stormy changed phones and the pic didn't transfer. This should be fairly quick on my end, though.
Yeah.
I'm here to date your daughter. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. Oh, I like that. I like that comment.
Oh, God. Crow, you're not allowed to shave.
Yeah, no, I look way too baby faced when I shave.
You look like Dexter.
Yeah, apparently I always smolder in photos and I can't help myself. So I always just look like I've got that serial killer face going on.
Craigie says most men are intersex.
I'm definitely intersex, yeah.
Oh.
Oh, man of the year. Hardly.
From Babylon B. Yeah. However, the part of the brain responsible for regulating emotions, deep thinking, reasoning, and decision making is often the last to develop. Yes, that's why they want to chemically stunt them. They want them to be completely useless, incapable of reproducing, and stupid.
I don't know why Valk is saying he wants to take a shot of medicine in our live chat.
Dear God, Ardent. Are you running machinery in the background?
Oh, yeah, that's the fan on my laptop. I wasn't wrong when I said that thing is not going to last out the year.
Just for context, Earl, that photo was me in my 20s before I could grow a beard. So at the time, I didn't like having one, but now I grow a big, full, bushy beard, and it's much, much, much better, I will say. Perpetually a preteen.
Yep.
What a treat for the priests.
Oh, God, that's not fair.
Oh,
It's not wrong.
fucking
That's
hell.
not fair.
Oh, dear.
I like the fact that I could, like, it's good to laugh at yourself, but yeah, let's target Ardent now. I don't want to shatter my confidence entirely.
Here we go. Sandy Lender says, does he mean genital mutilation? There's a whole day set aside to end female genital mutilation in the international community. The US should get on board. Well, that's it. Why are they getting upset when the Muslims cut vaginas off? When they're just friggin'... What's the difference? Please, explain to me the difference.
Yeah, agreed.
Oh, but they consented to it. No, they're children. Shut up. Oh, fine, cat, I'll let you out.
Cat's out the bag.
Oh, and of course, the cat immediately...
Well, yeah, it's a cat.
Bloody furball. Yeah, I think we need to run Arden's laptop through an air compressor. So up next. Mentally ill men claiming to be women are inserting frozen tomato paste into themselves to mimic a period.
Oh, gods.
I just read Earl's earlier comment. I wouldn't fuck female Ardent, but dress him as a mermaid and we can get him laid. Oh, this shit. Yeah, frozen tomato paste. Yeah. This is exactly what I do on a weekend. Except with candle wax.
Absolutely disgusting, though. An ice cube tray full of frozen tomato juice menstrual period juices. Looks really feminine on the tampon when you take it out. How is it not a frigging fetish? These disgusting animals are just living out a fetish.
I don't think that's a fetish so much as a severe delusion.
Why not both?
Well, fair.
The thing is, these people will be like, oh yeah, I'm actually getting my period while inserting this, as if this is what real women have to do.
True.
Like real women have to reload their periods.
So much wrong with that.
Hey, it's Calvin Robinson. The far less
reloading
annoying,
your period.
the far less annoying extremely religious man that's been on the Lotus Eaters recently. The trans movement is inherently misogynistic, mentally unstable men mocking and impersonating characters of women whilst eradicating women's spaces, women's rights, and even the very definition of a woman.
I kind of think they should go as far as humanly possible with eradicating women's spaces, because then women will actually start realizing and fucking pushing back. And they already have started, but I don't think as many women realize how bad it's going to be if they don't stand up. And this is the thing. They need to actually have the incentive, because they're like, oh, actually, we're inviting all these pervert and rapists in our fucking bathrooms now. This isn't good. Maybe we should do something about this now. And it's going to take a lot more suffering before anyone actually fucking does anything, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's very much a problem. Next we have this one from the Mirror that I'm just going to get the article up for. I'm divorcing my wife over her OnlyFans account. I can't stand the shame.
I fail to understand how it would be shameful as opposed to insulting.
Yeah. Or both.
I love saying things and then seeing chat finally catch up with what I've said and being like, wait a minute, what did he say?
So here we have the article.
But no, I saw this and I'm just like, the person in response, I'm just like, what is wrong with you? You get what you fucking deserve. Oh, fuck off, base ape. Holy shit. So me and base ape are hot as fuck. There we go. Confirmed.
What, for each other?
Yeah, totally. Marcus. Oh shit, I shouldn't say his name. Sorry.
Oh, dear gods.
I'm gonna get slapped on the ass for that one.
That doesn't really sound like a punishment. So, yeah, this is an older article. A husband has said he's leaving his wife after she started an OnlyFans account. Jesus Christ, turn on your noise cancelling, Arden.
It's Marcina now. Ah.
So the husband explained that his wife has always been very active on social media and gained thousands of followers on Instagram through her posts. Well, that was your warning sign.
Oh no, I've just realized it's now based, ma'am.
Oh lordy.
Sorry, I'm really derailing this today.
Yes. So when one of this man's wife's stupid friends told her how much money she makes through sharing adult content on the paid-for subscription platform OnlyFans and how freeing it was, she informed her husband she was going to sign up. He said she'd always been a free spirit. Don't go near commies or hipsters.
Free spirit, i.e. a slut.
Yes. And revealed her plan to quit her job once she got built up a profitable... What fucking retard let this through the editing process without corrections? Fucking Jesus Christ. This is why the mainstream media is dying.
The guy was probably too busy trying to find her OnlyFans, to be fair.
Yep. He says the decision has not only angered him, but upset their 11-year-old daughter, whose friends teased her about it when her mum put a poll on Instagram asking if her followers would like to see her join OnlyFans.
Of course they would. They're desperate simps.
Well, they're also apparently her daughter's friends.
Ugh, that's fucking creepy. Honestly, these fucking thoughts are just...
He writes on Reddit, now I'm strictly against this for two reasons. For my own personal reasons and because I have kids. I told them I'm uncomfortable dating a sex worker. Dating a sex worker?
Well, you're not fucking married to her.
Yeah. How can you divorce someone if you're just dating them? That doesn't seem right. Someone's completely fucked this. And that our eldest has social media and so do her friends. This would ruin her. After his wife posted the poll on social media, he continued, our daughter screamed at her mother and nasty words were exchanged. They're not talking, this was 2 weeks ago, Yahoo reports. My wife went ahead and made the account and already posted some pictures. Yesterday I told her I'm filing for divorce and I'd asked for full custody. I can't stand the shame and our daughter's heartbroken and being bullied at school. Good.
Let me know how it...
Good. The simps can have the bitch.
They don't give us an update, do they? I hope they give us an update. I hope he fucking takes her for everything. She can be a slut anytime she likes. If she wants to be a slut, she can do it alone.
Yeah. But there's
Oh
plenty of
dear.
losers
Stormy
for
sending DMs.
Oh, excellent. I had to give up on finding that picture because it took so. Oh dear God, she made more.
Oh no! Right, it's your turn to share. We've had basic
I will say
share.
I do
I've
look
shared.
a lot sexier as a redhead.
Ah, yeah, it's the red hair. Yeah,
It's the hair.
adds those
Oh
extra
wow.
points.
Oh yeah, no, those are going in live shows. Don't worry.
Billy's like, "Wow, you'll make a decent-looking Sheila. How'd you manage this?"
Some low standards.
Well, there's that.
Ah, I like that. I'm beyond pissed. I never thought my life would lead here.
Yeah. And some
Oh my
inbred
God.
retard responded, what kind of outdated 18th century mindset do you have thinking an OnlyFans account brings shame upon your family and children? One, the 18th century is the 1700s. For all of the 20th century, that was considered to be hedonistic behavior. And it should still be if you're not a filthy fucking degenerate. And then some other idiot.
Oh,
Your daughter getting
This
teased
fucking-
because her mum has an OnlyFans account is BS. Someone needs to teach her how to stand up for herself and her mum's bodily autonomy. And that sex work is real work. One, sex work is not real work. Two, OnlyFans is not
Oh.
sex work.
also, bodily autonomy doesn't also happen in full-on relationships because you have to compromise. That's how relationships work.
Yes.
You can't just say, well, I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want because it's my body, my choice. Like, I'm going to go stab a person because my body, my choice. That's not how it fucking works. That's not bodily autonomy. You're a fucking retard.
Yeah, well, of course, these childless, anti-human lunatics give no shits whatsoever that the child is being traumatized by this whore. They're just like, oh, teach her to stand up for her mother. No, you fuck off. Her mother shouldn't be acting like a goddamn whore in public. Or anywhere for that matter.
It makes me wonder what led her to this point. She's probably cheating on the guy already, to be fair.
Almost certainly.
Because she's obviously craving that kind of attention.
Yes.
Okay, I turned on all the noise things that I could find.
Yeah, it's vastly improved.
He's added as much noise as possible to his sound. It's like, what the fuck?
Female Ardent looks like she'd put a bunny in a pot.
It took me a second to get that reference, and dear God, yes, you're right.
Oh no!
The redhead or the brunette?
A second idiot said, you
Oh,
have a family.
God.
You don't just run the second there's conflict. No, you
No.
idiot. Pay attention. Go see a couples therapist, work on your issues. He doesn't have issues. She's a whore. Tearing your family
She's literally said to him, your boundaries mean nothing to me. My daughter's boundaries mean nothing to me. I'm doing what I want. Fuck you. So he said, well, if you're not going to respect my boundaries, I'm going to do my legal duty, protect my daughter, protect my sanctity of my relationship by fucking divorcing your scaggy ass.
Yes. Yeah, because the idiot's like tearing your family apart over this week. Sorry, what about the woman who's willing to get a divorce so she can be a whore instead?
Like, if he was okay with the idea of doing OnlyFans and maybe joining in, fine. That is within the confines of their choice of their relationship. But if he's saying no, if it's like if he'd said, oh, I'm starting an OnlyFans, and she said no, and he did anyway, it's still a fucking boundary. So he's in every
Yes.
fucking way right to do what he wants to do and divorce your stupid fucking ass. You get what you fucking deserve.
Yep, goddamn filthy fucking whore. Some retards like Source Trust to spray. Shut up, retard.
Tristan Armstrong, you've awakened Arden's inner autogynephiliac.
So we have something on. We've got a post on the men's rights subreddit, which I don't think is men's rights anymore, but we'll ignore that.
I like that. Why aren't they married? She's a whore. DNA test.
Yes. Yes, very much so.
Yes, I mean, I'm tempted if I was going to have kids to have a DNA test just anyway because of the fact that you get swapped in bloody hospitals sometimes. Racist Rob Diogenes bursts in. Behold, a man. I like that. Nice.
Yeah. Sorry, Pavlov's of like, edit, men's rights, pick one. Yeah, even the men's rights sub has fallen. It's fallen far. Now then, let's see if there's any updates to this story. Oh god, some of these results. Found my husband's OnlyFans account and wanted a divorce. Well, that's fun. Not sure if overreacting. What's that? You're not sure if you want to. You're overreacting when you discover that your husband's been psychologically cheating on you.
Did you see the response to that article as well, and the Twitter response on the original thing you posted? The original screenshot.
Oh yeah, on the original screenshot, yeah. The whore says, "This is what happened to me. He left me because I had to make a vid for OnlyFans with his friend. Like, come on, babe, it's just like, no, you're a cheating whore. You filmed yourself being a cheating whore."
I literally can't tell if that's like a parody because she's like, "Oh, I had to make a video with his friend. Like, it's just my job." Like, it sounds so fucking satirical, but I wouldn't actually be able to tell the difference, really, genuinely, because of how whorish these people can be.
Well, let's see if the whore's Twitter account's still around.
Not a podcast done one as well. Everybody's getting in on this fucking face app stuff. We're like, yeah, we all make better women than you women do.
Well, she's officially a whore. And she does appear to be an OnlyFans whore, so there you go.
Yeah, so he's like, I'm subscribing to her. There we go.
She's not that hot. And there are far hotter women available for free.
Now you've got me curious.
And yeah, I definitely can't bring that up on stream. But
Yeah.
if any of you perverts want to investigate how mediocre she is, the Twitter handle's right there in the image.
Oh, and she's verified.
Yeah, well, that doesn't mean fuck all anymore, does it?
Oh, she is very mid.
Yeah. Callum says, are there part-time jobs that females can do that do not involve being whores being a thought? Yes! In fact, I don't know many women that do a real fucking full-time job.
The thing is, like, it's all good and well that, you know, you can have this empowerment to be sexually liberal, whatever you like, but then women always are really offended when that means that they, have trouble with relationships, as if, boundaries don't apply to women suddenly.
Oh no, women have been told for decades that they are not responsible for their own actions. Therefore, they can do whatever they want, and it's not their fault. It's men's fault.
Yeah.
Because reasons.
I think it's going to end up swinging really hard the other direction because of all the degeneracy. It literally is going to have people turn around and be like, you know what? I don't want to be a whore like my grandmother, who I can't even tell who my grandfather is.
Mm-hmm. What's that? The fact my mother's still going through therapy because her mother had 17 different men over every month fucking the shit out of her in the next room for OnlyFans, and now she's fucked up from it? Because we know these whores do exactly that.
It's just sad. I'm just like, this is how you want to treat the person that you supposedly love and want to spend the rest of your life with. You're going to be available to anyone who, you want to open your legs to. Yes. Pathetic.
Oh yeah, and they expect men to be okay with this. Why is he not okay with me having an OnlyFans account and showing my body to all of the internet? Gee, I can't fucking imagine.
Oh my God, Stormy, I just don't want a bloke. That's fucking funny. Oh dear.
My God, what a dumb whore. Her Twitter feed's just her carrying on like either advertising for her whoring services or being like, I've got a really important thing to say. No, you're an idiot. You sound stupid. And then
They don't have anything important to say. They're just, look, their important thing is you should buy my things. Please,
yes,
please fucking buy me. I am cheap.
yes,
And more often than not, they end up only getting sales. Like they'll put on their price, like, oh yeah, I'm $20 to subscribe to my OnlyFans. But right now I've got a $3 sale where you can buy me cheap. Well, but that's all you're worth. You're not even worth that, probably.
no. I really can't understand the pathetic beta cucks that give women money on OnlyFans. There are far hotter women who upload their shit to Pornhub for free.
I mean, not only that, but why would you waste your time when you can get the real thing? It's like going to a strip club. I was talking about this recently with a friend, but like strip clubs just do not interest me. You get there and you're being paid to be blueballed. What's the fucking point?
Yeah, you're paying to be blue balled, exactly. And you can end up spending a bloody fortune. I've been once, and it's like, okay, I'm bored now. I can't fuck you, so what's the point in any of this? Especially in
Like,
Australia,
oh, I have to sit on my hands.
yeah, especially in countries where prostitution is actually legal. Why would you ever go to a strip club?
And they're so expensive as well.
Yeah,
Like,
that's ridiculous.
I've obviously only ever been to one strip club, but I was kind of like forced upon me and a group of friends. And like, Jesus fucking Christ, it was such a weird experience because like I'm not phased by women in like scantily clad clothing, but like half the guys were really uncomfortable. Most of them like completely did not know how to handle being around half naked women, and the others were like probably enjoying it a little bit too much, or like some of them were enjoying it a bit too much. And then there's like me and someone else, and we were basically just spending the entire night just basically having existential conversations with the strippers because it's kind of like, well, why am I here? I don't want to be here. The only reason I'm here is the open bar until 4 a.m. Uh, very weird experience.
Yep. Don't see the value in it. Like that, you're not going to take them. You're not going to take them home. And even if you do end up fucking them by some miracle, what's the value in it? Congratulations, you've just spent a long time pre-paying your whore.
Basically, yeah. I mean, there's much more satisfaction for me personally, at least in my experience, of going out, finding a woman, hunting them, and like taking them home with you. Not literally hunting them, but like the chase, and knowing that
No,
you
no,
did that without having
I've
to pay
already
for
got the
anything.
club. I'm gonna bang, just hit him over the head, drag him back to the
Yeah.
cave by the leg.
Launch him over your shoulder, drag him away. Mine, my woman, me take.
Yes.
Apparently, Arden used to bounce in a strip club. Sickening. I mean, I don't want to see him bouncing on a strip pole at all, but you know.
That must be one fucking industrial strip pole.
He didn't say bouncer, he said bounce, so I'm assuming up and down.
Yeah, but isn't that kind of the opposite where they pay you to put clothes on?
Crow hunt? What? Yeah, no, that's like it sounds very predatory when you put it like that, but like there is that typical you walk in a room, you can pretty much immediately tell the women that are interested or not interested because the women generally lead the dance, in my experience, and they make themselves available or not available depending on how they behave towards you. And sometimes you can approach them in different ways, and test the waters, but generally it's pretty obvious very quickly. But yeah,
Yes.
that whole dance, that is enjoyable because then there's the anticipation, the build up. When you're paying for all of that, and they have to pretend to find you attractive and pretend to be interested in you.
And you
It's like,
still don't get your dick sucked. What's the fucking
yeah, I'm
point?
just like,
Well, like,
I'm like, wow.
here in Australia, prostitution's legal, and yet somehow strip clubs exist. Like, the government has a list of all the licensed brothels. Why in the fuck would you ever go to a strip club? It's going to cost you several $100s, and you're going home with blue balls. Like, just go to the strip club and pay the shit chick to blow you. Just skip the bullshit.
Yeah, the brothel at least will probably cost the same, and you get a happy ending.
Exactly. Like, just skip the bullshit.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Arden said it was sickening working in security for the strip clubs. I'm kind of wondering what was the sickening part, the women or the way the men treated the women.
Oh, okay.
I want him to come back and tell us more now.
Right. See.
Stop smoking and come back and tell us.
I am going to say something that's going to get Susan to crack down on us.
Okay.
You said what was sickening, the way the women or the way the men treated them? The men treated them exactly how they fucking deserved.
Well, one way of looking at it. Like, it's interesting. Like I said, I was talking to one of my friends about it, and she was basically saying that she would have trouble keeping her hands to herself if she went to a strip club. But I was in the position of like, well, no, I don't feel any need to touch them. They've told me the boundaries, and I'm not going to disrespect those boundaries, for crying out loud. I mean, that would be creepy. But like, it's interesting because there's a lot of people, a lot of guys that couldn't have that boundary and are always like, you get that, oh yeah, I got to touch you, I got to touch you, and because they can't, like, they don't have any self-control at
No.
all.
And again,
But that seems to be the kind of people that a place like that would attract, men without the self-control or
well, of course.
any sort of.
But what's
Yeah.
the bloody point? If you're not touching the woman, okay, so now you've got a naked woman and that you can't touch. Just stay at home and put it on a wall with a fucking projector, for fuck's sake.
It's pretty funny because when I went to the strip club, I had to have someone bought a dance for me and some other guy. You know the people, but basically at one point during the dance, they rubbed their nipple across my nose, and I'm just kind of like, how the fuck is that meant to be at all enticing at all? I don't give a fuck about a nipple being rubbed on my nose. I don't give a shit about your boobs being like that close. Fuck off. It was such a weird experience.
Not to mention,
it didn't help that.
Not to mention, in I think the twice I've been in strip clubs, and honestly, it was not worth it, and I was bored both times. The women just weren't that hot.
Alcohol, like, yeah, Tristan says, alcohol doesn't do self-control any favors, and yeah, that is very true.
Mm-hmm. Why?
You know, like even there,
I wonder
up
why
until
they
4
serve
a.m.
alcohol at strip clubs then.
Well, yeah, I was up until 4 a.m. drinking in the bar, and I still had no problems. The thing is, you sit there with the women, and they're talking to you, and they're trying to say all these things to basically convince you to purchase a dance. Like, there's one woman there, I was talking to her about life, university, everything, and she kept turning around and be like, "Oh, you're really confident. You're really confident. Oh, that's really impressive." I'm kind of like, okay, fuck. Well, I don't know what that means. I'm just drinking.
It's like, yeah, like, bitch, stop trying to seduce me. Yeah,
Like,
I know you're not planning to fuck me.
Like, they try and give off the typical signs that you would if you were actually in a natural environment trying to pick up a chick. But then you know you have to pay for it. So it's kind of like, well, I'm paying for my own gratification because I'm obviously not man enough to go out and pull a woman myself. And to me, it feels degrading.
I mean, fuck.
That's degrading all the way around.
If I wanted a striptease and a lap dance, I would go to the back pages of the local fucking newspaper, flip through and go, okay, can you come round, give me a striptease and lap dance, then suck me off? Yes? Okay, cool. Be here at 8.
I mean, prostitution not being legal anywhere I've ever lived, that is so far outside my experience, I can't imagine it.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah, it must be
I'm
really
kind of
weird for
curious.
people where prostitution's not legal at all. But here in Australia, it blows my mind that people would waste any time whatsoever with strippers. It's like, no, just call up the hooker, she'll strip for you.
So, Arden, now that you're back, please elaborate on your sickening experiences
Oh,
bouncing up and down on the pole for men.
yeah, I got vertigo from climbing the pole.
Yeah, yeah. It's a very high pole, after all.
Well, I will say this much. One of the girls that did show up at the bar that I was bouncing at as a bouncer, she was in very, very good shape, and she would climb the pole and lock her knees around the top of the pole and start doing sit-ups at a very rapid pace. That I found very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, pole dancing itself, burlesque, those kind of shows, very impressive. I think they're very artistic. Um, as for me being able to get off to it, no, like I'll get off to a striptease in private because I know at the end of the day I'll be able to have that interaction, and you know,
well,
most of the stripteases I've had in my life have been in my own bedroom.
That's what the whole
Yeah.
point of the striptease is. It builds the anticipation.
Yeah.
Because you're sitting there with your hands digging into the arms of the chair going, oh yeah, when you're done, I'm going to do unspeakable things to you, bitch.
Well, the thing I found is that none of the girls who've ever stripteased for me have ever managed to finish the striptease before I was out of the chair.
That's the
it
point.
didn't matter
That's
what
what it
they
should
That's
said
the
be.
to me,
point.
Yeah, exactly.
The idea is to get you to a point where, like, it's foreplay. It's just foreplay. But when you're paying for foreplay and nothing else,
Yeah,
I just
it's,
like
yeah.
Well, that's
you
it.
might as well just punch yourself in the dick.
What? Yeah. Why pay for foreplay and then get nothing out of it when you can pay for sex and have the foreplay included? Or better yet, get
Fair,
the sex for free.
Yeah, and that actually brings up a point Billy said in the chat that you always end up paying for it one way or another. That's a fairly cynical way to look at it. I personally think romance is still really important.
Yeah, but you don't
But
find that at the fucking strip club, Adam.
no, you're not going to find that at the strip club. Absolutely not. Uh, the thing that, like, the idea that you always end up paying for it, this is one of the things the MGTOW guys have absolutely wrong. There is a degree of companionship and intimacy that you can only get in a relationship.
Come on,
And
Adam. We all know that you don't pay hookers for the sex, you pay them to fuck off afterwards.
true. I do anyway. I don't know about you guys. I have a hard time getting them to get out of bed because I'm so cuddly. They all just really just
the
wanna
added,
cuddle.
When are we inviting Stormy on to confirm some of these stories?
the added bonus to paying for a hooker in a country where it's legalized is you can tell the bitch to bring her most recent STD test because they
Fair,
have to
yeah.
have them. It is a perk of it being legalized.
Yeah, that's actually one of the few things that legalized prostitution does right is to require testing.
Yeah. Which is nearly always free anyway because it's offered as a free service at the sexual health clinic. So, besides, they can claim it back on tax.
Awesome.
Not kidding.
Yeah, I know, but it's like just like those tax benefits, man. That's why I do all my whoring, because of the tax benefits. I don't even enjoy being a whore. It's just very good tax rate.
Oh God.
I'm just I only work as a whore, so I get my STD tests back on tax.
Oh God. I gotta make sure I'm clean, bro. The government pays for that shit.
Yes. But yes, don't pay strippers unless it's for like a bucks party or something. And even then, even then, I still recommend hiring a whore. You hire the whore, she comes, she strips, then you take her home and fuck her. Who gives a shit about the groom? He's drunk anyway.
Yeah, I've never understood the urge to have a bachelor party with a dancer. That doesn't impress me. I'd rather go paintballing or something.
Why
Like go do manly things.
Why ruin a perfectly good bachelor party with a woman?
Yeah, yeah. And having worked in a strip club, I can tell you that when the girls show up for hen nights or bachelorette parties, if there are male dancers, dear God, women are such evil creatures.
Oh, they're far worse than the men. They have no self-control.
Yeah.
Yes, there's quite a lot of porn of that style. I think it's called CFNM, clothed female nude male, and it's basically strippers, male strippers, like doing a private show for women, and then all the women are like, "Ah, I've got to suck dick, can't help myself."
We need
That is
we need a
quite the good
national
meme there,
thought
Bez.
database.
Thought database, the thoughtabase. It would be voiced by
Hold on, before I fuck you,
Optimus
I need to look
Optimus
you.
Prime would have to voice it though. It has to be.
Yes.
You're a thought. You have been included in the thought database.
Hold on, before I fuck you, I have
Thoughts roll
to
out.
look you up on the thought database. No, thought database says you're a whore. Get out.
Oh dear.
Tristan makes an interesting point. Being able to claim all underwear, makeup, Uberize, and STD tests as business tax write-offs makes me wonder why every woman doesn't know she lists self-employed prostitute on so. I imagine it's the licensing. I imagine the licensing eats up all the possible savings.
Mm.
It definitely would in Canada.
I like that, Tristan. Being able to claim all underwear, makeup,
I
Uber
just
rides,
read
and
that.
STD. Oh, I was completely in my own world. Sorry. I'm just like, I'm just thinking about boobs, obviously.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well,
Okay.
you know, there are worse things to think about on a Saturday morning. Or Saturday afternoon in your case, I guess.
What's a Sunday?
Yeah. Sorry. Since seeing that picture of female monkey, I'm just like, yeah, can't help but lose my concentration now.
There was a picture of female monkey. I had to go look for this.
Yeah, you have to scroll up. Yeah. He was like, I'd do me.
Well,
We're all
Monkey and crow wearing wigs, sitting in a tree.
How are you going to rhyme that with anything? Wigs?
picking figs.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I don't know how I meant to. I don't know how I meant to rhyme wig with fuck all, but yeah.
Ironically, I just got to Crow's picture where he's shaved.
Earl, you fucking dickhead! You didn't just rhyme it, you bastard! That's awful. Fuck. Oh
no. Monkey and crow wearing wigs, sitting in a tree, fucking like pigs.
Oh dear God.
Oh, Billy Blogs has actually named a porn group. Yeah, the Dancing Bear is one I've seen, that's for sure. There's other groups that do stuff like that as well. The CFNM. Yeah.
Never understood that shit, but whore's gonna whore.
Whore licensing, now that's the dream government job. Professional practice exam administrator.
Okay, now I need to test you on everything in this book. Bud.
How's your pelvic floor? Do you know the ABC of the Kama Sutra?
Can you recite the alphabet backwards with a dick in your mouth? Dear. The monkey's
yeah. I love that point, Monkey. Yeah, read it out.
Yeah, Monkey's like, I love how even though it's the other way around in those videos, the women still need to be the ones to get the man off. Yes. Very much so. Oh, dearie me. So, speaking of whores,
That's
segue.
not fair. She's obviously oppressed.
Look how black her skin is. She's clearly of the minority.
Yeah.
yes. Which is interesting because my skin's darker than hers and I haven't been outside this year.
She lives in California and she's that pale?
Exactly, she's whiter than Ardent.
And that's saying something. I'm damn near see-through.
You're a jellyfish.
That's hardly fair. I'm a jello-fish.
You've
Yes,
got the ball
Earl,
top like a jellyfish too. Now.
that is the whore
You just
that
have
conned the
tentacles
dumb
now.
prince.
I might have to Photoshop that. I'm sorry. Just an angry jellyfish. I'm gonna fucking steal all the thoughts.
So, I don't know how many people remember, but the stupid whore released a documentary that flopped miserably. And now she wants the directors to submit it for Golden Globes and Oscars. Bitch,
Oh,
even
yeah,
the
do it.
critics thought your documentary was shit.
She wants it submitted because she's trying to, claw back any fucking respectability. Oh, it's only because racists didn't like it. The Golden Globes liked it, and that's what really matters. Fucking hell.
Yeah. Actually, let's see what the critics have to say.
I think we should just behead them and put their fucking heads on the pikes outside London Tower.
LA Times, yeah, that's a cesspit. TV
Put them up like
viewers can't
traitors.
get enough of Harry and Meghan. Okay, then we need to kill them too.
Honestly, I'm surprised we don't have traitors being killed these days. We should.
Right.
Traitor to the crown.
Yeah, we absolutely need to go back to those days.
There-
Settle
there-
down the
there-
political
there's
class
lots
neatly.
that deserve it.
Tony Blair.
It's a documentary series, so there's multiple
Oh,
episodes.
fuck off.
And this is just season 1.
Season 1. Next season, we're going to show you all about the controversy of Meghan abusing Harry.
Critics' consensus. While this steaming pile of shit, while Harry and Meghan is one of the most intimate glimpses yet into the famous couple, this overlong docu-series offers more overexposure than genuine illumination. Yes, it's a steaming pile of crap. We know that. But even the fucking... Even the... if we narrow it down to top critics, they gave it a 29% score. If the critics hate it, you know you fucked up.
Are there any comments from normal people?
Fuck me dead, 6 episodes.
Yeah, I mean, they've got so little to tell you about their documentary of their lives.
Yeah, we have audience reviews, but let's look at what the critics say.
I hate the fact that they're called the Sussexes. No, they fucking rescinded that right to be called the Sussexes.
Exactly. It's Harry and Meghan Thoughtfield.
They're the Markles now.
Yes.
Thotlydale.
So this guy says, this is the Markles side of the story, their truth, and that seems incompatible with journalism. Oofed. And that's from the Financial Times. Rachel Cantcliffe,
Yeah.
from the New Statesman, says, Harry and Meghan is an exhausting endurance test. 6 hours of your life you won't get back.
Oof.
Wow, they really don't like Harry and Meghan very much
No.
right now.
IndieWire, Ben Travers, I think I've heard that name before.
Yeah, I have as well.
Harry and Meghan is merely a long, redundant recap of 2 very public lives, and absent any challenging questions from outside the couple's tight little love bubble, it's a dull one at that. He gave it a rating of C-.
So they're trying. It's a PR piece. That's what it is.
Yes, it's a PR piece. Constance Grady from fucking Vox doesn't like it either, and says Harry and Meghan does so
Wow.
little to advance what we already know that it feels more like a summary than a true documentary. Then, of course, some
Wow.
retard...
They have 6 hours, 6 episodes, and they still fucked it up.
Yes. Some retard from Salon comes crawling out of the woodwork to say that it's... Few platforms provide a better launching point for one server than Netflix, and few targets are more deserving of such a direct hit than Britain's tabloid press. Right, so you're praising it for being propaganda. That's not surprising. Or Salon. Some weirdo from Variety says there's an air of duty about the entire enterprise, as if they're honor bound to keep reciting their personal story until we eventually lose interest. They have no honor.
Yeah.
I think they're more taking the Christopher Freeland approach of if you say a lie often enough, it becomes the truth.
Correct.
Yeah. They're not honor bound at all.
Some
It's like a curse.
some fat whore from a place called Common Sense Media loved it. We're discussing how they unexpectedly fell in love their wedding and how they hope to help modernize the British monarchy. Well, there's your problem. You're trying to modernize the British monarchy.
They didn't actually help to modernize the British monarchy at all. They failed. In fact, they were the most hated fucking people
Not
in
helped,
the monarch.
hoped. But yes, they want to modernize it. Yeah, no
Oh.
fucking wonder people hated you. The entire bloody point of the monarchy is that it's not modern. If you'd modernize the fucking thing, we might as well be rid of it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Turn into
The
a
good thing
republic.
about it is that in attempting to modernize the monarchy, what they actually accomplished was to make more people traditionalists.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
Absolutely. I really just want to go back to the days of having a monarchy because the fucking, like, I mean, I've spoken quite a lot to Spoon about it, but I'm just kind of like, I'm so sick and tired of seeing democracy being fucking pointless.
Yep.
Well, that's it. As I was saying in the discussion with Christopher yesterday, democracy is great in theory. The problem is when 80% of the country are idiots.
Mm.
And
Yeah.
in a monarchy,
I
you just
liked,
have to kill one person. In a democracy,
I really did like Heinlein's sort of vision of the future where you could only be part of the democracy if you were a dedicated member of the
Yes.
society that you're in.
service
That makes more
guarantees
sense to me.
citizenship.
That makes democracy work.
Exactly.
Yeah,
We shouldn't
you
have
have to have
universal
stake in the game,
suffrage. Once you have universal suffrage, any retard can vote. Like, that's why there's value to having it be bloody landowners. They at least don't like communism. You'd never see communism do well if it was restricted to landowners.
Well, yeah, I mean, the very first thing communism does is eliminate land ownership, or one of the first things it does.
Yep.
I like Adam Sweeting's review here. Most of it is bland, unquestioned self-promotion. It's not going to make the royal family very happy, though. I'm relatively sure the royal family does not give a single at this point.
No. And honestly, the royal family should just expel Harry entirely and be done with the fucking pair.
I think that he should have basically been stripped of his entitlement to the crown in any shape or form.
Yes.
I
He
think
needs...
a simple paternity test might solve that problem.
Well, yeah, I think that would also be very interesting. But I'm very glad to see that. I don't necessarily agree with the not Harry, the other one. Fucking forgotten his name.
William?
Thank you. Wanted to call him Henry for some reason. But yeah,
Henry
I'm glad
the
to
Eighth
see
by
William-
MIA?
when he gets on there.
I don't like the fact that William's getting involved in some political things to do with the WEF.
Yeah,
but I am
that's
glad
not
to see
great.
he's got a family, so he at least keeps the crown away from the fucking pretender Harry.
Yes. He at least seems to be far better than Harry, which isn't saying much.
Not much, really. They're still from the same ilk.
Yeah, it's the definition of a low bar. Apparently, Harry is going around now bragging about having killed 25 Taliban while he was in Afghanistan.
Yeah,
and
I heard that.
The
And
military is not pleased.
The immediate response I saw to that on Twitter is that I bet his fucking security detail is unhappy.
Yeah, like he's taking credit for our kills.
Yeah.
Well, that too, but I'm more like, oh shit, he's fucking with the Taliban. God damn it. Fine, beef up security again, boys.
They just fly a plane into him.
Would be fitting.
The helicopter.
So what do we got in the audience reviews? Half a star. I would not even have give it a chance if it didn't have a Netflix subscription. Rich, privileged people complain about their lives in expensive mansions. Since there have been social networks, paparazzi have not been a problem. If you can't stand people's criticism and opinions, don't talk, for God's sake. The series is a pure PR move and an attempt to appeal to the public. Obviously wrong and failed. How many times will they explain their perspective on their life each time differently?
Yeah.
Some retards like, oh, my heart goes out to them for all they enjoy. Ah, yes, it must be horrible
Oh,
enduring
yes. All
being
the fucking
rich.
struggles.
Oh,
God
woe
damn.
is my life of being a massive celebrity with the wealthiest mother possible. Ooh, or grandmother in
Yeah.
this case, actually.
Yes.
One of the single most privileged individuals on the fucking planet.
Yeah. Some inbred retards. Some inbred retard says Tyler Perry's greater than the royal family. No, go. Yeah, fuck yourself. Scott B's like too whiny for me, past. Shelley R. These two give off bad vibes. They come across as hateful and extremely jealous. I didn't believe a word they said, especially since they didn't even film this reality series at their own home.
Ooh.
Yeah, their own home has to be much, much bigger, probably.
Yeah.
We can't show the reality. We want to look down to earth. So let's hire one of these massive mansions in California that looks more like a normal person could have.
Someone's like
They're
watching.
that out of touch, though, that they
Yeah.
would think a massive mansion like that would probably
Yeah, well,
be what normal
fucking
people have.
Megan comes from wealth and fucking privilege anyway.
I like the article or the review here to the left. Watching Megan, I could just see her saying, "Let them or have them eat cake." The whining, narcissism, and self-entitlement is so cringeful.
Yeah, like what retard thought 6 episodes of these idiots talking about how tough their life was?
Weren't they saying that Meghan mistreated the staff at the royal family,
Yes.
the royal houses? Yeah,
Oh,
she
yeah.
sounds like the type. She's like, oh, these are servants. They are beneath me. You're like, really doing much for that sort of black slave trade kind of treatment, eh?
Yeah, well, remember, she's the one who would have sold a countryman to the weird British.
Oh, yeah, most likely.
What, her fellow Canadians? Yeah, probably.
Slavery is my pride.
Slavery is my people's something.
She probably auditioned for the Woman King and they told her, "You're not black enough."
Oh my god.
Could you imagine?
No, if that was true, she would have put that on blast all over the place. Because, if she was actually oppressed, she would absolutely try to capitalize on it.
Yeah.
This is the biggest thing I find funny about the whole idea of white privilege, because it's literally like, how many drops of blood do I need to be black enough?
Yeah.
Exactly. But these are the same people that say Morgan Freeman has white privilege. Because he's well spoken and educated. That's apparently white privilege.
Yes, being able to speak clearly and concisely using a varied lexicon, that's oppressive.
Yes, that's white supremacy, don't you know?
My ignorance of language and ignorance of the world means you are oppressing me. It's not that I could, do more with my own fucking life. I don't have agency. I'm only a slave to you.
How about this article?
I love this list so much.
Meghan Markle tops poll of celebrities people are sick of, with her husband, the loser, in second, Oprah third, Amber Heard fourth, and whoever the fuck James Corden is fifth.
Oh, James Corden's that really
yeah.
fucking annoying comedian that everyone hates. He treats people like shit too.
Really doesn't narrow it down.
Yeah, all of those people could go in a black hole and I would never miss them.
They could all fit in Oprah's black hole?
Pretty much, yeah.
Billy in chat talking about Morgan Freeman. He got to be the voice of God. Clearly he's white.
Yeah, true. I hadn't thought of that. Oh dear.
Yeah, James Corden is quite
his,
the potato.
I really liked his attitude towards racism. It's like, if we want to get rid of racism, just stop talking about it. And I was like, yeah, damn right.
Oh, it's that fat retard.
Yeah. He's an
Oh,
absolute knob.
there, there they are, dressing the same, with the fat potato trying to pretend he looks even remotely like Prince Cuckingham.
When you and your date wear the same outfit.
Yeah. And then there's Amber Hoare,
Yes.
who I'm pretty sure lost both of her appeals and has to
she
pay Johnny
settled
Depp.
for 100 million or something like that.
Yeah. I think as an end result, the lawsuit, as a result of some of the lawsuits, I remember, he had to pay her like 3 million, but she had to pay him 10 million, so he was 7 million up.
Oh, and apparently Corden has been stealing bits from other comedians.
Of
Nice.
course.
Oh yeah, he does that a lot because he's a fucking useless lump.
Yeah.
He's a beta cuck male.
A fat beta cuck
He's the
man.
kind of woman. He's the kind of man
He's the kind
who
of
would win
woman.
the Woman's Award.
Yeah.
The kind of man who goes to a strip club and pays desperately all the money he can to get laid.
And still goes home unsatisfied.
Yeah, probably.
The kind of man who gets thrown out of a strip club.
I actually wouldn't be very surprised. I mean, he got banned from fucking restaurants because of how bad he treats the staff. I wouldn't be surprised if he abuses children, honestly. I really wouldn't.
Surprised me either.
Was he friends with Epstein, maybe?
Yeah, probably. He looks like the kind. So here's the list from Ranker. So we have Megan, the Countess of Sussex. Yeah, we need to rip that off her, if she's still got it. And then there's Harry, the fuckhead of Sussex, who also we need to rip that off. No, we need to throw them both out of the royal family entirely. Remove them from their line of inheritance, and inform them if they ever return to England, they will be executed for treason.
Yeah. That is the appropriate response and the most British thing I can think of. We really, really should just go back to tradition, honestly.
Well, we should legitimately should turn around and declare them exiled.
Yeah,
they are you're exiled.
You betrayed the crown.
Yep, you betrayed the crown. We are therefore mercifully declaring you exile. You are stripped of all titles and positions and any chance of inheritance. And if you return to the country, you will be hung by the neck until dead.
And the only way they could return is with an army.
Yes.
I mean, that would be the traditional way.
As is tradition.
Yeah.
But yes.
Exile from the Commonwealth is even better, actually, Gregory. Yeah. I like that.
Yes, I'm in on that. I don't want the cunts coming here either. But yeah, exiled from the entirety of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth's empire. And if they ever set foot on Commonwealth land, hanged by the neck until dead.
I don't think hanging by the neck to dead is good enough. It should be hung, drawn, and quartered.
Yes.
The real traditional one.
So I do believe that for so-called royals that are treasonous, it's more traditional to do a beheading. But
yes, I believe that's the case.
We'd have to look up the tradition on that in more detail. But yes, exiled, and if they return, dead.
Frustrates me.
Then we have Oprah Winfrey. Oofed. 53 of 55 on the most influential women of 2021.
Oof. That's got a sting.
Yeah, then we have Amber Hoare. Oh, that bitch was only born in 86. She looks like she was born in 46.
I'm wondering who's after James Corden. Oh, Ellen DeGeneres. Well, yes.
Yep. Kanye, yeah. Chrissy Teigen, who?
I don't know who Chrissy Teigen is.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I think I've heard the name, but God knows.
Yeah, that explains why she's on the list. She's probably just standing in public going, I did this thing once that was largely irrelevant.
I'm
Hila-
important. Remember me.
Hilaria Thomas. Oh, the wife of the murderer. The man who shot a woman and killed her.
Oh yeah.
Kim, the multi-time camera whore Kardashian.
I'm kind of impressed that people look up to her. I'm kind of like, how do you look up to someone who literally is just they're only famous for being a whore?
Well, we covered this. We've pretty much been on this since the whole OnlyFans thing. These are vapid, intellectually useless, stupid cunts who have no value to themselves or others. Therefore, they turn what little attractiveness they have into money by being whores. And she just happens to be the most successful whore in recent times, except for the one we covered earlier.
Still impresses me.
Oh, Madonna.
Oh God. I'm like, her face, I can't wait till it falls off.
Yeah. Another
Actually,
Kardashian.
she's one of the few people that looks like she could genuinely be a lizard person to me.
Yeah. And then we have James Charles, some pervert fucking degenerate. First male CoverGirl spokesperson. Right, so it's just a garden variety perv. Will Smith? Yeah, fair enough. Trevor Noah. How the fuck is Trevor Noah lower on the list than Will Smith? Trevor Noah's a fucking loser.
He's also really fucking boring.
Yes. And a scumbag, but we all know that. The Zuck. Kris Jenner.
Oh yeah, Kris Jenner.
Another loser. Travis Scott. Bill Cosby.
Yeah, well
Bill Cosby!
Travis Scott.
He's
not even
been dead
alive
for
anymore.
years!
At least with, Travis Scott, we know why he's on that list, because of his stupid fucking show.
Yep. Another
Kylie
Jenner.
Jenner's on there. All of the fucking degenerates are on there.
Yeah,
It's
all
pretty
of
good.
the
I like this list.
Kardashian circle of whores are on there.
How
Machine
the
Gun.
fuck is Machine Gun? Is Machine Gun L. Kelly still alive?
I don't know. Oh, Logan Paul. Speaking of degenerate fucking scumbags, it's Mr. Stan in a forest filming dead bodies.
Not to mention his recent escapades with trying to scam people, and then crying about, oh, I didn't make any money.
Oh, God. Jeffree Star. Oh, Jeffree. It's a tranny. It's a filthy fucking tranny. Oh, and it's Logan Paul's brother. So speaking of fucking psychos.
I don't think Jeffree Star is a tranny. They just dress very, very, very hyper gay.
Then why did it change its name from Jeffrey? Jeffree! It's a tranny.
I think it's always been Jeffree with two E's.
No, born Jeffrey Lynn
Really?
Steininger. Yeah, it's a filthy. It's a tranny. Well, apparently it still identifies as a man, but it's a tranny. It looks like a tranny. It smells like a tranny. It just hasn't cut its dick off yet, apparently.
Yet.
Speaking of
It
things
will be
that should
done.
have their dick cut off for the benefit of humanity, it's
Oh,
another
the
one of the
brother,
Paul
yeah.
brothers. Speaking of... further on the list of people who need to be sterilised, Cardi B. Amy Schumer. Holy shit, she's ugly. Born in 81, looks like she's fucking 60.
I'm honestly surprised she's not higher up the list, but then again, she's not very important, so it makes sense.
Well, that's it. We haven't heard of her. If we'd actually heard of her.
Well, I mean, none of the shows she's ever been in has been successful, and I think it's largely because she's been in them.
Yeah. Kourtney Kardashian. 6ix9ine. Speaking of criminals, it's the I'm totally a gangbanger retard who got busted by the cops and sat in a cell crying.
Did he actually cry?
Of course he cried. He was crying when they interviewed him. Kendall Jenner. Oh, it's another fucking whore. Speaking of whores, it's Chris Brown and Megan Fox. Actually, is Megan Fox on the list? She's probably a whore. She's in Hollywood.
I mean, she's there, right there in front of me, so.
I mean, all women in Hollywood do appear to be whores. Just some of them get upset about it 40 years later and go, but no one wants to fuck me anymore.
I only did it because if I didn't, I wouldn't have had a career on all this money. But I regret my decisions now that my vagina's saggy. I don't know why I made them sound like Trump, but there we go.
First thing, we need a statute of limitations on rape accusations of a year. Secondly, if you have no evidence, we throw it out.
Yeah. There is a limit to how much bullshit you can really, like, get away with in that regard. Because, like, don't get me wrong, I don't want it to be difficult for people to actually say, hey, look, rape accusation,
I want all rapists dead.
But I also want them to be done in a way that we can actually be like, hey, yeah, if you're doing it falsely, that's actually a criminal act, and you will spend as much time as the person who would have been a rapist would have spent. It needs to be punished just as harshly. There needs to be balance in that regard, and it's just not. It's set up against us, just because that's what the fucking feminists have wanted for so long. They wanted to take advantage and abuse us.
No, beyond a reasonable doubt. If there's no physical evidence, it goes in the trash. Which is why you should always go to the cops. And if you don't, don't come whine to us.
Women, that definitely sucks for some women who can't physically prove it, and I get it. But at the same time, there is something called personal responsibility, and you should be taking care of yourself. Things like scratching your attacker so you have your DNA evidence under your fingernails. That's a simple way of doing it.
How about carrying a gun? So you can turn a would-be rapist into a dead would-be rapist, and then you don't get raped in the first place, and the rapist is dead.
Would be perfect if it was in the UK, but unfortunately, no.
Well, in the UK, if in the UK, if they raw dog you up the ass and then and they get hurt in the process, you go to jail.
Yep, it's fucking weird.
Some YouTube idiots that appeared on Dance Mums along with her fucking pimp mother. Woody Allen, what the fuck did Woody Allen do?
I think he was a sex pest. Or misogynistic to women, I don't remember.
Oh, so a normal man born in the 30s.
Probably, yeah. Honestly, it's very difficult to work out what the fuck's going on with half of this stuff. Oh, yeah, he married his daughter, that was it.
Yeah, he did.
Not his biological daughter, as far as I remember. It's just someone he adopted, and he was like, yeah, she's kind of fine, I want to fuck that.
Yeah, fuck it, why not? In theory, it's fine. And again, when it happened, it was decades ago. So,
basically, what the fuck, man? That's so over the top.
Oh dear. Dr. Oz.
Keep a bear trap in your vagina that activates if you do not type in the password every 60 seconds. You'd just be like, someone would be like, I'm just going to not activate and see what happens. And just there, like, bang, 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 bang. Like, oh, actually, whoa.
Yeah. Fucking Dr. Oz.
Pussy got teeth.
They fucking go after people, after all these good doctors, and then this thing's allowed to call himself Dr. Oz when he goes on TV ripping people off. Not only should he have his license to practice medicine stripped from him, he should be in prison for fraud. Demi Lovato, no idea. Jennifer Lopez.
As far as I know, there is a special kind of contraceptive device that has a spike in it that's designed to stab any attempted would-be rapist in the penis. Right in the tip.
Beyonce, yep. Jimmy fucking Kimmel. Jay-Z. Gwyneth Paltrow. DJ Khaled. Wendy Williams, who looks like an Oprah knockoff. Angelina Jolie, yeah, it's a shame she's not dead yet. My God, you can see the plastic. That was a mistake on her part. Drake. Some retard called DaBaby. So we need a fucking purge. We can start with this list. Shia LaDouche. Nicki Minaj is 48 on this list.
Nicki Minaj?
Yes.
That's surprising.
Says how bad these fucking retards are. Army Hammer, whoever the fuck that is. Megan Thee Stallion. Oh, God. It's just another whore. Harry Styles, yep. Stephen Colbert, yep. Jimmy the Loser Fallon, Elon Musk. Elon Musk is 54. Justin Bieber, yep. Adele, yeah, she's irrelevant. James Franco, who the fuck is that again? Yeah, he's done nothing of value.
He was the one that Amber Heard was supposedly fucking.
Oh, so he's an idiot. Some YouTube retard. Just another internet whore. Speaking of internet whores, here's Miley Cyrus.
Wait, what was it? Tara Moni. Oh yeah, she was like, wasn't she famous on like TikTok or something?
YouTube or something.
Yeah, I remember exactly. These people are so like mid celebrities. It's kind of like hard to think of who they are.
Donald Trump Jr.
Jared
Jared Leto. Iggy Azalea. Yeah, see, it for the most part, we could just use this as a list of people to remove from humanity.
These are the people that get on the first flight to Mars, you know, before they've set up the shelters.
Yeah.
I don't mind Trump Jr. He's halfway decent.
I don't know enough about the guy.
He's just been on Crowder a few times when I've seen it.
He's probably just been smeared because his name's Trump.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
Now
6ix9ine on the other hand, I would have no problem seeing yeeted directly into orbit.
I'd be more interested in seeing the re-entry.
If we calculate the trebuchet's power correctly, we can accomplish both.
The fuck kind of trebuchet can launch somebody out of the atmosphere?
Well, you know.
I want to see this trebuchet.
It will probably have to be the length of Australia.
I want it's instead of Noah's Ark, it's Noah's trebuchet.
Yes.
And we will name it the Archimedes.
See, I could envision that being a new sex position. The Archimedes screw.
Oh, God.
Right. Let's move on from that to something far gayer.
Yes, the denial of biological sex.
LGBTQ ideologies embedded into biology lessons to help validate queer identities. How about go fuck yourself?
Yeah. Analysis. To reduce purported harms inflicted upon mentally ill retards, scholars exhort colleagues to adopt biology lessons that affirm rather than deny the identities. No, shut up. Male, female, moron. That's your list.
Total Blackout says a giant trebuchet is the New Zealand space program.
Oh, please. The New Zealand space program is filling a shit with helium.
Standing too close to Jacinda Ardern too long.
Well, if you want some
you
hot air,
actually
that's
go anywhere, but you'll start hallucinating.
In some classroom activities, students and teachers together have replaced terms like mother and father and biological parent with the more inclusive neologisms. Gene givers, storks. Storks! Storks! You fucking retards are dumber than 3-year-olds. Shut up.
Gene givers.
Yeah, and biological life transmitters. Or BLTs for short.
What happens when we start having gene stealers? Warhammer 40k, you just purge them.
Well, these do appear to be minions of fucking Slanesh, so...
Yeah, well, that's exactly.
Crank out the heavy flamers.
Tristan Armstrong in chat is making a non-valid point. To reach escape velocity 11 kilometers per second, in the span of a trebuchet launch, the acceleration would kill the projectile. Never mind re-entry. Who said anything about wanting the projectile to survive launch?
I think Tristan's underestimating the size of this trebuchet. But yes, also the acceleration probably would still kill them.
I mean, especially if you just attach the head to the trebuchet like with a rope, like a noose, and then you launch them, but the noose doesn't actually detach from the neck. It just detaches their body from their head.
What about a kind of catapult but where it has 2 iron bars that go on each side of the head, and then you score points if you get it in the bucket.
Oh god.
That's right.
Yeah.
The T in LGBTQ stands for Tyranid.
I mean, it would make sense to me.
But what absolute brainlets? Gene givers, thoughts, and biological life transmission. Their problem is they've got a problem with biological parent. I can understand mother and father in their deluded fucking psychotic ideology, but biological parent?
Yeah,
What?
stork sounds to me like a sci-fi slur for like people who actually give birth when the sensible people are expected to clone themselves or something.
Today on A Lot Hogan's Runge wasn't meant to be a fucking instruction manual.
No shit. That's what actually killed Krypton, you know. It wasn't the planet falling apart, it was because they stopped meeting with each other.
Yes. Yeah, Gregor Peace is like,
That's
why not incubator? I'm sure it'll say that later in the bloody article.
Oh, it'll probably be birth giver or baby carrier or some silly shite.
Something
Teach diversity
degenerate.
first. How about fuck right off?
Yeah.
Even Tao acknowledged
Look at this.
biology.
Female anatomy / organs should be replaced with egg conducting and gestational organs. Mother and father should be swapped for egg parent and sperm parent. And
No.
you should be swapped for a rodent. Because
So if you have egg parent and sperm parent, what the fuck does that make a tranny?
the retard parent.
Yeah. The third gender. The spectator. Oh god.
Now, Earl. Remember the old adage: never never sentence someone to death if you wouldn't be willing to commit to do the execution yourself.
And Marku suggests we should ask Elon Musk to build the trebuchet. He already made a flamethrower oversized Zippo, so why not a medieval siege weapon? Let's
Works
not
for
give the
me.
man ideas. Yeah.
Oh
And
my.
Earl is pointing out that the third gender is eunuch. I actually dispute that. I have a good friend who calls themselves a eunuch, and
There is
they
no
use it as the traditional term where it's a servant of the people.
Yes, but there is no such thing as a third gender. There are some genetic
True.
abnormalities, and I'm going to call the people themselves genetic abnormalities to their face.
I mean, technically, if I'm remembering correctly, big boobs is a genetic abnormality.
Yes.
I wouldn't call it a genetic abnormality, but it's a really, really weird selection. It's not. It's something called Fisherian runaway selection. Because one of the theories in evolutionary psychology and evolutionary theory is that big boobs are very, very similar to a peacock's tail. How fucking useless is a peacock's tail?
Pretty
It's true.
useless.
At a certain point, the size is kind of irrelevant, other than as a mate attractor.
Yes, exactly. Always has been. And but there's no limit on this, so it's runaway selection. So each generation selects for bigger and bigger tail feathers or bigger and bigger tits.
The thing is, like, there is something genetically like unappealing about certain sizes where the tit just looks like a tumor.
Yeah. Right, yeah. Well, if we want to talk about abnormal mutations, permanent breasts are an abnormal mutation. Humans are the only animal with permanent breasts.
That's true. I thought apes had them too.
No. But, when they're done, they start shrinking again.
Really?
Yes.
Huh.
Yep.
Humans are the only, and crucially, humans are the only mammal where the female has breasts before their first pregnancy.
Interesting.
Yep. Also true.
Why? Secret ovulation.
Good.
To trick men. Women grow breasts to trick men. This is true.
Can't believe it. Those harlots growing tits to deceive me.
Well, it's because
Who do they think they are?
it's because in humans we have secret ovulation. Like,
I'm just slowly losing his shit here.
yeah, like take a look at baboons when they're in their fertile cycle. It's quite
I'm
fucking
not sure I want
obvious.
to.
But I'm sure you've seen them whether you wanted to or not. The ones with the bright red asses. you know the ones.
We'll refer to Bay State for this kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to ask an expert.
But
Yeah.
you cannot tell by looking at a human woman where they are in their fertile cycle.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
They're tricksy
Because
creatures.
obviously
women.
you can get like 12-year-olds that are really, really advanced and do look like they could be adults.
Yes. Not to... Now,
Yeah.
Makeup doesn't help in that regard. as well.
Here's this thing. If you're a man and you want to pass on your genes, it's really, really helpful to find a woman that's fertile. What's a good indication that a woman's fertile? Not that she has when she doesn't have breasts, because
I was going to
The dad
say a
buys
wet
a shotgun?
nose. A wet nose is a sign of a healthy bitch.
yes. Because here's something. Here's
Oh,
something
dude.
interesting.
I was going to say it.
When-
Yeah, go ahead.
When women are breastfeeding, that's a contraceptive. So, women are not likely to get pregnant when prehistoric woman is not likely to be able to get pregnant when she has big tits. However, eventually you come across this weird mutant woman who can get pregnant again while she has big tits. And then there's this weird guy, and all of a sudden you start ending up in all sorts of weird problems. Like there's this one guy that whose genes all of a sudden go, why not women with their tits out? Because tits
Basically, just mad
prehistorically.
because mermaids have boobs but aren't always in heat.
Oh dear. I'm trying to remember the logical sequence that goes there, but yeah, originally women would not have had permanent breasts. Permanent breasts is a mutation. And permanent breasts
an interesting
exist to hide whether women are fertile or not. That way, men provide them with attention and gifts all the time.
Ah.
Yes. Therefore,
protection.
evolutionarily, women grow tits so men give them free shit. Science, bitches!
And obviously protect.
Yes, obviously. Because humans
So somewhere in our dim prehistory, there was one guy who went, "All the titties are mine. Get the fuck away from me."
Well, yes, but women would have started developing permanent breasts first, and then there was this one mutant dude who's like, you know what, tits ain't that bad after all. So he gets around to all the women that the other guys are ignoring because they've got breasts, they're not fertile. Yeah, it turns out they were. So all of a sudden we have a bunch of this guy's descendants, and boom, massive dispersion of the gene for liking tits, and we end up where we are now, where all tits on
Now,
women of
that's the
fertile
kind of
age are
ancestry
attractive.
I like to think about.
Think about this. Think about this one. All breasts on all women of fertile age are attractive.
Granted.
Land whales aside. Because we're not talking about land whales in the context of Stone Age man. Because not enough food to
They
be a
didn't
fat wolf.
exist.
Yes.
We're talking about tens of thousands of years well before Genghis there, Callum.
Oh yeah, remember, Genghis is like 3,000 years ago. I'm talking on the scale of 100,000 plus years ago. I mean, I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but we domesticated dogs about 70,000 years ago. And we have then bred them to our purposes ever since. Mwahahaha.
As they should be.
Meanwhile, cats just rocked up on their bloody own about 3,000 years ago and didn't and never fucking left. That's right, I'm talking about you, you little asshole. I was like dogs and women, bred to our purpose. Yeah. It's more like the women trick the men. Tricksy women's evolving to confuse men.
The breasts is ours and we wants it.
At least the cats haven't evolved breasts to trick men into, feeding them like fucking food all the time.
Well, they don't need the breasts to trick men into feeding them all the time.
No, they have the meow for that.
Yes. The cat has domesticated man for hundreds of years.
It's true.
Wow, really, women could learn learn something from cats. Then, really.
Stop giving the women ideas, Crow.
I mean,
what's going to be DM'd to me? What is going on in the chat?
Earl has said he needs to send out the stories he's written of the tales of the mad lad Bezic. The title is still being tested, but the tales are spicy, like the time Bezic ended a country because of taxes. And I suggested he DM them to you so you could use them for content.
I could record some nice audio tracks for you. Yes.
But Adam, I would like you to explain to me the difference in individual social pressures between cats and women.
Oh God, that sounds like a university lecture that someone shouldn't be doing.
Adam is desperately trying to think of.
Cats don't seek romance. Now. Cats don't seek romance.
Correct. Neither do women.
That's not true, and I'm sure Stormy would absolutely attest to that.
It depends what you define as romance, doesn't it?
Yes.
Fair point. And you see why Beta 1 has a disturbing point here. Domestic cats meowing or trying to mimic a baby's crying to trick you into giving them food.
Oh my God! They're trying to.
Yes,
the babies are learning.
They're not intentionally mimicking babies, but there is a part to it. Wild felines.
Oh, I was thinking the babies were mimicking the cats.
Yeah. Oh God, those tricksy babies. Callum says cats are nicer than women. They deal with pests, they warm beds at night, and return affection. I.e., they do housework. That's right, and they shit in a box, not your bed.
Well, I mean, some cats need to be put down because they spray everywhere. Same with some women.
Oh no. You mean wait?
And Earl
cats...
apparently has 30 pages of material for you.
I was going to say the cat equivalent of Kumas.
Oh
God.
They spray everywhere.
Stormy's like, Arden, yes, please tell us.
Yeah, I think she's a little behind. I think she was responding to that individual social pressure question you asked me.
Yes.
I'm going to say that anyway.
Says babies force chemicals into your brain so you don't eat them like in the animal kingdom. Correct.
Force chemicals into my brain, like physically, or because I'd like to see them try. I'll fucking eat that little shit.
Dear.
Callum suggests I need to learn about felines. I don't like cats. There's a reason I don't like cats.
Because
they're
they like
inferior
women.
Dogs. No, they're inferior dogs.
Are you suggesting that dogs are better than women?
I'm suggesting that dogs are better than cats.
I like cats and I like dogs, but I like dogs for different reasons than I like cats. I like cats because they're independent assholes and treat you like shit. Kind of like the reason people
like your ex
having... No, it's kind of like the reason people like having sex with crazy women, you know?
The risk?
Here's one for you, Ardent. Chihuahuas or
Mm.
cats?
Oh, cats,
You
absolutely.
just repeated yourself. A Chihuahua is just a cat in a dog suit.
I think that's offensive to the cat. A
Yeah,
Chihuahua
no,
is a retarded cat in a dog suit.
Fair.
it's a retarded cat in a dog suit that thinks it's a fucking wolf.
Yes.
No, thinks it's a
Ah.
bear, actually.
Oh, honestly.
Yeah, I'm with Earl. Cats or Chihuahua, exterminatus. Yep. No, actually, I'll take that back because cats do have a utilitarian function. Because if you are overrun by various pests and you release cats, your pest problem will go away. As long as you don't feed the cats.
Yes, that or you wake up in the middle of the night with a claw against your throat.
That or you wake up in the morning and
Where's
find
the
presents
kibble?
everywhere.
Yeah, fair point.
I don't mind getting presents from cats as long as they, keep them in one piece, preferably.
Yeah, what's worse than finding a dead mouse in your bed? Finding half a dead mouse in your bed.
Yes.
Earl is pointing out that snakes do the same job as cats. Yes, the problem is cats are not intentionally poisonous to humans. Or at least not equipped. Well, yeah, okay. At least cats are warm.
Cats will also return once the pest problem has been resolved.
It's true. And snakes not eating a lot or often is actually a problem because I want those pests gone now, not in a generation.
Yeah. I do like snakes because obviously they are very easy to maintain.
Yeah, the only snake I've ever handled actually turned out to be fairly cuddly.
Well,
As
of course,
far as snakes go.
You're nice and warm, cat like. Something cats and snakes have in common. They like warm.
Fair.
Yeah. Cats are, in fact, snakes.
Furry, four-legged snakes.
You just put some
Yes.
cat ears on a snake and you've basically got a cat, so.
God, that's awesome.
Finnish Prime Minister, you mean?
Jesus, I have some weird fucking ideas. This is what happens when you stay inside all day.
Oh dear. What other stupid shit did we have? Blah 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 blah.
Probably quite a lot of other stupid shit, I'm imagining.
Oh, the mother is the gestational parent now. No, the mother. Honestly, any time, if your livelihood doesn't depend on putting up with this shit, or you're willing to throw your job away for it, anytime someone tries this bullshit, they're like, oh no, say gestational parent. The mother. Oh, complain to HR, yeah, and I'll tell that cunt to go fuck herself too. Piss off.
I like being the boss. It means I can make these kind of decisions.
Yes, no mentally ill losers. Oh, wait, shit. That doesn't work in your company.
Oh, I'm not a loser. I'm just mentally ill. I'm a cool mentally ill dude. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
That's how I work it.
Oh, dear. It's like, what in the Kentucky Fried Fuck are you reading? Yeah. This is how they're going to teach biology, by talking about the gestational parent instead of the mother. Instead of saying male/female hormones, say testosterone, estrogen, and progesterone. Okay, yeah, see, the problem is male hormones is a category, not just testosterone, you fucking idiots. How to tell these rules are being made by people who don't understand biology? Normal, natural, and typical. Instead of normal, natural, typical, focus on patterns of probability. In many species, the female provides more paternal investment than the male. In XX and XY are the most common combinations of sex tones. Okay, so male and female are the normal combination. Honestly, these people are fucking bellends.
They are honestly fucking sickos.
Yeah, they're just so stupid. And yet, how stupid are the people who believe these idiots? That's the craziest thing about this crap. Not only is there how stupid these people are, how stupid do you have to be to believe them?
Well, I mean, it's just like believe all women kind of bullshit. It's the same fucking thing. Believe all trannies. Believe all liars.
Believe all idiots. Oh, believe the science, but not that doctor. He's a conspiracy theorist.
That doctor hasn't got your best interests at heart. How do we know this? Well, because he said what we don't agree with.
Follow the science. Well, the science says question everything. Shut up, bigot! Yes, but it's funny how much of today's science has nothing to do with the scientific method.
Ah, yes. There's a lot to be desired in these situations.
Like getting the heavy flamer to remove the heretics.
I would love a heavy flamer like that. Oh my god, it would be so good.
Wouldn't it? Okay, what's next? Here we go. Man legally changed gender to gain custody of his kids. Trans groups are concerned. Renee Salinas Ramos says the legal change is an attempt to gain full custody of his daughters because Ecuadorian law favours mothers in custody battles. The cunt process. Now, cisgender man...
He's got every right to do that. If they're going to fucking subvert the law to try and, advantage themselves in whatever way they fucking can, why the fuck shouldn't he? There's no reason why he shouldn't be able to do that.
But LGBTQ groups are concerned about the man's use of a law designed to promote gender rights and anything you could have in the future. What, pointing out how fucking stupid it is to pretend that men are women? Yeah, that could be a problem for you. Fucking degenerates. Don't have kids with crazy people.
Or I'll try not to, but, the breeding program has to continue.
Let me rephrase that. Don't have kids with uncontained crazy people.
Wait, I have to put them in a container?
What? You want them running free?
Not with my children, no.
Exactly.
They will only be a birthing unit. Sounds like something fucking Darth Sidious would come up with.
I said don't have kids with the crazies, not don't fuck them. You can fuck them, you just don't tell them your name or give them your DNA.
Damn gene stealers.
Wait. That's really detrimental to the breeding program, considering I'm crazy, apparently.
Oh, well...
I'm not sure I agree with his messaging anymore.
Yeah, no.
Earl asks if it's a kink if he only finds the odd ones.
Oh,
no.
Data transfer is the best part.
Remember, kids, life is a sexually transmitted disease. 9 months of swelling, then 25 years of pain and suffering.
Not only is it a sexually transmitted disease, but it's a fatal one.
Correct.
Yep, no one here gets out alive.
Kindervan's like, what kind of crazy are we talking about? We're talking mentally insane or what? Female. We're talking your generic crazy bitch. You know, the kind that'll throw a knife at you from across the kitchen.
I mean, if she's opening her legs for me, she's probably crazy as it is.
I did
Probably
a
a bad
girl
sign.
like that once. The whole knife thing, not the whole bad sign thing.
Remember, when in doubt, don't give them your name.
Fair.
And don't let them see your license plate either. That's what Ubers are for.
Some people are just prone to making bad choices, you know.
Yep, we call them fathers. Stormy's like, hey, not all of us are batshit crazy. Yeah, just regular garden variety crazy.
Yeah, garden variety crazy is not too bad. At least you can just bury them. Garden variety. Sorry.
Yeah. It's okay, you're British. We understand.
Yeah.
Well, hey, New York's just approved human compost.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, I had
that
fun
won't
with
get
that
rid
one
of their
yesterday.
crime problem at all.
What the fuck are you doing?
The worst part about the whole human composting thing is if those who are left to make the decision as to your placement cannot agree, you can end up in a landfill.
Yep.
Come on, kids, let's go to the dump to remember Grandma.
Don't you want to go to the place that we composted her?
No. She's in the dump. Along with all those ET cartridges.
Oh.
I mean, this is why I like the idea of an open pyre, because at least then I know, you know, they're getting rid of me right then and there, and there's no place for people to find my body or anything. But composting me,
Exactly, it's nasty. Like
I'd rather have my corpse yeeted into the friggin' sea and let the sharks have me.
well, we burnt my brother,
Or the
and he's
lobsters.
now his ashes were then poured on a shipwreck, I believe, because he liked diving. That's not too
That's
bad a
cool.
way. It means I can't go and visit him because I can't go out and find the fucking boat. But you know.
Oh, well, that was a lack of prior planning. GPS,
Well, I mean, I actually don't think
logs,
it's
GPS
necessarily a bad thing.
Maybe. John A says, how to tell if someone's crazy without them telling you they're crazy? I want to be composted.
I want to be composted. I want to be soil.
I want to break tree. Okay, cat, you need to move. I need that mouse.
I want to be console.
Cat, when I said hunt mouse, I did not mean the one attached to the computer.
I want to be low.
Cat, I desperately need you to move.
Wow.
Okay, I am now using a mouse under a cat.
Yes, cats are clearly superior to dogs.
Oh, please, like dogs wouldn't sit on your keyboard if they could get off, if their dumpy little legs would get them on the table.
Well, the thing is, you can train a dog to know better.
Yeah.
You can't train a cat to know better without inflicting pain.
That's not true. It has been scientifically proven that it is very easy to train cats to know what to do. The bastards then just refuse on principle.
As they ought to.
Earl says a funeral pyre followed by a burial mound is the best way. I disagree. I personally, I like the idea of being cremated because then there's no grave or site that people have to visit and maintain.
What, they can just
like
keep you in the cupboard
of...
with all the other old knickknacks?
There's being cremated and then you get your ashes turned into a diamond, but I kind of prefer the idea of having my ashes just put inside a firework and launched.
I was just thinking the same thing. I'd rather be fireworks.
That would be cool. Then you could be spread all over Parliament House.
Yes.
Well, I'd go out with a bang at the very least.
Yay!
I'd want my ashes put into a firework and launched over Parliament in the shape of a Guy Fawkes mask.
Yeah.
Tristan makes an excellent point. That Ecuador case. The amazing thing is that all these trans activists are able to divine that he isn't a real tranny.
Oh, I just realized you could have your ashes turned into soap. That'd be kind of creepy.
Oh, fuck, you could too. Yeah, that is creepy.
Why wouldn't you just have your body rendered and make actual soap?
Because that's nasty and unhygienic.
Operation Mayhem, baby.
Well, you could take all the fat off, yeah, and then you could make yourself, a nice Nazi lampshade with the skin, or a nice
Earl,
leather.
Earl says, "I'm not a serial killer. I'm a gardener." There's actually a serial killer that's been caught here in Canada. What he was doing, he was a landscaper, and apparently he was hiding corpses in the pots of these trees that he was planting.
I mean, what clever way of doing it if you...
Yeah. I like Total Blackout's response. My water belongs to the siege.
I'm going to say, burying the bodies like that is certainly going to help the trees grow.
Yeah.
That's certainly one way of doing it. Man legally changed it. Oh, yeah, we've done that.
Yeah. What we have next is...
on the topic of soap, Theodore Pinnock says, "Come on, Timmy, don't forget to rub Grandpa behind your ears."
Honestly, that
this was different
hilarious.
before he died.
Oh, my God.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah, the Victoria's Secret brand CEO fucking resigning. I am so pleased to see this.
Yep.
Just because I'm like, yes, we told you. Go broke.
Yep. Less than a year after Susan woke
fucking time.
Yep.
Every time.
Look at her. She looks like a bloody thumb. Clearly her issue is, how dare we be hiring models that are better looking than me? We should hire fat sluts that make me feel better.
It's not a secret anymore, Earl.
Victoria's secretly eating.
It's not a secret. We can smell the macas from here.
Oh.
Okay,
I have to say,
was
I
not the one that I
absolutely
was
love our chat because Kingdom has pointed out there's a type of shotgun shell you can use to plant seeds.
Yes.
What?
Really? Yeah, he's right. There is actually like a planter's shotgun shell. You fire seeds into the ground.
I want one. Mother Nature is avenging you. Oh God, it's a tree.
I'm not a terrorist. I'm a gardener.
Why is this crazy man shooting the floor? I am planting.
Oh dear.
Oh fucking.
So this dumb bitch rose to brand CEO as the company made several woke reforms, from its shelving of the Angels fashion shows to its selection of disgusting pervert tranny model Valentina Sampaio as a brand ambassador.
Valentina Sampaio, you mean?
Sure.
The only way I'll accept that.
But it's funny how showing fat slobs wearing your clothing doesn't make women inclined to buy it. Because isn't the whole point that, ooh, this is what sexy women wear. My man will think I'm a sexy woman if I wear this. Now it's like, oh God, my husband's seen the ads. That's the shit that fat ugly bitches wear. I don't want to be associated with fat ugly bitches.
I mean, you're doing something wrong if places like Primark are selling their clothes better than you are.
Yep. Oh dear Lord.
Good heavens.
Yeah, okay, next article. Is Rings of Power a good show if you don't know Tolkien lore?
Nope.
Nope.
Not even then.
Not even then, yeah.
Yeah. One user described the show as bad as its own thing, putting out underdeveloped, unlikable characters, a plot that can't decide if it wants to be slow or fast, unimpressive acting and costumes, and forgettable music. Another user was even more brutal, saying it's all drama for the sake of drama without any repercussions. Ah yes, how Galadriel tries to kill herself by jumping into the ocean and then forgets she can swim for 36 hours.
She just, sat there in the ocean, wait a minute. 36 hours later, I'm not sure this is working.
Yeah, pretty much. And then
I'm meant to be the protagonist. I can't die.
And
That's just really frustrating.
And then, spoilers, Sauron rocks up on a raft to rescue her.
Sauron saves Galadriel. He's meant to
Yes.
be evil.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, they then have their weird will they, won't they queer romance thing.
It's pretty bad when someone says that it has Fast and Furious quality dialogue.
Yeah. But I still want to know, how the fuck did Sauron know that Galadriel would be in the ocean when the silly bitch just jumped off a boat to kill herself because she's an idiot?
He's just there like, wow, she's really having a rough time of it, isn't she? She tried to kill herself by doing something dumb. Like, even I'm not so evil that I'm not going to help her,
Yeah.
Like,
But Galadriel's an absolute cunt. Sorry, Galadriel is an absolute cunt throughout the entire movie, treating everyone like crap. Elrond's an idiot. And then they don't even use the biggest, largest, bestest fucking forge in all of Middle-earth.
you're not convincing me to want to watch this. That's for sure.
That's right, Earl. It's 50 Rings of Power.
50 Shades of Ring.
Oh.
Brown, pink, and all the colors in between.
Yeah.
Inflamed red. Ah, no.
Oh, no, please. I have a family.
And then Theater Pinnock in chat says, because Galadriel pushes him into it. What, the ring?
No, Theodore says, the funny thing in Rings of Power is that it looks like Sauron actually wants to be a good guy. He keeps saying he just wants to stay in Numenor and be a blacksmith. He only ends up becoming Sauron again because Galadriel pushes him into it. That's right, Galadriel helps him become evil.
I mean, that sounds about right for Galadriel. She's always full of bad decisions. That's completely within Tolkien's lore. It's almost like these people never ever read the books.
Oh yes, we know the reasons bad writers started Blackout. That was never beyond doubt. But it's illogical in a nonsensical.
They absolutely have not read the books. They probably haven't even read the parts that they have their rights to.
I don't think they know how to read.
They just wanted the name. Yeah.
Books? Read? What kind of person do you think I am? I'm a learned man. We don't read books. We watch them.
Elle says, when we thought the writers couldn't be more shit, they make them all women.
Yeah, they're not doing women any favors by making them appear even worse than they actually are. Because there's plenty of decent fucking women writers out there, like Mary Shelley, for crying out loud.
Was Mary Shelley really a decent writer?
Yeah, I mean, she influenced a huge amount of novels in the future.
No, that's not my point. How many books did she write? And how many books did she write when she wasn't sitting with 4 of the best authors of her day who basically ghostwrote the book for her?
Touche.
But yes,
she's still doing a better job than the modern writers. Modern women
still
writers.
A better love story than Twilight.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you mention women writers to me, my mind immediately goes to Laurel Hamilton, Karen Travis, Mercedes Lackey.
Yep, Mercedes Lackey's a really good one. I mean, you've got what is it, Ursula K. Le Guin, who
Anne Rice I enjoy.
Yeah, I don't think I'd ever read any of. I don't think any of Ursula K. Le Guin's stuff what grabs me, even though I'm absolutely into that genre.
Yeah, same. It's kind of like the one that wrote the Pern stuff. McCaffrey?
Robin McCaffrey.
Macaulay Culkin?
I think it's Anne McCaffrey.
I swear there's a Robert or a Robin or something.
Might be a relative.
I don't read enough to be able to tell you for sure.
Anne McCaffrey. She's Irish, free! Dragon Riders of Pern. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. But I think there was some sort of controversy with her and something to do with some nasty sexual stuff. Might be that one. I think it was.
But who cares?
I can't remember if it was her or it was a different one.
Who cares?
Might have been Ursula Le Guin.
True. You can judge the work separately to the author, which the fuckheads who keep complaining about Harry Potter need to understand.
Yeah.
They don't understand anything, though.
Besides, Harry Potter.
They probably don't even understand Harry Potter, to be honest.
Yeah. But Harry Potter's not even that great. I mean, She did. She managed to write it perfectly to suit the audience she was going for, but it's not groundbreaking. It's nothing new. Oh no! Orphan turns out to have special powers and then gets called in to save the world. How fucking unique!
Indeed.
And like, what else is it? There's the crap. I can't need to remember books. I'm just
There's
really.
the Dark Lord of evil powerness. Not that that's been done before.
Oh, I'm not talking about those. I'm thinking of another series. The Bulgarian and the Malorian. Have any of you heard of those?
No, I haven't. I'm
Yeah,
not a
that's
big reader,
Eddings.
funnily enough. I'm actually a bit of a retard.
No.
That's Lee and David Eddings, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. I've read a few of those. They're good.
Yes. Like, there's some brilliant books. Apparently, they got up to some sick and twisted shit, or they got in trouble for abusing their kids or something. Who friggin' cares? They're some of the best written orphan with special powers savior of the world that's ever been written.
Oh, Hickman and Weiss. They're a good pair as well. I think Tracy Hickman is actually a guy, though.
Let's find out.
I don't think Amazon actually has the rights to the Silmarillion either. This is Major.
No, they don't.
They've got the rights to
Thank
some
God.
of the companionship. Yeah, Margaret Weiss and Tracy Hickman. Tracy Hickman is in fact a dude.
Yeah, yeah,
And that's all your Dragonlance novels.
yeah. And they did the Deathgate cycle, which is what the Shademaster is basing his campaign on playing in on right now.
Yeah.
Yes, I did manage to slip in a shill there.
Yeah,
Every Thursday.
There's also the other one who wrote the really big series of books that I think starts with A that I can't remember, that they did a really shit adaptation of for television.
I would really like to play a D&D campaign with some friends.
I've been thinking of trying to get one started, but I need to find someone who can come with a bloody story to be Dungeon Master.
Yeah, I'd be willing to play. I really don't want to DM.
Yeah.
I haven't played for a very long time.
Oh, there we go. What have we got? When you come to Google and it's like fantasy series, you get fucking R.R. Martin's bullshit, Wheel of Time,
Yep.
Stephen
Yep.
King's Dark Tower, Ursula K. Le Guin, Harry Potter by J.K. Rowling.
You probably get Shannara.
Yep. That's what I was thinking of, Shannara.
Oh, okay.
And It's Assorted Things. But yeah, that's written by a bloody woman. And it's like 30 books, I think. Or I might be thinking of another one that just reminds me a lot of it. Because I never read Shannara.
Wasn't that a guy named Terry wrote Shannara?
I don't know. I'm desperately trying to find out. Oh, fuck. Robin fucking Hobb.
Yeah, Terry Brooks. Yeah, that's who
Terry
did
Brooks.
the shit.
But
It's interesting the difference in pronunciation between your reading of it and mine. I read it as Shannara, and you've got it as Shannara.
Yeah, I have no idea why, but yeah, like we've got Robin Hobb who wrote a whole bunch of shit, and that's a woman. I'm pretty sure. Oh fuck yeah! How about here's a series of fucking books. If you can stand reading, and you can stand reading shit written for early teenagers, Chronicles of Prydain. Holy
I've heard of that.
Lloyd Alexander.
I've had it recommended
Absolutely
to me a bunch.
bloody brilliant. Particularly if you happen to like your Sundays. What you gonna do? Do not watch the fucking movie, though. The Disney movie is an abomination.
What you gonna do? What you gonna do? I can't remember what you said, but now it's gone. Wrong with me, man?
There we go. Yeah, Anne McCaffrey's showing up in the. Never read Memory, Sorrow and Thorn by Tad Williams, unless you're a cuck. Sword of Truth.
Yeah, I think someone bought that for me when I was like 16, and I read about 3 or 4 chapters, and I was like, "This is
I
trash."
got like 2/3 to the way of the second book, and I went, yeah, I can predict some cucking. Even when I was a fucking teenager and didn't know what it was, it's like, this feels like cucking. So I put it down, Googled it, and went, okay, it's cucking, and threw it away.
I don't know the book at all.
Sword of Truth series by Terry Goodkind. The first book is fucking brilliant. You should, if you have the chance, you should absolutely read the first book in the Sword of Truth series. You may want to skip the rest of the books, though. It depends on how invested you are, but it gets weird and it gets sadomasochistic at some point because the guy was a bit nuts. And the books start to drag on, but the first book's absolutely fucking brilliant. I highly recommend. Oh, here we go. 100 best fantasy series ever. Fuck it. Wait, I'm fully committed to this diversion. Screw you all.
Works for me.
So we've got A Song of
No.
Ice and Fire, talking about...
I say no, because the book is not finished.
I wouldn't read his work to begin with, to be honest.
It seems so
I've read some of it.
overblown.
It's quite good.
It seems overblown. It's well
Just doesn't interest
overrated.
me.
Yeah, it seems like it's been taken well and above, but yeah, it's not fucking finished. Oh, Garth Nix, fuck yeah. That's not on.
I've read some Garth Nix.
I've heard lots of good things, but oh look, there you go. It stars a female, and it's not shit. There's a lesson for you wokies. Go learn some shit from Garth Nix. I've never read it.
Clive Barker is another really good fantasy writer.
Yeah.
He generally does horror, but his fantasy stuff is really, really good too.
How the fuck is this on here? I've never even heard of it. When Leodin Akara... No, that sounds like crap.
Yeah, this sounds like a paid-for list.
Yeah. And this looks suspicious like, Africa, slaves. No, fuck off. Alex Verus by Benedict Jack. Oh, actually, yeah, that's not bad.
The Amber Chronicles by Roger Zelazny are amazing.
Chronicles of Amber. That's what I was fucking looking for. One of the many things I was looking for. The Bartimaeus sequence by Jonathan Stroud. Again, never go around to it, but I've heard that it's... Ooh, Black Company. That's something I definitely need to get around to. Apparently that's fucking brilliant. Black Magician... Oh, fuck, I've read a lot of these. Or at least some of them. Black Magician Trilogy by Trudy Canavan. Trudy Canavan's a name I've heard a lot. And oh, look, a female main character, and I believe it's not shit. Yes, Eragon is a great book. The writer still needs his head kicked in for the end of the series. If you...
I've never read any of those books, but I've heard
highly
really good things about the book series compared to the movie.
No, the book series. Not the book series, the first book. The first book is brilliant. The ending will make you want to strangle the fuckwit. It's not the worst, but... spoilers. Fucking spoilers. Boreal Moon by Julian May. Yeah, well, that looks like some just crap that doesn't belong there. Never seen this crap.
I quite like Terry Pratchett's writing, personally.
Yeah, Pratchett was awesome.
I need to get around to reading the Terry Pratchett stuff. Just,
who's the guy who wrote, oh god, now it's escaping me. Piers Anthony. His stuff is good as well.
Not sure.
He's got two kind of threads of fantasy books. He's got the Incarnations of Immortality series.
Oh yeah.
And then he's also got like the slightly closer to Pratchett-esque thing. Xanth.
Incarnations of Immortality is interesting. I find it extremely slow though, but it's very, very interesting, and it's extremely different. I don't think there's anything else like it.
I didn't find it slow myself, but yeah, I could see how you could.
Yeah.
Earl in the chat is trying to be all classicist on us. Oh, the Count of Monte Cristo. That's not a fantasy story, Earl.
Here we go. Here we fucking go. N.K. Jemisin. Here we go, you stupid woke cunts. It's a black woman.
Oh,
Go ask her how you write a good fucking story. Stupid cunts.
never heard of her.
I don't think I've done much, but I do know that she is considered a good writer. So they can go learn from fucking her how to write a story. The Broken Empire. I swear that I started reading that and dropped it for some reason. I can barely remember. Also, half of these are... What's that? You've signed up for Kindle Unlimited? This is free. Fuck off. This is just crap. Chicago... No, fuck off. Chronicles of Narnia. There you go.
Yeah, go with the classics.
Yeah, Chronicles of Narnia. There's something for you. Oh, Chronicles
Thomas
of
Covenant is supposed to be really good as
by
well.
Stephen R. Donaldson. Again, I couldn't really get into it when I tried to read it, but who knows? Maybe I'd find it differently. Well, the main character is a bitter, getting towards his 40s, angry loser. So maybe now they'll have something in common with him. I'll find it more interesting.
Yeah. And if you're into like that kind of mid-brow fantasy stuff, I mean, the old TSR novels, the old Dragonlance novels, anything by R.A. Salvatore from that area, if you're looking at the Drizzt Do'Urden and stuff. The Codex Alera by Jim Butcher. I've actually never read much of it. Jim Butcher
you owe it to yourself
both
to
mine
read.
Trim's favorite author.
But you owe it to yourself to read the Codex. Oh, fuck me, Dad. I've never put it together that he writes that as well. They're so completely different in genre. But the Codex Alera is fucking brilliant.
Yeah, he's got another world that he's kind of building now. It's kind of a steampunk sort of post-apocalyptic thing. The Cinder Spires.
Yeah. But yeah, Jim Butcher is brilliant, and I highly recommend the Codex Alera. And the final book actually wraps shit up, which is a nice change from most authors.
Yeah, and he's getting to that point now with the Dresden Files as well. He's getting close to the last book.
I have a feeling most authors want to keep their stuff going as long as possible because they make more money from a series that continues.
Dresden Files is really good.
Yeah,
but it suffers from mid-series drag almost fatally in some of the books.
Well, I mean, even the TV
I can see that, but he makes up for it with really good jokes in my opinion.
Yeah, like he's really good, and you actually like his characters. Like, most of us here probably violently identify with Harry Dresden. I've had enough of your shit. I'm not playing by your fucking rules. Oh, it takes however long to cast a spell. Fuck you, I've got a gun.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, this is how you cast Magic Missile, motherfucker.
Magic Missile. Harmony Hammer, back up.
Yeah. I like my Magic Missiles lever action. Thank you very much.
I like mine full auto.
You can magic miss me with that shit.
Yeah.
Oh.
God. Codefire by Silas Friedman. No, nothing about it. This is just going to be some generic
don't read anything
crap.
by L.A. Banks. It's trash.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell from the fucking cover.
Yeah, especially considering they have the
Oh my god,
look,
we've got Chad Chin and a fucking wolf in the background. God, can you tell? Okay, so it is a hunky werewolf smut fest.
No, hang on, Bezic. Look at the author's name on that book cover,
fuck.
and look at the name. Yeah.
They fucked up. It's the wrong author. But I imagine that this crap is no different. Oh, yeah.
Probably not, no.
Special Ops Soldier, Sasha True. Oh, God. Kill them for the surname alone. And so this stupid slag does blah, blah, blah. Some beings are too beautiful to be contained both within herself and underworld. Lycanthropy, it's fucking hunky werewolf, sexy vampire smut.
Yeah. Which one of Laurel K. Hamilton's series, the Meredith Gentry series, is kind of smut, but it's actually got a lot of really good fantasy elements in it, and the smut doesn't exactly take over. It's kind of integrated into the magic system of the book.
Yeah. Crown of Stars. Well, other than that, again, it's the wrong fucking cover. But yeah, I haven't heard anything bad about Kate Elliott, but it's generic fantasy.
Yeah, who put this story together? Because again, they have the wrong book there.
Yep.
For that dagger and coin.
That's again the wrong bloody book.
Yeah.
But at least it's the right fucking author.
Journalists.
Yeah. Well, it's just
Keep forgetting chat can't see me doing that.
this article is just a click our Amazon affiliate link. No, go into the description of this video and click our Amazon affiliate links. But yes, Daniel Abraham, Dagger and Coin, Long Price Quartet. It's been on my to-read list for like a decade. Dark is Rising, Susan Cooper. No idea, know nothing about it. Well, at least... Oh, God, okay. Yeah, maybe.
I would put the Dark Tower on the list.
Yep. I know that the Dark Tower itself is supposed to be a really brilliant book, but I hear that it gets mediocre as it gets mediocre as Stephen King gets older and dumber.
And more woke, yeah.
Yes. Like I said, dumber.
There is actually a fairly decent self-insert scene with King later on in the series, and it's kind of handled okay, but you can tell it's a clear ego stroke.
Yeah. Unfortunately...
Oh, yeah, Charlene Harris's Sookie Stackhouse series, what True Blood was based on. Yeah, Total Blackout. You're absolutely right. Those are good books.
I've never read them, and I don't think they're my thing, but I have heard they're supposed to be really good. Especially if you're into that. But yes, I don't think Stephen King's written anything good in the last decade and a half.
I think he's hit and miss. Yeah.
But yeah, more of his politics seems to seep in as years go by.
Like he finished the Dark Tower because his fans kept giving him a hard time about it.
Oh, so he's a pussy.
Well, that and the fact that he was struck by a friggin' van and almost died.
Harden the fuck up.
Only a van. I mean, come on, what a pussy.
Yeah, I mean,
but did you die? A Deed of Paxnarian by Elizabeth Moon. I've heard that the Paxnarian universe is kind of okay-ish. But, oh, yeah, here we go. Paxnarian, aka Pax, finds herself locked in an undesirable arranged marriage, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's not going to be ours. Demon Cycle by Peter V. Brett. I got partway through Warded Man. Actually, no, I think I got partway through Desert Spear and abandoned it because it's mediocre as batshit. Oh, hey, here's something good for a change. Discworld by Terry Pratchett.
Yeah, that deserves to be way higher on this list.
Yeah. Highly recommend Discworld.
I don't necessarily think... I was going to say, I don't think this is necessarily a ranked list, though.
No, it doesn't appear to be. At least not correctly ranked. Oh, yeah, no. Here we go. N.K. Jemisin again. I mean...
Did you say you've read some of her work, Bezic?
I swear, I don't know if I have. I might have, but I haven't. I've heard that she's okay-ish. And hey, she's a black female, so maybe she can teach these idiots at Amazon something. They might actually listen to her.
True. They certainly won't listen to Jim Butcher.
Never mind, she wrote the novelization for Mass Effect Andromeda. Burn it to the ground.
Oh, well, in that case, never mind. Yeah, they certainly won't listen to Jim Butcher, a straight, white, pro-fatherhood male.
Yeah.
That's disgusting behavior.
Yes, terrible. Pro-family, pro-fatherhood.
Total Blackout says, fuck the ending to Dark Tower.
Pro-responsibility.
You mean the Dark Tower series or the book The Dark Tower? I assume you mean the series. But, yeah. Oh, here we go. Earthsea Cycle, Ursula K. Le Guin. If you want to talk about one of the most raved about series, it's Earthsea.
Yeah, they even made I can't remember if it was a mini-series or an actual full-on movie. It was actually half decent as well.
I'm certain they did an adaptation of it, but I can't and remember it. I know nothing about it. Oh God, some woman good have sex bullshit. Empire by Raymond Feist.
Raymond Feist is good. Yeah.
Yes, read all the Raymond Feist you can get your hands on. Some of his stuff is slow, but he's never. I don't think I've read anything of his that's bad. Yeah, Rift War.
Yeah, I've
you
read
need
some of the
you
Rift War
need
cycle.
some
Those are really good.
serious fucking commitment to get through Rift War. He's a good writer, but my God, does Rift War drag, especially with the constant changing of fucking characters and shit. But yeah, it's good. But you need you need some serious commitment to get through it. It's a slog. Yeah, here we go. Farseer by Robin Hobb. Robin Hobb's written a bunch of brilliant bloody works. And look, woman, but yeah, it's like so much brilliant stuff.
Here I am, the unlearned of the group.
So we're going to stick you in a box with trim and we're going to beat you with books until you fucking learn something.
I never really read a lot of fantasy novels, that's all.
Yep, here we go. Joe Abercrombie's First Law. If you like yourself some sword fighting. Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Yep, here's another one. Guy Gavriel Kay has written a bunch of stuff that's interesting. Though most of their good stuff is done with...
He's Canadian. Huh.
Surprising that he's made anything good then. Yeah, they've done a bunch of shit, but...
Yeah, and I mean, because I've been reading fantasy so very long, I mean, I've read stuff that would never appear on a list made by someone under 40. Things like the Guardians of the Flame series by Joel Rosenberg.
Yeah, I can't say I've heard of it. Oh God, what do we got?
It's worth reading.
Yeah, we've got more generic woman empowerment bullshit. Woman empowerment. Not even. This isn't even a woman empowerment bullshit. It's she fantasy, and it's crap. His Dark Materials by Philip Pullman.
They were fun. I enjoyed them.
Yeah.
They're more kids' books than anything.
Okay, that's the one the Golden Compass comes from.
Yes, it's the one the absolutely abysmal movies that come from.
Yeah.
Though I can't remember if the movies are shit in their own right or if they're shit as adaptations.
They're not actually that bad. Adaptations. But the TV series was much more faithful. And the thing is, the film, The Golden Compass, ended before the end of the book, so you never really got any consequences that led to the next story. And they got rid of a lot of the stuff that people thought, like, basically they thought there was a lot of commentary about religion when it was more about commentary about innocence.
Yeah.
It's a weird one.
And we've got more slut fiction, and then we have, The Inheritance Cycle, featuring Aragon. And my lord... The series does not live up to the first book. He was just shitting the later books out for money. They weren't hitting passion, and my God, would it kill a man to wrap up a fucking series properly? Apparently, it would kill Christopher Paolini. The ending is extremely dissatisfying. Yep, here we go.
You see why I'd be the one in chat is asking if Conan counts as fantasy. Giant snakes and witches who turn into fireballs when you won't fuck them. Yeah, I think that probably counts as fantasy.
Yes.
By Grom. Of course it's fantasy.
The Inheritance Trilogy, again, N.K. Jemisin. Like, she's written a bunch of shit, and I haven't heard anything bad about, but that doesn't mean much, because...
Oh, God. Cassandra, I can't help but insert myself into everything I've ever
God, I
written.
hate... Yeah, Cassandra Clare's just crap.
Yeah.
Why? Because she ate the real author known
Oh,
as Cassandra Clare.
you sure that's not just George Martin with a shave and a wig?
Yeah, look. The Shadow Hunter, Mortal in blah 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 blah. Just
Yeah.
crap. It's all just crap. Oh my god, purple haired fat cunt. So if you want to read 37 books with no plot, skill, or effort, all about feminism, go for it.
And yes, you see why I beat a one. Conan is in fact the most based fantasy.
We have
There's
more.
a scene in one of the comics that I absolutely loved where he's just wailing on a bunch of men with a sword, and one of the guys, one of the speech bubbles is, he fights like a man possessed, and Conan responds, I fight like a man.
Yeah.
And we have more slut fiction. And then we have
Of
Gentlemen
course we do.
Bastards by Scott Lynch, which I've heard is supposed to be good, but every time I read the blurb, I go, don't care. Like, it's just anti-hero shtick, is my understanding of it from the blurb. But your mileage may vary.
Gormenghast.
Okay. I think we've just departed by about 50 years.
Yeah, because that's an older fucking book.
We've suddenly...
It's the Addams Family meets a Jane Austen novel? Oh dear fuck.
Oh my... No. Fuck that. Gormenghast, Mervyn Peake. Yeah, starting in 1946.
Oh wow.
Yeah, we've just dramatically departed.
Yeah, we're on a whole new road now, Billy.
We're only about 60 years difference to the oldest of the others.
Well, I'm sure Lord of the Rings will appear on this list somewhere.
Oh, these ones. I think I read the first book in this series, and it was, well, I finished it, but I can remember nothing about it because I think I went into the, well, that wasn't a waste of time. Ah, shit, I've forgotten everything about it box.
Hmm. Rick Riordan, isn't that the guy who writes the Percy Jackson stuff?
Yes, yes, it is, and
Okay, I've never heard of this series.
no, oh, this is his like prequel sequel, kind of running at the same time series. Oh, it's basically Percy Jackson but Egyptian.
Hmm.
Look like a Grecian,
Yeah.
I guess.
Yes.
Walk like a Sumerian.
Do not ever watch the Percy Jackson movies. The
Again.
books we're probably all too old to enjoy reading for the first time.
If I recall correctly, I believe one of the Percy Jackson movies is one of the few films I've seen where Sean Bean doesn't die.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you wish the whole movie was dead.
That's probably why it's a bad movie. Sean Bean didn't die in it.
Hey, Prometheans here.
Yeah, hail heels. I'm surprised we haven't had anything from, oh god,
Yes,
American
Billy,
Gods. Neil
Conan the
Gaiman.
Barbarian. If you'd been paying attention, you will notice that when it came
Yeah.
up in chat.
Neil Gaiman, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, that's fantasy. If all the slut fiction we've been scrolling past counts.
Yep.
Never heard of this crap. Ken Savasky. The Bane of Verold, apparently. Well, that sounds far more interesting than a lot of stuff. Oh, but look, it's more slut fiction. Here we go. Garth Nix, Keys to the Kingdom.
Garth Nix is good too.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember. I swear I started reading Keys to the Kingdom, but because I was reading them in the period they were coming out, by the time the next ones had come out, I was too old to read them. But yeah, Garth Nix is a brilliant writer, but I think I think he made the fatal mistake of writing his sequels to the same demographic as the first book, which is a
Oh
problem
yeah.
when your demographic keeps aging, but your target demographic is the same as the first book. So all your audience who liked the first book have aged out of it, and now you're screwed. King Chronicles, Patrick Rothfuss. I've heard good things, but I've also heard that it just drags on. And
I've read one of the Iron Druid series. I think it's Patrick Rothfuss writes those, and yeah,
yeah,
it's
I'm
a
pretty sure
dragger.
it is. Yeah, I've heard that King Chronicles is a dragger, but apparently there's some really good writing in there, in amongst the dragging. Like
Well, it's
I'm
kind of like the
pretty
Dresden Files, right?
yeah, I'm pretty sure this is where we get things like. No, that's June. I was about to start saying death is the mind killer. No, we've got something else in this one about fear and things, but apparently there's some really good writing in it.
And one could make the case for Dune being fantasy because of when it was written, the level of scientific understanding that the author had is kind of
I
limited.
wonder if June's not in the public domain yet, is it?
I don't
No,
think so.
Herbert's only been dead since like the 80s.
I'd consider it fantasy.
It's like low science fiction, but yeah,
Yeah, but sci
considering that it's immediately turns into swords and shields.
it is science fantasy more than anything, I would say, rather than science fiction.
Yeah, he died in '86. Yeah, so it's well and truly in copyright. I swear I thought June was older than it was. It's only 65. Fuck, I thought it was like way older than that.
No, and plus the series was carried on by his son
Yeah,
as well. So
yeah. Uh, and Callum's like, what percentage of this last is smart and the rest fantasy? I'm thinking 50% at least. Oh yeah, it seems to quite easily be 50% smart. Speaking of, we
I'm
again
thinking we're
have
probably closing on 66.
we then have slut fantasy again. Jacqueline Carey, Keisha's dart. I don't know. I I think I may have picked it up once and immediately gotten bored. Oh look, we have black people fiction, moving rapidly along.
Brent Weeks.
The Lightbringer series.
I don't know if it's this one. It might be, but I've read one series by Brent Weeks that I really loved. It was about an assassin.
Yes, that
I
is
don't think
correct.
it's this one. I think it's a
It
different
is
one.
definitely not this one, but that's correct. He has definitely written that.
Yeah.
Night Angel, yes, Night Angel is really good.
Night Angel. There you go. Thank you.
The Night Angel trilogy is really, really good for assassin fiction.
Yeah, it's a very fast read too.
Yeah.
Or at least I found it was, but I don't know.
Yeah, Magic Assassins. I can't remember if the ending was worth going through all three books though. Because I can't remember fuck all about this. Is like shit I read 10 years ago.
Yeah, I remember thinking it was good, but I don't remember the ending, which probably tells me that it didn't wrap up very well.
Yeah.
Blackout is losing his shit at me. Brian Herbert's trash isn't canon. Well, he did do the Butlerian Jihad and quite a few other stuff. Like some of it I know he was being original with, but if I recall correctly, some of it was kind of a Tolkien-esque sort of carry on from notes.
Yeah,
So,
he did get
yeah.
given some notes. He didn't get loads, as far as I remember.
No, it's not like what's his tits that finished the Wheel of Time, who basically had
Sanderson.
not like Brandon Sanderson, who had like 80% of a book given to him.
Yeah.
80% of 2 books or something. Long Price Quartet by Daniel Abraham. I think that goes in the category. I know nothing. I mean, it's supposed to be good because it's Daniel Abraham.
Question. Tristan is asking us a technical question. When the estate of an author writes a sequel series, does that affect when the original IP becomes public domain? No.
No, it does not. Which is why Disney keeps fucking with the copyright law every 25 years or so.
Yep.
The reason...
Speaking of, I think they just changed Canada's copyright law to change it from 70 to 90. Yeah, they added 20 years to pricks.
Yeah, because Walt Disney would have... It's probably... it's probably coming up time for it, Walt Disney's stuff to run out. Because remember, as soon as the copyright runs out on the first thing, you can use the mouse.
Yep.
Because he died. Oh, fuck me, dead. He died in 1966. That late?
Yep.
Hold on. I'm
Well,
trying to do some math
if by
here.
died you mean had his head frozen.
Hold on a second.
Oh, God.
He was only born in 1901.
Walt? Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, I swear he was. I swear he was popping out, shitting out movies in the 1910s. Like, I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean anything.
I think Steamboat Willie was in the 20s.
Yeah.
So he was very young.
Okay, Snow White was 37.
Yeah.
What's the copyright? Yes. I think it's something like I think copyright is something ridiculous for corporate stuff. Oh, the Walt Disney Corporation has the copyright rather than Walt Disney himself.
Yeah.
But
Which means they'll never surrender it.
But it also means unless they do something really fucky with it, less than 2 decades left on it. 1937.
True. Oh, Tolkien finally popped up.
Yep, took that fucking long for Tolkien to pop up.
Yeah, this is
why.
clearly not a ranked list.
Yeah.
In what sane world does anyone put, and no offense to either author, but in what sane world does someone put Terry Pratchett ahead of Lord of the Rings? I'm sorry, no. And I love both those series deeply, but no.
Yeah, we really need to revert copyright law to something like 25 years, like it is for patents.
Well, even if it was only 10 years after the author's death or something, I'd be
Well,
fine with that.
it shouldn't be at all after the author's death. Fuck that shit.
Fair.
Well, I think it should be, no, scratch that. It should be something like 25 years from when it was created / first published. Even if the author dies. Because it would really suck if you had a famous author who wrote something and a year later died and all of a sudden it's now in the public domain. But 75 years after death?
Yeah, no, that's too far.
The kids are dead by then.
Well, the grandkids are getting pretty old by then.
Yeah. Lunar Chronicles. Oh, God. Okay, we're fucking with fantasy, with the traditional novels. That's going to be crap. Lioness Trilogy by Jack Vance. That's complete dog shit. You can just tell. Magic Ex Libris by Jim C. Hines. Oh, that's some absolute fucking dog shit cover work. Inkart. Did he write Inkart?
Probably not.
Yeah, probably not.
I think it's a reference.
No, Inkart's an actual fucking movie. Fuck off. I must be confusing it with something else.
And another author we haven't seen yet, Moorcock.
Yes. I never heard of him. And on the list, have they? What's the name?
Of the author I just mentioned?
Yeah.
Michael Moorcock, the Elric series. Also known as Razor Fist's favorite writer.
Uh-huh. Wow. So what? Can't say I've ever heard of him. Born in 1939.
Really?
Elric of Melniboné and the Eternal Champion.
Yep.
Apparently,
There's
it's a
supposed to be an
deliberate
accent on the E at the end of Melniboné. Yeah.
A deliberate reversal of cliches found in fantasy adventure novels inspired by the works of Tolkien. Oh, would be interesting.
Wait, what? Inspired by Tolkien?
A deliberate reversal of cliches found in the fantasy novels
Okay.
inspired by Tolkien. Oh God, here we fucking go. It's this stuff.
Yep. Yeah, it's absolute pulp.
This is some proper pulp fiction,
Oh yeah.
as in should be pulped. Here we go. Malazan Book of the Fallen, Stephen Erickson. Yeah,
I've read one thing by him and didn't care for it.
I think that goes into the. Oh God, there's like 73 books, and I don't care about any of
Yeah.
them. There's
Yeah,
literally
that's
10
in
of
the.
them.
Oh, I read the first book and it was garbage, so I'm not going to bother.
Boring, 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 boring. Boring. Can you actually tell me something about the fucking series, you more? My lord, you sucks. I want to learn about the book. Okay, Goodreads, tell me shit. Gardens of the Moon, come on. The Malazan let me just
Actually, I
drag
think
it
that's
over.
the one I've read.
Well, considering that is the first book in the series, that's probably a good shout. Malazan Empire simmers with discontent. Bled dry, but bored already.
When was that published?
In the early 90s.
Yeah, so I would have read that in high school.
First published, late 90s. First published 1999.
Oh, okay. That was after I
Oh
was out of
God,
high
right,
school.
what do we got? Empress Lacine's rule remains absolute, enforced by her Dreadclaw assassins. For Sergeant Whiskey Jack, oh my lord, and his squad of bridge burners, and for Tatasal, surviving cadre majors. Oh my God, I'm bored shitless already.
That's what I didn't like about the book, was the fucking names. Nobody was named Ed.
Like, here's popular answered questions. I loved A Song of Ice and Fire. Will I enjoy this? Also, is it as confusing as some people say it is? So the response is, I think people are being overly nice to this book. Disclaimer, I enjoyed it, but I don't think it's 5 stars. Problems. The names in Song of Ice and Fire make sense. They belong in the world that created. The names in this book don't make sense. Sorry, Stuart, Quickburn, Gano's parent, a whole Bedict, Taishran, Onas, Tulin, Lacine. The names don't have any conformity. It's like a 5-year-old trying to make up words. Oofed! Second, the writing style of detailed characters and plots twisting every this way. That is not literary genius. Yeah, so it seems incredibly mediocre for having 10 books.
I think that would have been the period where fantasy was a lot of the agencies and things thought fantasy was the next big wave, and they jumped on a bunch of different authors to give them multiple book deals.
Yep.
Tad Williams, I think, also benefited from that particular fucking thing.
Tad Williams, but yeah, memory, sorrow, and cucking. I mentioned this earlier. You can smell it coming partway through the second book. The bad guy's gonna fuck his wench, isn't he? 3 guesses. Yes. Nope, not into that shit. Main character's not fucking hard, and one of these days I need to sit down, and I'll probably kidnap you for this, Ardent, and write my thesis on the main character, on working title, The Main Character's a Fucking Retard Syndrome.
Yeah, sounds like a good choice.
Yep.
Which affects a bunch of shows that could potentially be great. How I Met Your Mother.
Yeah.
Scrubs.
Yeah. Subtitled, why the fuck would you do that to your own characters?
Yes. But, like, I hate stupid main characters, which is why I can't watch Scorpion. It's why I can't watch Scrubs. It's why I can't watch How I Met Your Mother. It's why I was going to say it's why I can't watch Big Bang Theory, because what's his nuts, not Sheldon, is a fucking retard. But no, that's just happens to be, we're supposed to be geniuses, but we're all fuckwits. Oh yeah, Scorpion
Oh,
also suffers from that problem, but the main
yeah,
specific character is a fucking retard, and then all his collection of we're geniuses are all fucking retards.
I agree. I agree. Scorpion's fucking awful for it. And there are always some fucking, oh, we're suddenly gonna get out of this last minute because of some contrivance. It's like you're literally Deus Ex Machina every time, and that's meant to
Juice
be
X
intelligent.
cocksucker.
Mm. Anyway, I need to get going, because I have dinner on its way.
All right, sir. Enjoy
Yeah,
your
at
food.
least MacGyver had a stick of gum and a fucking toothpick, right?
God, I can't stand MacGyver either.
I know.
MacGuffin, you mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
literally. It's actually that's it. It's literally MacGuffin, the TV show. And God forbid you watch the reboot.
Mm. All right, guys. It was nice chatting. Hope you have a lovely stream.
Okay,
All
take it
right,
easy,
see you
Crow. Have
later,
a good
Crow.
day.
Look.
Since we mentioned MacGyver, I want to ask the chat: what do you prefer, old MacGyver or new MacGruber?
Magooba. Yes. Oh, look, it's Patricia Briggs again with more slut fiction.
Yeah,
Hey, Mistborn, Brandon Sanderson.
I've never read that one. I've read what was the
I,
Sanderson one I read that wasn't Wheel of Time.
he has
I
other
can't remember for
books?
the life of me. Yeah, yeah.
Hold on. Wikipedia, rescue us.
Now you're definitely asking for the wrong. You're asking the wrong police for help.
Fuck's sake, which retard is responsible for this Wikipedia article? Cosmere, Infinity Blade, Legion.
Legion, I think.
Then he did some young adult bullshit. Alcatraz. Alcatraz versus the evil librarians. There you go. Apparently, Brandon Sanderson's actually pretty based.
From what I understand, yeah.
Because apparently he hangs out with Shadiverse and occasionally consults him on shit.
Oh, that's neat. I haven't read Shad's book. Have you read it?
I should at some point to see if it's as good as his community hypes it up to be.
Hmm.
I mean, I'm sure it's far better than anything self-published in the last 20 years. But that's not saying much. Mistborn. Apparently it's good, but I just can't be fucked reading about the stupid female main character. I don't know. Modern Fairy Tales by Holly Black. Oh god. Imagines modern heroines and mythical
Yeah, yeah. They're all Ray.
Yes, the Chronicles of Rainier.
Yeah.
Hey, cool. The Airborne Panic says Sanderson recently announced he's not putting his new books on Audible in protest of the shit rates they give authors. Sweet.
Nice.
If someone as big as him starts doing that, that's going to really kick him in the teeth. Monarchies of Gold, never heard of it. City of Bones. Oh, look, it's Cassandra Clare, another
Yeah, it's
idiot
Cassandra Clare
who
again.
can't write for shit.
Oh, there you go.
Hey,
There's
Nine
Brent
Angel
Weeks again.
Brent Weeks.
Billy in the chat is asking if anyone is a fan of Oz. I'm actually thinking I might do some L. Frank Baum audiobooks because he's been gone for more than 70 years now.
Yes, all his shit should be well and truly in the public domain.
Yeah.
I think the movie's in the public domain. Hang on, let me check on that. Because if it is, we need to do a watch party. Oh, fuck, 39. No, boo.
What is it, 75 years
No, I've not.
for films?
I think it's something weird for corporations.
Oh.
Hold on, let me check. The internet will tell me this because there's probably a bunch of people waiting for it to fall into the public domain.
Yeah, problem.
Yes, we know it's owned by MGM, but when does it expire, you fuck? You retards. It's a
Total
fucking
Blackout points
astounding.
out there'd be 64 hours of Oz books.
What an absolutely shit article. It's like, is The Wizard of Oz in the public domain? Basically, no, and then it spends 5 hours waffling shit and doesn't bother to tell us when it actually enters the public fucking domain.
Wow.
Hey, here we go. Wikipedia. Copyright status of The Wizard of Oz and related works in the United States. Starting in 2019, a book has entered the public domain every year.
Nice.
Oh my god. Barring another exchange of copyright terms, all of the famous 40... Holy shit, will be in the public domain by 2059. That's a bit of a wait. Oh, well, it's including people that aren't L. Frank Baum, or fuck all of them then. Who cares?
Yeah.
Yeah, all the books that Baum wrote are in the public domain.
Awesome.
And no one else matters.
No.
What about the movies?
1939 film. 1939 version of The Wizard of Oz, the most well-known adaptation. Eighth Circuit ruled that any adaptations aspects developed under copyright.
Outstanding. It tells us absolutely fucking nothing. Oh,
Yeah.
95-year term. From 1967, 95. Apparently. Entering the public domain in
From
2035.
67. Cunts.
Yeah. Like, fuck off. Fuck off. You do not get 95 years on a fucking film.
No, that's not right.
Should barely even get 20.
Jesus, doesn't that still keep Nosferatu under?
Probably.
And they just released like the 100th anniversary. No, okay, they just released the 100th anniversary of that not too long ago. Never mind. But then again, who wants to do a watch party of Nosferatu?
Yeah. Speaking of slow and desperate.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you keep things running? I need to step away real quick.
Sure. I'll have a quick look here. Read Z Discovery blog Best Fantasy Series.
I will flick you the link in case you want to bring it up.
That'll work.
Reading ease.
And we were down to 72. Okay, let's get through this nice and quick here. Oh, come here, you cunt. I whacked my middle button a little too hard. There we are. Night Angel by Brent Weeks. Oath of Empire by Thomas Harlan. Never heard of this guy. 4 stories come together in this series about Rome, but with sorcery. Brutal battles are waged for control of the Empire. Not bad. 73 and 74. Percy Jackson and the Olympians is 74. Not something I'm terribly interested in. Something called Powder Mage comes in at number 75 here. And that sounds very interesting because it's being described as a flintlock fantasy. So out and went, if you give a wizard a gun, it doesn't matter how long it takes his enemy to cast a magic spell. Oh, okay, this is interesting. They can extract magic from gunpowder. That's very interesting. Set in the early stages of the Industrial... I'm going to write that one down. Powder Mage by Brian McClellan. Sorry for the dead air there, folks. I'm just making sure I have a note of that. Let's see. Someone named Maggie Stiefvater. It's the Raven Cycle. If Blue ever kisses her true love, he will die.
Right. I am back. Hold on, let's see.
Okay, I'm down to 77, The Red Queen by Victoria Aveyard.
Before we get there...
Take a look at Powder Mage.
Yes, I tried reading that. It did not go well. I'm
slow or...
I can't remember, but it was extremely meh. But hey, apparently Brandon Sanderson thinks it's plain awesome. So maybe it was just something that teenage Bezic couldn't give a flying fuck about. It might be worth a reread.
That could be fair. Yeah, I have to take my turn to run away for a minute.
All right.
I'll be right back.
So what do we have? Raven Sight.
No,
Oh,
give me about
God.
5.
Maggie Stefater. Blue Chris is actually love it. Yeah, well, that sounds horrifically boring. Red Queen by Victoria Aveyard. I swear I've heard that name before. People who divide by blood. Red is common, silver class, lower class, white silver blood indicates. Okay, yep. It indicates royal lineage. Barrow is a red-blooded commoner, but with powers around the control of the silvers. To placate her, they allow her into their upper. Oh my god, that's horrifically boring. Oh, Redwall, shit. Yeah, the king of the fairies, with the anthropomorphic animals. Landmark children's fantasy series revolves around the animals of Mossflower Woods. Mice, squirrels, badgers, foxes, snakes, ravens, and more must live together in harmony or else fight for the fate of the forest and their own lives. Yes, let us give the rodents sword and shield and see how that works out against the snakes. Riddle Master by Patricia A. McFinley. Celtic-inspired world of lands ruled. Okay, that sounds horrifically boring. Oh yeah, here we go, the Rift War cycle again. Rivers of London. Yes. Let us introduce you to the blackest black policeman that ever blacked the magic parts of London. It's actually not that bad because, but, why did you make him black? It would have been so much better if you hadn't, but it's not shit. But it's not terribly great either, and it's got like 27 books or something now. Oh yeah, the rivers are magic, and occasionally their avatars pop up to talk to the guy. Ooh. My god, this is a dog shit. Fuck. God, why does no one ever run a Wikipedia article? So what we got? We've got like 13 bloody books. Yeah. Talk about dragging things out for the dollars. However you pronounce this, like the Ryria Revelations by Michael J. Sullivan. Yeah, that's another one of the ones where I think, ooh, this sounds cool. Then I actually read the blurb and go, yeah, that's boring as balls. Who knows? It may be worth actually attempting to read one day. Ah, here we go. Ellie Modicet, Saga of Recluse. This universe, magic exists in two forms, order and chaos. Black mages can channel order, white mages can channel chaos. That's an interesting version. Grey mages can do both, though they're very rare. Very rare. Series which spans 2,000 years. Yeah, it's a bit of a problem when you start spanning 2,000 bloody years, though, again, I've heard that it's pretty good, but I can't guarantee that I've ever read it. This I'm pretty sure I've heard of. The Prince of Nothing by R. Scott Bakker, who I'm sure thinks we're in a bunch of things that are all astoundingly mediocre. Let me get him up and I say this Prince of Nothing. Fascinating because the main character's powers aren't derived from a magical source, but rather from logic and reasoning. Oh, he's an insufferable twat. That explains a lot about why no one cares. God, it's another bloody Canadian author. Why did we bother to teach Canadians how to read and write? They've only used it for evil. Tristan says the Recluse books are weird. Epic fantasy, then the protagonist stops to become a woodworker, then epic fantasy, then stops to learn tailoring. The crafting parts are the good parts. Oh, well, that's damning. That's very damning. Da, da, da. Yeah, okay, yeah. So, Ascot Backer stuff is just yoker crap. Seven Wars by Juliet Marillier. Told from the perspective of several generations. Yeah, refreshingly female-focused fantasies. Okay, cool. It's woman, 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 isn't woman great? Fuck off. Shades of Magic by V. Schwab. Magician Kel has the ability to travel among 4 different parallel Londons: grey, red, white, and black. His life has always been one. Yeah, that's sounds crap. Always relying on a variety of lands to save him until one day he meets Pickpocket Delilah Bard. The two of them soon come in a plot that could either save or dismount not just one, but every landline. That sounds like exactly like the generic bullshit that I could read on a day when I just want something that's low effort. Oh, okay. Tristan, in regards to the recluse, the crafting parts are actually good. Huh. Well, there you go. Oh, look, Tad Williams has come crawling over his hole again. Shadow March. I've never heard about this one, but his other stuff is such insufferable crap that I would never bother. And then we have Shannara. I have no idea, by Terry Brooks. Which it's a massive series. Well, there's the sort of Shannara trilogy, and then there's a whole bunch of other things in the same universe. But there's definitely been adaptations made, and I know nothing about them. Oh God, Tamora Pierce. How the that's a prolific fucking female author. Just don't bother with her books. Song of the Linus. Ah, yes. Let me sneak into the castle pretending to be a boy so I can become a knight and. Oh yeah, let's have some stupid, pointless love stories and crappy sex scenes because I'm an idiot who can't avoid them. Oh hey, here's Sookie Stackhouse that was mentioned earlier by Charlene Harris. I swear I saw these in my school library back in the day. Oh god, a Song of Ice and Fire may have inspired Game of Thrones. Oh, shut up. But what inspired equally dramatic, perhaps less quickly acclaimed hate-based series True Blood? The answer is the Sookie Stackhouse series. Charlene Harris weaves an intricate saga of bloodlust and actual lust in the American South, centering around telepathic waitress Sookie Stackhouse, who gets caught up in the many complexities of the supernatural world. God, actual lust. Ugh. Kill me now, as if I want to hear about what some frigging waitresses are lusting over. Tristan, who has apparently read even more than I have, and that's not a condemnation, that's astounding, says Shania is entertaining but spoiler plate as hell. Nothing new, but it does the old stands as well as anyone. And Total Blackout says that, I assume this is the Sookie Stackhouse stuff, then not as smart as the show. Could they be? These are clearly teen fiction, while the show is just straight up smut. the spy files, SPI files. Well, that's insufferable. But we can just condemn that on the bloody pun in the title. Swan's War by Sean Russell. Yeah, I've never heard
just
of it.
a quick note on the Charlene Harris Sookie Stackhouse stuff. I think it's one of the few exceptions to the pattern where the adaptation for TV is actually better than the books.
Yeah, that's an outstanding condemnation. It's True Blood. It looks like shit.
Well, to be honest, the first season, every show ended with me going, fuck, I love this show, because it would do something totally weird at the end.
And then it caught corporate parasite itis or something.
This is Measure in the chat mentioned the RIPD. That is actually a good series.
Oh, RIPD.
It's Mike Mignola, Hellboy. It's the
oh
my. I think it's a spin-off, not so much the
Rest in Peace Department. Funny.
Yep.
Oh, that's actually a movie. Okay.
Yeah, and it's not a half bad movie. Ryan Reynolds is on it.
I mean, yeah, it looks like they've know what they've got and they've decided to go full fucking comedy with it, so
yeah,
it's probably okay. It certainly doesn't sound like you'd want to shoot yourself as a result of wasting the hours. Swan's War by Sean Russell. Never heard of it, but by judging by the cover, this has got to be 80s or earlier. No, I don't want the fucking football fuckhead.
Not to be confused with Proust. What? No.
You wouldn't confuse them with fucking Proust.
No.
Okay, come on. Swan's War. Oh, 2001. Okay, that's just a dog shit scan of the cop. Oh, because they've blatantly stolen it from Goodreads. Fair enough. Cataclysm began more than a century earlier when the King of Air died before naming an heir to the... that's some bad writing. And damned his realm to chaos. The cold-blood conspiracies of the Wren and the Wheels. Each family... Blah, blah, blah. Now Torrin Wren, leader... Oh my god, I'm bored shitless. I hope the book's better than that fucking description starts off. Oh, here we go. In the opposing domain, Elise Will's desire for freedom is to be crushed as an unwanted man. Okay, cool. That sounds abysmal. Sword of Shadows by J.V. Jones. I think this is supposed to be a literary version of that attempts to be Conan. Ash March and Rafe Severance have always known they are different. Blah, 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 blah. Abilities will ultimately bond them together, allowing them to rescue each other and potentially save everyone in the land from the wrath of the horrific Endlords. Yeah, that sounds like some formulaic schlock that I'd actually read.
Sounds a little bit like Highlander.
Temeraire by Naomi Novik. That I've definitely heard of. His Majesty's Dragon. Oh god, it reimagines the Napoleonic Wars of the early 19th century upon the back of dragons. Yep, that... hey! That sounds awful.
Yeah.
And now
it sounds trash.
Yeah. Sword of Truth by Terry Goodkind. Yeah, like I was saying. The first book is brilliant, but you'd have to rate it like an 11 out of 10 to bother continuing the rest of the books, because it very much suffers from mid-series drag, with a long diversion into the author's fascination with BDSM and mind control. But the first book's brilliant. That's so cheap that I'm not even going to bother. Traitor Sun Cycle by Miles Cameron. Yeah, that's another thing that keeps showing up in my recommendations, and I look at it and go, nope. The Red Knight is the hero of this...
I have an issue with something that's supposed to be set medieval, and they talk about genetic gifts. Yeah, I know it's still a legitimate thing to... Oh, dear God, Twilight is the next thing. Fuck. But when they use phrases that are scientifically literate for medieval literature, it kind of tells me that either the person didn't actually read this very closely,
not only is he genetically gifted and expertly trained, he's also notoriously lucky and shrewd. Oh! It's a Harry Sue.
Yes.
And then, fuck that. Throne of Glass by Sarah J. Maas. That goes in the stupid woman bucket. And fucking Wheel of Time is right here at the fucking bottom. Because whoever wrote this list deserves to be shot. Yes. Yes, Ardent's mic is being weird, but we're going to have to suffer through it. He lives in the butthole of Canada. What do you expect?
That's not fair. That's Toronto. I live on the ass end of the country, though. I'll give you that. Crackling and sputtering. Okay, I'll disconnect and reconnect and see what we got.
Do we have an Ardent back?
Yep. Is that any better?
Yeah, it wasn't terrible when you disconnected, but it must have just been some internet lag, considering that we are going from as literally close to opposite sides of the world as any two people can get without involving boats.
Yeah.
Almost literally.
Yeah, we're as close to antipodal as we're going to get at this point.
Yeah. The only way we could get closer is if we fucking went boating.
Yes.
Theodore Pinnock says, pretty sure Jordan had a fandom fetish, referring to Jordan.
Robert Jordan.
Robert Jordan. Oh, right, yeah. Sadly, I've never read Wheel of Time because I looked at those books and went, do I really want to get invested in a 372 book series when the first book is big enough to bury someone? But maybe one day. Maybe one day.
Yeah, it's one of those things where if you're just, kind of at loose ends for something to read, it's worth picking up.
Tristan says, question you can ask every Robert Jordan fan. So when did you stop reading it? Oofed. Oofed.
I'm proud to say that my penchant for commitment means that I read the entire series.
That is some commitment. That's a lot of books.
Yep. But when I started reading the series, there were only 4 or 5 books out at the time. So it was before he had had his stroke, I know that.
Well, there you go. Yeah, his strike really fucked him up, because I've heard that one of the books he basically forgets a character for the entire thing. Which is a bit of a problem.
I don't know. I think it's one of those fun little quirks that happens occasionally. The fact that he ended up leaving Matt just playing cards for an entire book.
I mean, that's certainly something different. Can't argue with that.
Theodore Pinnock's take that there's some good prose in Wheel of Time, but it's got some weird shit, like an entire section where one of the main male characters gets repeatedly raped by the matriarch of a trade city. That take is definitely different than I would have remembered that particular scene, but now that I'm thinking about it, I think you may very well be right.
Yeah, if he's right, then yeah, maybe the guy does have a fandom issue.
Oh wow, Tristan Armstrong says he got a good deal on the first editions of the first 9 books.
Oh wow, yeah.
And yeah, part of what kept drawing me was the gorgeous artwork that was on those books.
Yes. I could see buying the books just to have them on the bookshelf, because they do look gorgeous when you get all the hardcovers lined up. So yes, when I have my evil mad overlord castle, I will absolutely have a reading room with a big massive mahogany desk and floor to ceiling shelves.
Yep, that's the dream.
Theodore says, or the time when 2 of the female characters undergo a ritual to be reborn as sisters, as part of which they sit in a magic circle naked and slap each other.
God.
Oh my lord.
Yep. Yeah, that was, if I remember right, that was Egwene and Nineveh.
That sounds particularly daft.
It was. It was one of those points where I went, okay, I'm going to put this book down for a few hours and I'll come back to this when I feel like actually inflicting it on myself somewhere.
Yeah. Well, in that case, you probably wouldn't like one of the sequel books of The Sword of Truth then.
Mm. No, I've found that I tend to like, especially the pulpier stuff, I tend to like more. Stuff like Van Vogt and uh, even Asimov's pulpier stuff. Oh God, Frankenstein, really?
Yeah, so I just wanted to see what they had in sci-fi, and we've got some steaming crap from the 1600s, Frankenstein, and she did not write that fucking book.
No, that was a collaborative effort that she just happened to write down.
Yeah, We wrote it at this get together where I was the only non-author amongst a collection of professional authors, and then magically this is my book. No, one of the others thought it'd do poorly, and it's like, hey, bitch, I wrote this, but I think it'll do shit. Stick your name on it. And they're like, ah, crap. Frankenstein is also the Doctor, but we know this
Yeah.
because the monster takes his master's name. Unless, of course, you're saying that Dr. Frankenstein is a monster, which is also true.
Yeah, also true.
Journey to the Center of the Earth by Jules Verne. Where's Trim when you need to slap him?
Oh, yeah. He doesn't know who Jules Verne is?
No.
Uh,
At least I don't think he did. I'd have to go back and check the list where Bleach and I basically just yelling the names of famous authors at him for half an hour, and he's like, you don't know. You don't know.
Yeah, if I remember right, a lot of the times when you mention a book, he remembered the name of the book, but didn't know who had written it.
Yes. So yeah, you've got Journey to the Center of the Earth. Yeah, that's that's science fiction, and it's in the public domain, crucially.
Oh yeah,
and it's actually good.
Yeah, there was a series a while ago that I watched, Sanctuary, and that has a bit of the Hollow Earth stuff kind of thrown into it. It's actually really nice to see that sort of old trope of a Hollow Earth come back in the more modern era.
Yeah, it is interesting. Blatantly wrong, but interesting.
Yes.
Time Machine by H.G. Wells. Oh god, it's like I want to sneak aside and go back to that episode to see if fucking Trim knew who H.G. Wells was.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, Time Machine.
I remember because I asked him if he knew who H.G. Wells was.
Oh dear.
Yeah, Chopwood, Sanctuary, the sci-fi series. If you look back in my catalog on my channel, there's actually a review of the series there. Because I rediscovered it on Tubi not too long ago.
Oh, nice. Brave New World. I don't know if I'd consider Brave New World science fiction, but okay, fine. Same with Earth 1984. I don't know if I'd call them science fiction. They're dystopian fiction, but it's not wait. There's no science in this fiction. Why? How is it science fiction? By this logic.
Speaking of, to be fair, then that Republic of the Future that you did today, I mean, that one would technically count as science fiction as well.
Yeah, if these are science fiction, that would count as science fiction. And I don't consider that to be science fiction. It's speculative fiction. These are all speculative fiction or dystopian.
Futurism.
Yeah. Chopwood's like Brave New World is about to be historical fiction. Oh god, Monkey said that January 6th was his favourite science fiction by far. Tristan says there's science in Brave New World, but that's not the point of the book. Spetting Handmaid's Tale ends up on those two. God, I hope
it's not higher.
Yeah, more like dystopian
futurism is a fair,
The future is now. Martian Chronicles by Ray Bradbury.
I've actually never read those, but
also,
I did love
sorry,
Fahrenheit
we're putting Ray Bradbury. Yeah. Ray Bradbury is on this bloody. It's 1950, and when he died. I, Robot, Isaac Asimov. That's definitely science fiction.
Yeah.
Yeah,
anything with the word robot in it, especially if it's associated with Asimov, is sci-fi.
Asimov has an interesting writing style, we'll say the least.
Yeah.
Yeah, Foundation. Yep. Martian Chronicles. Yeah, well done, you retards. You've listed the same book twice. Here we go. Fahrenheit 451. That is very much not science fiction. At least not what I'd call science fiction. Again,
again, we're looking at dystopian futurism,
Yeah.
Oh, Chopwood says he has to go. He enjoyed the stream. Okay, take it easy.
Yeah, have a good one, man. I Am Legend by Richard Matheson.
Never read the book, but I've seen two versions of the movie adaptation. I've seen the Omega Man, and I've
yes,
seen the actual I Am Legend.
And I violently question if this counts as science fiction, but I suppose so. But again, it's apocalyptic fiction, which is its own genre. The Chrysalids by John Wyndham. Again, I think we've fallen in. Yeah.
I keep getting this one confused with the Triffids.
Yeah. The characters of the Chrysalids live in a society in which people with mental/physical abnormalities are forcibly sterilized. Oh, Canada.
Yeah.
Our hero has strange telepathic dreams, and his friend Sophie has a six-toed foot. Blah 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 blah. Okay, yeah, that's not science fiction. That's dystopian fiction.
I've actually read the next one.
Accounting for Leibowitz. Again,
yeah, I enjoyed it.
Not science fiction, at least the way I envision it. Because there's no science in this. It's post-apocalyptic dystopianism. Solaris by Stanislaw Lem. Never heard of it.
Did they make a film called Solaris that was based on this, or no?
Sure they did, but Solaris is a word that shows up a lot.
Yeah.
2002 American science fiction film that goes
Cameron.
in the bin because the first thing you fucking see is relationship. No, fuck off. Don't care.
Yeah. Stranger in a Strange Land is a classic.
Yeah, here we go. Heinlein, who's a fucking legend. Yes. Oh, and it better fucking show up if all this post-apocalyptic bullshit shows up, and Heinlein's on this fucking list. Where the fuck is Starship Troopers? You know, the one with fucking space travel.
To show up by 25.
The Man in the High Castle. Man in the High Castle is science fiction.
Alternative history.
Yeah, that's what I would have thought.
Yeah. There's Dune.
It was written in 1962, about 1962. Just if the Nazis had won.
I think the best thing Philip Dick ever did was write something that inspired Blade Runner.
If Callum's right, I'm going to find whoever wrote this list, and we are going to have very, very violent words about Buenos Aires.
Yes.
And for those who aren't watching chat, Callum's saying that, warning, it's not. Starship Troopers does not appear on this list. The fucking...
Of course not. It's
1984 fucking I Am Legend, Fahrenheit 451.
I fucking robot.
Yep. Stranger in a Fucking Strange Land by Robert Heinlein. This shit is all showing up on a sci-fi list, and we don't get the one with actual spaceships. Oh boy.
Tristan Armstrong says Man in the High Castle is isekai. That's the time-traveling man out of time thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
But that specifically suggests that there is somebody traveling there. I'm not familiar with Man in the High Castle, but unless there is someone from the right world who ends up in the wrong world, it's not isekai. That's just speculative fiction. Or an alternative history. Nephite JNF says Orson Scott Card had better sci-fi. Oh. Hey, June. Yeah, June about scrapes into sci-fi. So it's an interesting version.
Yeah, like I said earlier, it's much closer to fantasy, I think, than hard sci-fi, certainly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Another Heinlein book.
Yeah. Gregory says isekai means another one. Yes, and I would specifically... It means that someone's ended up in the wrong world. There's someone traveling between worlds, usually. Like, it may mean specifically just being in a different world, but if we're just telling the story of a different world is fantasy.
And you see why I'd be the one thinks we should comment brigade, but I disagree. I think we should leave the idiots alone and let them be idiots.
But
because they entertain us more that way.
Correct. On the isekai thing, though, I'd specifically define it as somebody is changing worlds or time periods. For example, the first isekai novel was A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court.
True. Trim.
Yes.
Getting a flashback to that golf video now.
Where they're just for like 5 minutes, Bleach and my brain's just shut down because they can't handle the sheer stupid. And then it devolves into like an hour of yelling at Trim for being a moron. Yeah, we didn't think you were being serious. You see why I've been on. Flowers for Algernon? Is it science fiction? I suppose, I guess. Maybe, but...
Well, this is science fiction as much as Limitless is science fiction.
Yeah, it's not what I'd call science fiction.
Yeah.
Because...
Or Lucy. And Lucy is more science fiction than this.
Lucy is bullshit. Worst film I've ever fucking... No, that's not true. But it is an absolutely awful film. Shit plot, shit characters, shit direction. Everything about it is shit. Ugh. Oh, here we go.
You're gonna hate me because I actually liked Lucy. I like almost everything Luc Besson does.
Eh.
I mean, The Fifth Element to start off with was really good, but
The Fifth Element's quite fun. By some...
Valerian and the City of a Thousand Planets was pretty good too, but that was a little quirkier.
Theodore says, Flowers for Algernon is an interesting book. The guy becomes a genius, but notices the intelligence of the mouse that was tested on first is declining and realizes he will eventually turn to being a retard. Eternally aware of the genius he once had, but forever incapable of ever recovering. Yeah, it definitely sounds interesting, but science fiction? It's definitely stretching the definition there if I don't see my bloody Starship Troopers. The Moon is a Harsh Mistress by fucking Heinlein again.
Yep.
2001 A Space Odyssey. Yes, that would definitely count. Sorry, Dave. Can't do that. Do androids...
the story that inspired Blade Runner.
Yep. Do androids dream of electric sheep by Philip K. Dick? I mean, yeah, it inspired Blade Runner. It's definitely worth a read. Hey, look, Ursula K. Le Guin's shown up again. The Left Hand of Darkness.
I think I may have
An alien colony that has no fixed... And we're done. No fixed gender. No. We don't put up with that bullshit here. Oh, a groundbreaking and feminist novel.
Never mind. I didn't read that one.
Dragonflight by Anne McCaffrey. This is sci-fi?
Dragons.
Yeah, it's set on a different planet than dragons.
Yeah.
Is it? It's space. It's fucking space dragons.
Yeah.
Slaughterhouse 5. Yep. Kurt Vonnegut.
That's another one I would barely put in the sci-fi category, to be honest, because like Flowers for Algernon, the science fiction aspect of it is really just the story for jumping off, or the jumping off point for the story.
Pro tip. In order to be science fiction, there needs to be fictional science in it.
Yes. Ringworld, I remember, was good.
Theodore Pinnock says, I thought, do androids dream of electric sheep inspired iRobot? It definitely inspired iRobot, and I think it also did inspire Blade Runner.
Yeah.
Because they're basically two different tellings of a very similar story.
Yeah, it's cited much more as the inspiration for Blade Runner than iRobot.
Tristan says the Shannara series is set in a far future long enough to science stop working and magic filled the void. That doesn't make Shannara a sci-fi book.
True.
Correct. Larry Niven, Ringworld. Yes, I've never read it. But, I mean, it's Larry Niven.
Yeah, I've read it a very long time ago, and I remember liking it, but... Yeah.
Oh god, here's some author names. Roadside Picnic by Arkady and Boris Strugatsky. 1972. After alien touchdown in 6 years of Earth, areas called zones begin to exhibit strange and sometimes dangerous phenomena. Okay, so it's actually some science fucking fiction for a change. Which teenager Red Short goes looking for and survive all the warnings to stay out of the zones. Through Red's ventures into the zone, Roadside Picnic compares the alien's disregard for human life to humanity's current disregard for the environment we have. Oh, it's
it's climate
fuckwit.
change.
No, no.
It's humanity bad bullshit.
Yeah. Aliens bad, humans bad, environment. Yes, shoot me.
No. Shoot yourselves.
Ursula K. Le Guin has called out of her feminist arsehole again, and we... Oh, God.
Yeah.
One is two planets. Twin planets. One is a capitalist society marked by great wealth and inequality, while the other is a socialist/anarchist paradise. No, fuck off. Just
There's the science
fuck
fiction part
right
of it.
off. Yeah, the fiction is that socialism works for more than 5 fucking minutes before everyone dies.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Before it completely decays into a fucking warlord-driven monarchy state.
Yeah. Oh, The Forever War by Joe Haldeman. That's actually good. It's interesting. Yeah, wait, which one is it?
That's the one the Chris Pratt show is based on.
Yeah, there's some utter fucking bullshit in it that I... If it's the one I'm thinking of, there's some real fucking bullshit that all of us would agree with the feminists on as being... needing to be shot in the back of the fucking head, whoever... In universe, whoever came up with some of these ideas, we would be saying next to the feminists going, yeah, this is some bullshit, so keep that in mind if you ever do choose to read it.
Yeah.
A book in which there's something that we would agree with the feminists is bad, and it's not about trans people. The Female Man and Nope!
Dahlgren, Samuel R. Delaney. I've heard good things about Delaney. I don't think it's Dahlgren that I've read.
Yeah,
I think it was
something strange.
something to do with rainbows.
Something strange has happened to the city. Is unreachable through television and radio. People can only enter by foot, and only the madmen and desperate remain in the city until a young man with partial amnesia enters the picture. One of the most influential and trippy books in the genre. Yawn. Oh, look, and here's some black sci-fi. We will throw that in the bin. Oh, it's Stephen King. That goes in the bin. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Great series of books. Questionable movies, but I hear that the radio players are utterly fucking brilliant. And even the audiobooks are pretty good.
Yeah, and again, I don't know that I would necessarily throw this in sci-fi, because this is much more of a comedy.
Yes, but they're space travel, so I guess it's sci-fi. But yes, it's primarily it's primarily comedy. Science fiction is not the primary genre.
If they're gonna put fucking Flowers for Algernon on the list, fucking Hitchhikers goes on there too.
Yeah. Recolonize Planet 5, Shikasta. What? Personal psychological historical documents relating to visit by... Bored now.
Yeah. If it says CJ Cherry, you're just better off keeping on going.
Yeah, pretty much. Down below station, yeah. Neuromancer by
Gibson.
William
Gibson knows how to write a dystopia, though.
Case a washed-up hacker is hired by a criminal and his cyborg partner to pull off one last job, which involves taking control of a global virtual reality network known as the Matrix. We told you this book was influential. Yep. Well, that's some interest. Contact by Carl Sagan.
No, he's actually the guy who wrote the original Johnny Mnemonic story. Yeah.
Contact's not fucking science fiction, is it?
What's that? Johnny Mnemonic?
No, Contact by Carl Sagan. That's not...
I'd call it science fiction. That's fair.
I suppose it's an...
They have to build a space machine sent to them by aliens, as far as they know.
Oh, it's that one. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. Yes. Here we go. Ender's Game, also Scott Card. I've heard that the books are far better than the movie. But of course...
Yeah.
Handmaid's Tale...
Of course it is.
Just...
Good call. Who put that bet out there earlier?
Who called that? Who wasn't Callum? Because I know Callum read the list earlier.
Was Tristan Armstrong. Good call, Tristan.
Yeah, Tristan. Tristan gets a... I don't know. What does Tristan get? What hypothetical meaningless reward does Tristan get?
I'll time him up for 5 minutes so we can have a break.
No. We need to give him some theoretical meaningless
there we go,
point
Tristan. Tristan wants a Marvel no prize. Deal. You get a no prize.
There you go. Tristan receives a Marvel no prize for guessing that the fucking Handmaid's Tale would be on this list of sci-fi books. Fuck me dead. And they apparently don't have Starship Troopers.
No.
Gregory wants a lap dance. Okay. You go give Gregory a lap dance.
Not a chance. Talk to the monkey.
Or the crow, apparently. Lewis McMaster
Yes.
Bujold, Shards of Honor. No.
No.
Oh, it's Volkoskin. Actually, yeah. No. Actually, it's not all bad. The Volkoskin saga is a bit better. But Shards of Honor is not bad. Not great, but it's not the worst. I mean, it's got a female protagonist, so there's only so good it can get. And it does okay.
Yeah. Here's something I'm going to disagree with. Graphic novels should not be on a list for sci-fi.
Yes.
They should be on their own list.
Yes, correct. Also, Watchmen is not sci-fi. If this is sci-fi, I want to see the fucking X-Men in the next fucking space on the list.
Yeah, that's fair.
Not sci-fi.
No.
Dean Koontz watches. Dean Koontz is interesting. He ranges from being okay to utter dog shit.
I always thought Dean Koontz was more like Stephen King, more of a horror writer than
Yes,
science fiction.
but he's done some good science fiction, I believe. Let's see.
Oh, okay.
Bibliography. We need to go to his bibliography. Oh, yes, Odd Thomas. That's interesting.
Okay, yeah.
But I can't.
I've seen that
I
movie as
don't
well. That
think
was actually half
I
decent.
don't know if. Oh yeah, it was actually pretty. It's good for some early. It is good for 2000s era stupid people sci-fi. So
Yeah, that's fair.
Hold on a second. It's not fucking sci-fi. Yeah, this is not
No, Odd
sci-fi.
Thomas is like horror fantasy.
Yeah, it's horror fantasy. Like it's psychic bullshit. But yeah, it's good for 2000s horror fantasy crap. But this is not science fiction. It's not a bad read. It does
No,
drag in some parts.
stretching the definition again.
Yeah.
And again, they still don't have Starship Troopers on this fucking list.
If they stretch this definition any further, the molecules are going to break apart and we're going to fucking form fission.
Yeah.
We're going to generate nuclear energy by stretching this definition.
Tristan is arguing. He says he thinks Dr. Manhattan qualifies it as sci-fi. No, Dr. Manhattan qualifies it as fantasy because that's Superman.
Are we going to? No, by that fucking rule, Green Lantern counts, and we get Marvel or DC or whatever the fuck it is. No, Superman.
Yeah.
What about Superman? Superman's an alien. Is that science fiction? No, fuck off.
Yeah.
It's her.
And to be fair, the Green Lantern ring, the original Green Lantern, it was magical. No, it was a magic ring. The original Green Lantern, the guy with the purple cape.
Comes back and said Green Lantern is sci-fi like Star Wars is sci-fi.
Fair. I'll agree with that. Because Star Wars isn't sci-fi; it's space opera.
Yes, very much so. So it's an interesting diversion of space opera. Actually, no, I'm not sure I'd even consider it space opera. I mean, it is a space opera, but it doesn't stand with the other space operas. It's literally a fucking heroic fantasy in space.
Fair.
I mean, it does obviously by all regular definitions it counts as a space opera, but doesn't quite tick the boxes for me, comparing it to some of the absolutely brilliant works of space operas I've read.
Yeah, true. The only thing that moves Star Wars closer to sci-fi from space opera is if you accept Lucas's cockamamie midi-chlorian explanation for how the Force works.
Yeah. I mean, it's closer to sci-fi because it's got actual spaceships doing space battles in some ways, but yeah. I don't...
It's got fucking wizards and monsters.
Yeah.
It's fantasy.
Yeah, Theodore says Star Wars is sci-fi fantasy like Dune. Well, Dune's more like
Again,
planetary fiction.
Yeah.
But yeah, what was Toad Blackout saying about what Watches is Kuhn's best book, the rest are kind of meh. Yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah.
And again, he suffers from mid-series drag,
Oh, okay.
and he ignoring putting politics aside, he is very much like what's his nuts we're talking about. Immediately go who I've just forgotten. Stephen King.
Ah, okay.
I mean, they could you could give them the same fucking writing prompts and they'd write the same book. Gregory is referencing some old anime stuff, good anime stuff, space opera like Legend of the Galactic Heroes. Now that's some fucking space opera, massive space level battles, like hundreds of spaceships on each side. Now that's some fucking space opera.
I think I may have actually seen that one.
Well, considering that I'm pretty sure it's older than you, that's good chances. Older than you by a significant chunk.
It was a TV series from 88 to 97.
Yeah.
That's not as old as I am.
Well, it's
Not
fucking
even close.
close. It's close enough. It's older than me.
Well, fair enough. I had to see some of the images from this. I think I actually do remember. Ah, wow.
It's a
This is not the one I
very
was thinking of,
no.
but
Well,
it's very similar. Yeah.
apparently they did a remake because there's a really old Legend of the Galactic Heroes, and then there's an old Galactic Legend of the Galactic Heroes.
Oh, really?
Like I mean,
Let's see what pops up here. Checking the Wikipedia.
yeah, Wikipedia. Where are the fucking
Yep, no, an anime adaptation of the novels produced by Kitty
from
Films ran 88 to
88 to
97.
97? There you fucking go. How's that for a fucking series?
Yeah, that's going to be a good friggin' slog through that for sure.
Yeah.
Apparently, there's a real-time strategy game.
Yeah, I don't think it's in English, but yeah.
No, I'm thinking of something different from way back when it was never called anime. It was still called Japanimation. At least here in the West.
Yeah. Shit.
Reminds me of
It would have been better to bring it
what's
up
that?
on.
Robotech.
It would have been better to bring it up on the fantasy list, but Record of Lodos War. If you like yourself some literally Dungeons and Dragons fighter running around with an elf, causing mayhem, solving problems, having a great time with their barbarian dwarf friends and shit, it's fucking great. I highly recommend if you can tolerate anime.
I don't necessarily mind anime if the story is worthwhile.
I think you'd like. I think you'd like
going on here.
Lodos War.
I think
But
I've looked at it before and thought
yeah.
I should watch it.
It's it's got some brilliant theme songs. Like holy shit, Japan is brilliant at theme songs.
Oh yeah. Just the instrumental ones alone, like Trigun.
Yep. Now what have we got here? Dawn by Octavia Butler. No.
Yep, no. Mm-mm.
Lilith's Brood trilogy. Yeah, no. The protagonist is a human woman who wakes up in a cell and realizes she is much further from home than she thought. Earth has become an uninhabitable nuclear wasteland and a few select human. Oh, well, I suppose it's technically science fiction, but
So it's Handmaid's Tale in space.
sounds that way. Does sound that way.
Oh God. Ian Banks. I can't remember ever
Ian and
reading anything
Banks.
by him.
The name keeps showing up. Player games the
Red
culture.
Dwarf. No.
Oh, fuck off. Dysfunctional soap opera set in space.
Oh,
Oh, Lord. Well, I suppose at least it's in space. Which is better than a lot of the shit on this list.
what's this about a dysfunctional soap opera set in space? Are you talking about Red Dwarf?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
You thought about that for a moment and then you realized, yeah, he's right.
Yeah. I'm willing to agree with that.
What was the previous one? Some utter bullshit, and I suppose it's vaguely sci-fi, but not the kind of, not what you'd expect if I told you it was sci-fi.
No.
Hyperion. Yeah, there's some sci-fi. It's different though. Oh,
Jurassic Park's fair.
yeah, I
It's
suppose, but
yeah,
it's not what I was
and
fucking
the book
expecting.
is yeah, the book makes a great larger deal of the science involved.
Yeah, I suppose it counts. At least there's some science involved in this fiction.
Yeah, if you read Michael Crichton's Sphere, the one the movie is based off of, it's much more like Event Horizon than the actual movie was.
Smoke Rise Up
This,
Forever. It's a
yeah,
collection
I'm
of
not
short
looking at
stories.
that. I'm laughing about the next one.
Oh, fuck off! No, go away.
It's a great book. It is truly a great book. It was one of the first Legends series because it was the point at which
Hmm.
uh, Lucas had finally released the copyright to people to write in because there'd been such a bad. I think it was Orson Scott Card who wrote Splinter of the Mind's Eye
Mm.
way back in the 70s, and he was not given the inside info on what was going to happen with Luke and Leia, so they're basically lovers in the entire book.
Oh my lord.
It was really creepy reading it from this side of
Yeah.
the
Yes,
the
it is the
reveal. Right?
Thrawn trilogy, Tristan.
Yeah.
A real story by Stephen R. Donaldson. A man and woman in a bar on a space station, with all the other patrons whispering over how such an ugly swashbuckler could woo and be an unfaithful woman. Oh, fine, I suppose it's science fiction, but but I think that's one of his. That sounds like it was a pay the bills book,
Mm.
rather than some of his actually good shit. The
The Sandman.
Sandman.
Oh no, that's
No,
fantasy.
no,
That's
that's
hardcore fantasy.
straight up fantasy.
Yeah.
Literal a foolhardy magician. No, no, fuck off.
And you said the word magic. That means it's not science fiction anymore, dumbass.
Yeah. Just no. No, put it in the other list we were just on. Not this one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fucking idiots. The Doomsday book.
I think I've read this one. It does deserve to be on there because it's kind of it's a bit of an isekai story actually.
Yeah, it's time travel. But she gets trapped there. Yeah, why not? It
Yep.
sounds vaguely interesting. Ammonite by Nicola Griffith. Really? Oh, okay. An anthropologist sent to a planet whose human colonists had apparently been wiped out centuries earlier. On an arrival... Oh, fuck off. They apparently couldn't notice the roving bands of natives. God. Okay, so it's stupid science fiction. The Children of Men by P.D. James. No? No.
No, it's dystopian futurism again, isn't it?
Yeah, it's dystopian futurism.
Yeah.
Dystopian futurism is not necessarily sci-fi. Snow Crash by Neil Stevenson. What fuckwit had put a katana on the book?
Katana, best sword.
From 1992,
Yeah, no.
but in the metaverse and next level internet. Oh god, go sue Mark Zuckerberg, I
What?
fucking dare you.
Oh, dude.
He has a warrior prince. Okay, so a man who delivers pizza in the real world, but in the metaverse, he's a warrior prince who tracks down computer devices that threaten to bring
When
out.
was Ready Player One written?
Better yet, when was game? What was the fucking thing? It's like Game Deck or something. Recently, yeah, Game Deck released this last fucking year. It's like, come on, guys. The Giver? No, 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 no. Fuck off. This is no, just no. This is not remotely science fiction by any stretch of the imagination. It's like post-apocalyptic dystopia fic. It's not science fiction. Go away, get in the bin. The Sparrow. When the Arecibo Observatory in Puerto Rico detects evidence of extraterrestrial life, well, there you go. At least it's actual science fiction. While the UN grapples with how to proceed, a group of Jesuits make up humanity's mind for them. They, the Jesuits, Oh God, is this a fucking prequel to Starship Troopers? are, are we sure these aren't the Mormons that end up on the bug planet? Oh dear.
Yeah, if most of this stuff belongs on this list, then The Boys from Brazil does as well.
Never heard of it.
I'll just shoot you the link. The Boys from Brazil is actually really good. It's what if Hitler had been cloned.
Oh.
And I believe there's a film too, but I've never seen the film. I've only read the book.
You'd think it'd say. Oh, made into a film of the same title in 78. Yeah, there you go. Interesting. Different.
It is, yeah. It's actually not bad though. It really does more. It's more the psychological aspect of cloning, and it's one of those things that's really speculative. So it was really impressive. I'm sorry, I see the words Bug Planet Mormon. What the fuck am I looking at here?
Well, remember in this previous one where it's like, oh, they found evidence of extraterrestrial life, and while the UN grapples to proceed, a whole group of Jesuits make up humanity's mind for them. They, the Jesuits, and embark on an independent mission. I'm like, hold on a second.
Okay.
Are we sure this isn't a prequel to Starship Troopers? Are we sure these aren't meant to be the Mormons who end up on Bug Planet? And no, now like JNF, you would not make friends with the bugs. The bugs would eat your face.
Yes.
And you see
And
why
everything
IB1
else.
said. That's when you see why IB1 says Bug Planet Mormon is going to be his new YouTube handle. Then we have Ender's Shadow. We've covered Ender's Game, I believe.
Yeah.
And it's definitely sci-fi. At least Darwin's Radio.
Yeah, Greg Bear. I know Greg Bear for a good science fiction writer. I'm not sure about this one though.
Suppose it counts. A molecular biologist has long predicted that humans' DNA houses ancient diseases that might one day. Oh, fuck off! I think I've seen this movie. I'm sure. I think I've seen this movie 4 times under different names. And then gone, oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Ballard's Choice by Tanya Huff. I've seen it show up a lot, and mean, yeah, maybe one day. Star Sergeant Torrin Kerr and her platoon. Yeah, that's probably where I switched off.
Yeah, this is the kind of book that set me off on that humanity fuck yeah rant last week. Where I just want to see humanity portrayed as the absolute monster berserkers of the universe.
Yes. Probability Moon. Somebody who doesn't matter directs a scientific exploration of an alien planet until those discovered the mission is actually the unwitting cover for a dangerous military operation. Now the crew must flee for their lives while battling a mysterious species called the Foals, who have their eyes on one thing and one thing only, the extinction of the human race. Well, that sounds generic as balls, but...
Yeah. It still sounds like humans bad.
Yeah.
It reminds me of Avatar.
Hold on. Midnight Robber? No. No. Go in the bin and it's Caribbean Afro fantasy, fuck off.
There's a character called Tantan. I'm good.
Yes, no, fuck off. It's black fiction, and we don't do that here.
Just had this image of fucking Black Panther.
Theodore's like, come on, it's not bad just because it has a female protagonist. It's bad when the author is an obnoxious feminist who thinks that merely being a female protagonist makes it good. Yeah, how do you tell without reading the book, though? The warning labels are on the package. So it's like, someone else could try this first and see if it kills them. But it doesn't. Yeah, I'd have to check out some reviews from people that are trustworthy to see if it's worth reading. Number 9 Dream. Oh no, this is sounds like some utter bollocks, and it's definitely not sci-fi. Chronolist by Robert Charles Wilson. Meh. A young man bears witness one day to a 200-foot stone pillar appearing out of thin air. What's even odder is that the date described in it celebrates a military victory that apparently took place 16 years in the future. Okay, so we've got some God, it's Tad Williams
That's
crawling out of
interesting.
his cuckhole again. No, fuck off, loser. Stories of Your Life and Others by Ted Chiang. Nope. Boring. Altered Carbon. There's
Altered
some.
Carbon. Didn't that get a series made out of it?
Yes, I believe it did get like a Netflix or something series done. I know nothing about it, but I think it's supposed to be okay. Heck, I think even the TV show is supposed to be okay by modern TV show standards. Venice Underground by Jeff Vandermeer. Two lovers are separated in a water. Bored already. This also does not sound remotely like science fiction. Oryx and Crake by Margaret Atwood? Oryx and
Yeah,
Crake,
she wrote something
really?
else.
Earth wrecked by climate change. Moving on. No, shut up, bitch. Never Let Me Go by Kazuo Ishiguro. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that's not science fiction. Then
That
again,
belongs on the list. World War Z.
yes, that definitely belongs on the list.
And far better than the movie.
Yes, that is also true.
Max. Oh, shit. He's Mel Brooks' son.
Really? Oh, fuck me dead, yeah.
I never put that together. Yeah.
Fuck me dead. Well, there you go. Yeah, well, there you blow. That explains how he got
Now,
the
if only
movie
he'd worked
made.
with his dad for the movie.
God, could you,
Would have been a way different movie.
could you
but
have
wow.
imagined the fucking dinner table conversation there?
Yeah.
And then we have Anathem by Neil Stevenson, I think, because I'm just having my eyes.
Yeah, it's Neil Stephenson.
Raz lives on planet Arbery. It is part of a hermetic. What? Oh,
They're
I
hermits.
don't. Yeah, hermits. Yeah,
I
hermetic
think maybe it's
enclave.
just a sealed building.
Yeah, that was that's the definition I went to. I'm like, is that the right spelling of hermit? It's not the right spelling of hermit, but hermetic maybe. Enclave dedicated to the pursuit and preservation of knowledge. Yeah, I'm bored now. When his mentor discovers an orbiting alien spaceship, blah 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 blah. Oh, fuck off and eat a dick. The Hunger Games is not science fiction. Again, it's dystopian fiction. Not all dystopian fiction is not necessarily science fiction.
Yep.
The City and the City by China Mirville. Well, that's definitely a big name in it. The City and the Sea sounds on Inspector Chiador Borlu as he investigates the death of the student who finds himself on the trail of a murder which spans two cities, happen to share the exactly same physical space. I'm not sure if that counts as science fiction, but it has a better because it could be magic.
It was
But
adapted by the BBC, so it must be good.
well, the adaptation sure as shit not. The Wind Up Girl by Paolo Bacalaguli. Oh! Devastating impacts of climate change and corporate control. No, go in the trash. Where you belong. Oh, look, more black fiction. Back into the trash. Leviathan Wakes. You may know it better by the TV adaptation The Expanse, which is apparently really good for a TV adaptation. Okay, everyone's probably heard of The Expanse. There you go. At least it's sci-fi. The
I
Martian.
enjoyed it. I'd say everyone's heard of The Martian as well, yeah.
And I've not heard good things about the movie. But yeah, we all know, everyone has heard of The Martian. Legend by Mary Lou, set in the Republic, formerly known as Western United States, where June, oh god, it's a girl, it's the prodigious teenage, yes, Mary Lou Sue, yeah. Coming in from Dr. Seuss, apparently. Meanwhile, fellow teenager well, you can tell where that's fucking going, fuck off. The Last Policeman by Ben H. Winters. Now there's a future I'd like to see. No.
Presents a pre-apocalyptic universe, one in which the United States has 6 months until impact. While everything is going to pieces, Hank Palace may be the last... Hank Palace.
What
now,
a fucking
does that
name.
sound anything like Frank Castle? Maybe the last policeman who cares about investigating a suspicious suicide. After all, what's the point of trying when all of humanity is just waiting for life to end?
I mean, depending
that
on
actually may not be too bad because that's a guy who's driven to just accomplish something.
I'd want to see a spoiler-free review of the ending before, but it sounds like it definitely sounds like it has potential. Could be very good, could be very shit. It's hard to tell. It depends how they handle the ending. Amatka by Karen Tidbeck. When Vanja is sent to collect intelligence to the government of the remote barren colony of Amatka, she doesn't expect to feel immediately on edge. There's something This does not sound like science fiction. Serves up a terrifying vision. This is not science fiction. Shut up. Red Shirts by John Scalzi. Oh, a loving homage to the ubiquitous red shirt wearing face and fighter on Star Trek. Oh, there you go. It's a comic novel. Oh, Old Man's War. That's worth reading. Yeah, John Scalzi's got some good shit out there.
What's the... Oh, Galaxy Quest. Oh, no, they're just likening it to Galaxy Quest.
Yeah, of course. He quickly realizes on every away mission one of his low-ranking colleagues bites the dust, a fact that gets him quite understandably worried. Yeah, that could be that could be really good.
Why would you be worried? Just make sure somebody who's not as high ranked as you are goes on every mission.
Yeah. But it would be interesting if there was some... that could be done really, really interestingly. Okay, Ancillary Justice by Anne Leckie. If you're in the mood for a space opera of massive proportions, this is the book for you. Oh God, in this one, our protagonist is the spaceship's AI. She used to serve on used to be the Justice of Torin, a starship, but now stripped of everything and put in a fragile human body against her will. Okay,
Oh God,
you've lost all my interest.
It's Alita Battle Angel, only it sucks worse.
Alita Battle Angel is apparently brilliant according to Shadowversity, but I look at it and go, it looks like ass.
I enjoyed it.
Oh yeah, I'd probably enjoy it too, but it looks like ass. She falls well and truly into the uncanny valley.
Oh yeah. I think that was intentional, but
it might have been. But the face is supposed to be the only bit that's real. Right, what do we got? Dust. What? What? Oh, okay. The final novel in the Silo series. Blah 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 blah. It's post-apocalyptic crap. Fuck off. The girl with all the gifts. Oh look, it's literally Mary Sue. Again, it's post-apocalyptic crap in zombie fungus. Few children seemingly immune are kept in a military
The girl with all
facility.
the gifts will appeal to fans of the video game The Last of Us.
Oh, so it'll appeal to idiots. I see. Yes, excellent. So we'll move on. Station 11 by Emily St. John Mandel. What a name! And the chillingly relevant... Oh, this was clearly written in 2020. The Georgia flu pandemic surges across the globe and humanity has no choice but to start over. Among the survivors is Kirsten. Oh, God, I hate that name. Guess why, bitch Stewart. Young girl goes on to become an actor in a traveling theatre troupe because survivors and blah, 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 blah. This sounds like utter crap. Red Rising. Pierce Brown. Meet the world of Red Rising, where everything is color-coded, including society. Darrow is a red. It's post-apocalyptic crap again.
Yep.
Dystopian
I like the title for this, The Long Way to a Small Angry Planet. It does sound kind of interesting.
This is like, what? I haven't played Last of Us, but isn't the first game like universally beloved? Why fans idiots? Because I'm thinking of the sequel, and anyone who likes the sequel is a reject.
That's probably what I'm doing too.
It's so bad that it ruins the first game.
Yep. Yeah, this Long Way to a Small Angry Planet looks like another
Becky
Mary
Chambers.
suing.
One brave young explorer in the form of Rosemary.
Yep.
Yeah. Bored again. A motley and diverse crew. Yep, that word goes in the bin where it belongs. Planetfall by Emma Newman. Renata Garley. Oh, God. Escaped an overpopulated Earth. Because she... yeah, don't care. It sounds stupid. Oh, look, we've got more black fiction.
Yeah, it's come to mind too, finally. I've been trying to remember it for a while. If you're looking for sci-fi, dystopian, space opera-ish stuff that's actually the Paratwa series by, I believe it was Jeremy Hind, is actually really good.
Fucking Binty. So we've got some black power fantasy bullshit.
Yes.
The Fold by Peter Clines. The Albuquerque door seems like the invention of a generation. It's a device that lets people travel long distances with a single step. Only everyman Mike Erickson is unconvinced, and he has investigated. I just suppose it's sci-fi.
Is this the teleporter turns out to be a secret murder machine?
I mean, could be.
Yeah.
Illumini by Amy Kaufman and Jay Kristoff. Those names sound. Bands of Mary. Oh God, didn't we establish that that bitch was an idiot earlier? Illuminati is about an Earth teaching on the brink of non-existence, a plague that threatens everyone's lives, and a pair of teenagers, Katie and Ezra. And we're done.
Yep.
Nine Fox Gambit by Yoon Ha Lee. Tale of Kel Charis, a disgraced captain. She's given a chance to redeem herself if she can recapture the have any hope of succeeding, she must partner with the undead general Shuas Jadao.
Okay, that sounds interesting. How the fuck is he undead in a science fiction book?
Yeah, I'm immediately interested in that. The time problem with this is that Shuas Jadao went mad in an earlier life and massacred 2 armies. An earlier life, okay. And though I suppose that's just semantic. And massacred 2 armies, one of them his own. Right. Well, 5th season by NK Jemmy Slut. Again, yeah.
Yeah, no, burn.
Nine Fox Gambit, yeah, that sounds fucking interesting, alright. And this is climate disaster. No, shut up, bitch. Scythe, young adult novel, future free of conflict. Nope. Of course, now the world is seeing overpopulation and unprecedented rates. Enter the Scythedom, an organization, blah, blah, blah. Join apprentice size Citra and Rowan, who oh my God, I'm bored shitless. It's just generic dystopian retardation.
Overpopulation. Oh, yeah. Okay. So it's the Georgia Guidestones fiction.
Yes, it is WEF fiction. Sleeping Giants. In Sleeping Giants, young Rose... Oh, God. Was riding her bike when the earth caved in beneath. She fell through, landing a giant metal palm. Almost 20 years later, the mystery of this massive hand remains unsolved, despite 2 decades... Oh, God. It's mech crap. But okay.
Thank God there's only 2 more fucking books on this series. On this list, I mean.
Yeah. Six Wakes by Mer Lafferty. In the world of Six Wakes, when you die, you come back as a cloned version of yourself with all your memories intact. Where have we heard that before?
Sixth Day.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a bunch more that could go through. At least that is a science fiction premise, though.
Yeah. So, the rebirth of Maria Arena on a lone spaceship so strange she has no memory of how she died. The streets of blood adorning her cloning vat. That's also new. Or follows the race against the clock to find the murderer before they strike it. And that falls into the maybe box. Could be good, could be crap. Oh, God. A Hugo and Nebula Awards finalist. Well, then it must be shit.
Yeah. Anything that pleases the critics at this point. Exo by Fonda Lee. Earth was colonized by aliens a century ago, but it's been peaceful ever since. Native humans have integrated with the advanced aliens, and signs of closer collaboration are beginning to show. Yet everything suddenly hangs in the balance when Donovan Reyes, the son of the prestigious Prime Liaison, is captured by a rebel group. In Exo, Fonda Lee asks what peace really means and thoughtfully explores questions about imperialism and what it means to be under rule.
Okay, so
that is not how humans would react to being invaded and conquered by another race.
No, it's not.
We would fight.
It's also colonialism bad, empire bad. Fuck you.
Tristan Armstrong says, Bezic, you should write an Australian Indigenous sci-fi set in 1788 where Aborigine scientists use the dreaming as a weapon to drive out colonizers. Use the pen name Yindi Monaro and never show your face.
Oh,
Amazon
bestseller list, here we go.
Oprah's book club.
Oh, fuck.
You're getting a couple of do-its.
If I
definitely think you should.
The Gone World, the last on the list. The Gone World introduces us to Shannon Moss, bored already. An NCIS agent assigned to investigate a Navy SEAL who has murdered his own family and disappeared. Yet Moss's determination is... Oh, God, it's a woman. Feeling to her a terrifying connection to the tone. It's a mysterious apocalypse that can. Oh, that sounds like a snooze fest already.
Why does everything have to be so
Yes.
goddamn
And-
depressing? Can't you just, sword, just get a guy with a gun and go rob banks? Oh, wait, no, that's Firefly.
Yes.
Yeah, as much of a knob as Joss Whedon turned out to be, I fucking love Firefly.
Yeah. That must have been entirely by accident.
Which?
Firefly. No way Joss Whedon did that on purpose.
Probably not.
Just Armstrong's like, hell, just feed all that into ChatGPT and you're 80% done.
Oh, he's got a point. You see why we one that's how we can afford all that land in Texas.
Yeah, books and embezzlement schemes. I mean, I'm not opposed to ripping off idiots.
I'm starting to think we should all do that. I should write like a Mi'kmaq book where the elders drive off the horrifying whites the same way they drove off the horrifying Vikings, using the power of moss and moose shit or something.
we should get Trimska, the Ancient One, to write a book about how the Sami defeated the evil white man using the power of reindeer testicles.
Oh. And then we could get Disco to write something from the point of view of the Picts.
Yeah, and as Callan predicted, Starship Troopers and all this.
Yeah.
So we've got like
I don't think that was so much a prediction as he cheated and scrolled through the entire list in a real hurry.
Yeah, he read the list, but yes. So we've got a bunch of shit that isn't science fiction at all. We've got Heinlein on the bloody list, and these fucking retards couldn't find Starship Troopers. They clearly did that on purpose, rejecting it goes, it's too right wing. Utterly bloody ridiculous. But it just goes to show that apparently nothing made in the last 20 years is any fucking good.
It's true.
So let's see, what is up next? Because it is not more books.
No. We're actually getting pretty late here now.
Yes.
It's a 3:15 for me, so that's, what, just about 6 in the morning for you?
Not quite, nearly 5.
Ah, okay.
Oh dear.
I do like that idea that Tristan had, though. The indigenous sci-fi set in 1788. It does sound fucking hilarious.
It does. That could be so fucking funny.
The problem is keeping a straight face while you're trying to write it, and without the pen just doing this the entire time, just scribbling all over the face. Yeah, I'm old school. When I write, I still use pen and paper.
I'm just surprised that Canada taught you people how to write.
Oh, they're not doing it anymore.
Oh,
and I had the Catholic nuns teaching me, so.
It's impressive that you didn't end up disappearing.
No, it was the nuns, not the Christian brothers. The Christian brothers would have just shagged me. The nuns just wanted to hit me.
Well, that's how we know Ardent was an ugly child, folks. Not even the priests wanted him.
Yeah, there's that too. Oh my.
Oh lordy me.
Okay, what have we got next in the cornucopia of links above your screen here?
Yes. Well, it does appear to be that time, Ardent.
Oh, good gods.
The Sultans of Shadilay presents Non-Swatch.
Get in the chipper, bitch!
Oh, yeah. No, I can tell you, actually, but I won't.
Yes. So, this is something that Gregory, I think it was, found floating around the cesspits of the internet. So some pedophile asks, please tell me how the generations that brought these records and went to these concerts now preach that drag shows are immoral. Note how they say drag shows, not drag shows for kids or featuring kids. Also,
Yeah.
Elton John never tried to seduce no kids. At least not to my knowledge.
Yes. And why is Little Richard even on this list? I mean, I understand the rest of them are gender benders or some form of sexual different.
Yeah.
Is there something I don't know about Little Richard, or
Is Little Richard's the one in the top right? I assume so.
yeah, or top left?
On top left.
Yeah,
You sure?
Liberace is the extremely flamboyant
Okay.
gay man in the top right.
Little Richard is dead now, apparently.
Yes, as is Liberace and David Bowie. The only
Yes.
one out of those four that's still alive is Elton John.
Which is impressive.
Hey.
Yeah, someone's... Oh, sexuality, here we go. Yes, okay, yeah, apparently he was gay.
Little Richard? That really puts a whole new spin on Tutti Frutti.
Yeah. Apparently...
Tristan Armstrong, whoa. Liberace was gay. Fuck off.
Yeah. So, Little Richard got involved in voyeurism in his early 20s. A female friend would drive him around picking up men who would allow him to watch them having sex in the backseat of cars.
I see.
So, he was hanging out with some stupid slut who... And they drive around picking up dudes for her to fuck while he watched.
Okay. That's still, consensual adulthood.
Yeah.
Not an issue. Yeah. As opposed to, drag shows for kids.
He was probably a cuck. His girlfriend, Audrey Robinson, would have sex with men while she sexually stimulated him.
Oh. Okay.
And yeah, Little Richard was definitely gay. Which, folks, you may notice is the difference. We didn't know he was gay. Though, to be fair, that picture definitely looks like a gay guy.
Yeah.
But holy
Not
shit,
knowing that Liberace was... Yeah, not knowing that Liberace was gay, you have no excuse when you look at that outfit.
Yes. But, yeah, we didn't know, and nothing involved kids.
Yeah, that's like saying you didn't know Elton John was gay. Really?
I mean, it's
you
a bit...
put two and two together?
I mean, it's a bit different when Elton John's been on TV with his husband for years. Also, notice that Elton John is far less of a degenerate than these filthy fucking lefties. He's happily married.
Also true.
And he's adopted some kids, who he has apparently not molested.
Also true.
Therefore, he is far superior to all you filthy fucking perverts that just want to strip off in front of naked kids and molest them. No, total blackout. Little Richard was a gay cuck. It's even worse.
Yes. That's terrible. And the only reason you're seeing that is because of those glasses, making him look like Matt Smith.
Yes, but if you look, as you go into the article, Little Richard goes on about, oh, I've been gay my whole life, and blah, blah, blah. Don't care. As long if you're not molesting kids, it doesn't matter.
Yep. Consent is the important factor here, folks.
Yes, and kids can't consent. New Zealand. That's right. New Zealand has legalized pedophilia. Yeah. Do not think for a moment this couldn't happen here. This is their goal. Judge declares 12-year-old can consent to sex with adults.
Not exactly correct, but very close. If you click the other picture there, it's got to do with an existing law from way before. The judge didn't actually make this decision.
Doesn't matter. The New Zealand still a
No.
cesspit of pedophiles.
Yeah, it's not like this is new. These are existing laws that haven't been updated.
Right. Oh yeah, here allegedly a little known oddity of law that while the age of consent is 16 years in New Zealand, sexual consent can still be used as a legal defense by those charged with raping children. As the end of the case drew near, the judge. Oh, okay, they have overblown it. Addressed the issue of sexual consent with a child under 16 years. Legally, a person under 16 cannot give consent for charges of indecent acts. Therefore, as a jury, all you need to decide is if the indecent acts took place. But as for sexual intercourse, a person under 16 can give consent.
Yeah.
That's some fucking bullshit. Yeah, help organisation was shocked by this loophole, stating that sexual behaviour between adults and children is always the responsibility of the adult, and children hold no blame for what is done with them. Yeah, that needs some. Hey, Jacinda, you stupid slut! You banned guns overnight. Why can't you fix this fucking law overnight, you stupid whore?
Oh, because they don't want to.
No, because they are pedophiles. Each and every fucking one of them.
Yeah.
God fucking damn it. And New Zealand's just an embarrassment.
Tristan Armstrong says, quote, not a child molester, unquote, is an obscenely low bar for relatively acceptable behavior in your public figures. Yeah, I'll give you that.
Yeah, and that's the world we live in.
Yeah.
I mean, the amount of every fucking day a new celebrity who turns out to be a child molester. Meanwhile,
Yeah. Or some sort of weirdo.
in the United Kingdom, a serial pedophile has been caught in a sting for the second time after saying sexual communications to a 12-year-old. During arrest, the stupid fucking hold on, let me phrase.
You are no Gemma.
Let me phrase this carefully. The deluded, psychotic, pedophile piece of shit complained about being misgendered and accused predator hunters of committing a hate crime. Listen, motherfucker, I will hate crime all over pedophiles.
It's not a hate crime because they're not a protected class yet.
Are we sure? It's the United Kingdom.
I'm thinking universally, but yeah, you may have a point.
Yeah. Oh, and apparently during the sting, the dude literally said he enjoyed going into women's facilities to watch the little girls undress.
Okay, beat the shit out of him. No, wait, in Minecraft.
And these kind of people is why the death penalty should be legal. Caught in the bloody act, death penalty. In fact, there are a lot of crimes for where caught in the act, undeniable proof, should be just death penalty. Like there should be I don't want to know. There should be a new level of proof required. Like we've got reasonable doubt. There should be absolute certainty, and for certain crimes, if you're convicted with absolute certainty, off with your head. For example, child molesting, murder, rape.
Oh, I'm sorry. Tristan Armstrong has just given us another reason to rage out. Speaking of weirdos, Henry Cavill and Gal Gadot are fired from the DCEU, but the child grooming, kidnapping, hostage-taking, random woman beating freak show is renewed for another Flash movie. Are you fucking kidding me? I thought he was flung out the door by now.
At this point, they should be charged with aiding and abetting.
Yes. Conspiracy to commit, for that matter. Or conspiracy to enable. Yes, definitely chipper.
We're gonna need a bigger chipper.
We're gonna need a bigger chipper and a bigger boat. Because we're gonna have to sail that thing around the planet.
The good news is, Ardent, wood chippers run on diesel. And that pisses off the environmentalists too. So it's win-win-win-win-win.
Yes. And generally, if you're going to maintain a wood chipper, you have to hire a man to do the work. So we've got the feminists all pissed off too.
Well, I maintain that feminism was a form of witchcraft. And we have ways of dealing with witches.
They're keeping Miller. Good God.
James Gunn is clearly a pedophile.
Oh, and apparently he's been on good behavior for a couple of weeks. Yeah.
Couple of weeks, yeah.
It
hasn't
will
been
not
caught
last.
for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Stormy's like, oh no, not a man.
Dear God, before you change links here, look at the high trending topic and the bottom trending topic.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, oops.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Oh God, I reckon I know what that'd be about. Hold on, I need to move this tab over because we know how
Oh, yeah.
YouTube is. Oh, fuck off! Fucking it'll just change the bloody tab when I've moved it. You cunts.
Shitty.
You.
That's our FBI monitor doing that. Hi, Tim. How you doing?
Yeah. Certain catchphrases from the people like Fauci are also trending.
Oh. Trust the science.
The other one.
I am the science.
Certain
The other one?
certain drugs that are completely banned are trending.
Oh, really? Oh, that one. Yeah, I've seen that one.
Where's this? Oops, shit.
The horse paste. Yes, that's it. Horse
Yes.
paste.
Horse paste is trending.
The one that saved Joe Rogan's fucking life.
Allegedly.
Well, probably not. Joe Rogan's a healthy guy. I'm sure he would have been fine.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not a healthy guy, and I've been through the thing twice.
I'm sure
The second time was relatively unnoticeable.
Yeah. I'm now certain that I've had it exactly once. Well, with a reasonable margin of error. Because the only place I went that week, a couple of idiots bothered to get themselves tested, and they tested positive. And considering it was more than one, because we know how the tests work, I am reasonably certain that they probably did have a mild case of the death sniffles. And I assume that since I got sick at the same time they did, I got the death sniffles. Where were we? Ah, yes.
Sorry, I had to have a go at chat there for a second. Tristan Armstrong punched him with the hashtag "the Beagles deserved it," and I had to punch back with "fuck you, Tristan. I hope you get Fauci'd."
So we'll just ignore the fucking stupid picture of the mirror picked, which is the fat bitch in a bikini. Ex-flight attendant who had sex with a boy 15, freed after only 1 week in jail. From Sydney, Australia.
So they're releasing rapists. Good job.
Don't worry, child molesters only need to do a week in prison. Yes, Billy, it was obviously within a relevant fucking time frame. It wasn't like 3 months later. Jesus Christ. Think, man. So this stupid pedophile had sex with the teenage student at a school where she used to work as an attendance officer in 2010. She was about 23 years old. Last week, the former flight attendant was sentenced to 18 months in jail with a 6-month non-parole period. But after spending only a week in jail, the 33-year-old was released where successfully lodged a bail appeal, arguing she poses a low risk for reoffending and was successful in gaining. Fuck off! How can you fucking lodge a bail appeal for a fucking 18-month sentence?
Oh, she was sentenced and then got bail.
Yes, she was sentenced
that's some bullshit.
and then somehow got bailed because she posed a low risk of reoffending and was successful in the game. No, fuck off. Eat a dick and die. What fucking pedophile sympathizer, pedophile cunt, pedophile judge was responsible for that?
That would be Magistrate Susan Horan.
So
she called the victim's impact statement compelling and then gave her bail.
Yeah, it's so compelling, I completely fucking ignored it.
Yeah.
Oh, she's been ordered to abide by a number of conditions. No, she should be fucking punished. What's to stop her from doing it again?
Yeah. Or from starting an OnlyFans as her excuse for finding gainful employment.
Oh, the lawyer told the court that the pedophile was at a low risk of reoffending, according to a doctor's report. The fuck would the doctor know? Once a pedophile, always a pedophile.
A lawyer and a doctor do not decide how likely someone else
Oh,
is to reoffend.
The lawyer also said she has had an employment history after this. She was in the airline. How the fuck is that relevant?
So
no.
she's been flying all over the place, potentially molesting people.
Yes, right. That's international child molestation. So we hang her. We done yet? Gregory just says.
Under her bail conditions, she is permitted to own one mobile phone, but she must give the password to police when asked.
She is not allowed to contact her victim and is prohibited from being in the company of anyone under the age of 16. She must reside her address and right. And there are no other fucking restrictions.
Wait. I thought she was a low risk to reoffend. Why does she have to be kept away from kids?
Because she's clearly not at a low risk to reoffend, because they're lying through their fucking teeth, and this is why women should not allowed to be judges, and pedophiles shouldn't be allowed to be judges either.
Yeah. If it was Billy Blocks points out, if it was a man, he wouldn't be getting out of jail for years, let alone getting this kind of treatment. If he doesn't get killed first, yeah.
Actually,
apparently at some point
joke.
You use the phrase "eat a dick." Billy says telling her to eat a dick might not be the best punishment.
She can eat Fauci's dick.
Oh, there you go. In a hood full of sandflies.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in Germany, pedophile's discovery of his sexual orientation celebrated in new German play. Oh, look at the size of that fat cunt who's apparently in the play. The play depicts a young boy who goes through puberty discovering his sexual orientation is focused on children. Yeah, he shouldn't have made it out of puberty.
Where is my Flammenwerfer?
Gregory asks, was she a flight attendant on Epstein's private jet? Ooh, maybe.
Oof. Yep. That would explain her airline industry experience.
Yeah. Kristen says because she's not a low risk to reoffend, and so there's liability. A line of 15-year-old boys lining up in her plane.
And they actually went and called the play A Map's Tale.
A Map's Tale. Tell the story of Adam, a pedophile, in a story. Get in the chipper, bitch. These people do not need to be allowed in public.
Oh, it's the story of a young boy who goes through puberty, discovering his sexual orientation focuses on children. From the age of 14, he embarks on a never-ending journey of battling his desires. Yes, let's lionize the pedophile.
Yes, a never-ending journey of molesting children. Monkey says, I brought a new Sonos speaker last week. I can't read this.
Oh, God.
He says, oh, look, it's war in Germany time again.
It's war on Germany time again.
Yes.
Yeah.
We nuked Japan for less, for fuck's sake. Okay.
Well, here's the thing. We nuked Japan, and then we got the sexual perversion. We didn't nuke the Germans, and they already had the sexual perversions. But that's why they ended up with the tiny mustache man. So if we had left Japan alone, or if we leave Japan alone enough, they might gain their own tiny wood chipper man, or tiny mustache man. And then we'll have to nuke them all over again.
Preemptive nuking. Okay, hold on. Let me try Base Tape's comment again. I brought a new Sonos speaker last week. It's fantastic. If I open the window to have a cigarette, you can hear Bezic screaming, pedophile, pedophile, pedophile! All the way down the street.
Japan is nuking us with hentai. No.
They're really not.
If you ask the average person on the street if they know what a nuke is, you get a yes. If you ask the average person on the street if they know what hentai is, you generally get, what's wrong with you? Of course not.
Oh, so you do know.
Well, I do. But then again, I live on the internet, so.
Yes. Yeah.
Maybe we could nuke the Germans, it might fix them.
I'm willing to give it a shot.
Calvin says he knows what hentai is. I'm not surprised. I mean, hi, Calvin. How you doing?
Oh god, here we go. The show is produced by Monstrous Mess, a German-based company that describes itself as a feminist theatre collective. What do I say about witchcraft?
Oh, look. Feminist pedophile witchcraft. Nice.
Yeah, of course. It is well known that feminists support pedophiles.
Oh, apparently, according to Tristan Armstrong, the Japanese have been producing drawings of women with octopuses since the 19th century. So it wasn't the Hiroshima bomb that caused it.
Yeah. Yeah, the Japanese are... They're weirdly liberally perverted in some ways and then awfully socially restrictive in others. Because they've got this thing where they don't want to see penises, so they use tentacles instead, and that's reflected in their stupid-ass censorship laws. I don't know, Billy. You tell us what food is. You seem to be the expert.
All I know is a Futo is a car in GTA 5.
Yes. So, Indiegogo's page describes itself as a theatre piece focusing on the prevention of child sexual abuse by lionizing the pedophile.
It has an Indiegogo page.
God, should we?
No, I'm just pointing out that the same, extremely political.
I've got to
crowd
know
that
how
won't
much.
allow you
I've
to-
got to know how much they made.
Yeah, fair.
Oh, $6,000.
And they've got 3 weeks left.
Is there an option for reporting them? Okay, what are your... Well, let's...
Prohibited content is... There we go, number 2, right here. Any content or comment... No. Yeah. Drugs.
Personal hate speech.
harassment,
Unity of
hate speech,
sexually
nudity,
explicit
sexually
content.
explicit. Promoting any form of violence.
To reselling... Well, I don't know. But this
Yeah,
is sick
prohibited
fucking
behavior,
filth.
Yeah.
Apparently supporting pedophiles is not on the list.
Yes.
Yeah,
The
so
play is inspired
Luke the
by a story
pedo...
that
Yeah, Luke the pedo is just like, this Armor Life story on offending young pedophiles is being turned into play, supported by the German federal government and the Berlin Senate. Yep, nuke Germany. Tristan says they have annual fertility festivals where they carry a giant wooden penis all through the street, so you get the idea of their dick shot. Their censorship laws would be where I get that idea.
Yeah, you can parade the giant wooden cock through town. You just can't televise it.
Correct. But there is a reason.
Also,
that...
I'm really thinking that's a tradition that should be exported to the West.
Yes, but in the we tie Trudeau to the giant cock, and then there's 2 giant cocks on the platform. And did someone say Burning
Set
Man?
fire. Yeah. I was thinking Wicker Man more than Burning Man. I just want to hear him scream about the bees in his eyes, but that's more Wicker Dick. Dicker Man.
Yeah.
Oh God. Oh, I need a cigarette.
Oh god! Oh, the play is supported by the German government through the Berlin Senate, as well as the prevention network Dunkelfeld, which was launched in 2005 with the aim of reducing the stigma surrounding pedophilia in a purported effort to encourage pedophiles to come forward and seek support and treatment. Step forward and receive your bullet.
You're gonna accomplish having them come forward. They are not gonna seek treatment.
No. They should be well aware that if they ever touch a kid, they die horribly.
Oh yeah, and it's the same crowd, same approach popularized by the idiot bunch before you act, the people who came up with the term minor attracted person.
Oh god. Apparently there's some other shit. Bruce Nice's recent play Downside, which the Washington Post describes as brilliant. Nuke the Washington Post, nuke Washington, nuke New York, nuke California, focuses on convicted child sex offenders living in a group home, and according to Thea's website, zeroes in on the limits of compassion and forgiveness. Here is your compassion, we kill you quickly. There you go.
Yeah, you get to be thrown head first into the chipper.
Yes. That is the compassion, the most that is your compassion. You have your choice. You touch a kid and we kill you slowly, or you don't touch a kid and then we just kill you. Well, no, realistically, we probably should encourage them to seek treatment, but we should not be doing it by making them seem like the good guys. No, you are a sick fucking degenerate, and you need help now before we kill you.
Yeah, they should be made very aware that if they act on these urges in any way, they would be facing the death penalty.
Here are your choices.
So,
therapy or
death
chipper?
or fix yourself. Yeah, death or fix yourself.
And Billy says, who are they trying to kid? They're just trying to normalize pedophilia. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's sign tapping time. It's simple, folks. they're just evil and want to diddle your kids.
Tristan, I don't think you're using the same search engines I am.
Here's the thing, though, Arden. The porn sites actually just released these statistics.
Yeah, I could believe that.
And I mean, for the survival of people, we need to get people off of porn and into other people.
Yes. Preferably of the opposite gender.
Otherwise, it's not going to do much to help.
Yep.
But unfortunately, that does seem to involve a totalitarian overthrow of society where we force people into what's actually good for them, which is...
We're already in a totalitarian society. It can't get any worse, but it can get better.
True. We should use the totalitarian nanny state for your health bullshit dictatorships we live in to actually help people this time. Taste the Matrix has popped in and says, hey, yo! Oh, we were just talking about the Matrix earlier.
Yep.
Billy Blogs asks, what is up with all the stepson/stepdaughter porn? I have two theories. One, they're sick, filthy degenerates who want to diddle kids. And two, fetish porn sells better than regular porn, and it's really fucking easy to go to get the stupid so-called actress to be like, oh no, step bro, I'm stuck. And that appears... Those are my two theories.
Yep. The comment UCYB1 has made that being in other people is greater than porn. Yes.
I've got a friend who says that he prefers making it than watching it.
I'd agree with that.
Yes. Unfortunately,
from an inexperienced perspective, of course.
I would suggest that he shouldn't make porn either, but I've seen I do not want to see anything that guy makes.
Well, if you're keeping it to yourself.
Yes.
Well, like I said earlier, I have no issue with making porn. I have issue with who the fuck wants to see porn of me. And now Callum needs another drink.
Taste the Matrix asks, why is Germany so on the forefront of the pedo stuff? It's Germany. They've always been pedophiles. Ever since the Austrian painter with the mustache walked in and pedophiled all over the country. You can't tell me that guy wasn't a pedophile.
Yeah, there's also the hairy socialist thinker guy. He kind of had something to do with that too.
Well, that was the problem with Germany.
And then there's all the postmodernists.
The problem with Germany is they're Nazis, which means that they're Nazis and socialists. And Nazis and socialists both want to diddle kids because they're degenerate, filthy fucking perverts. Greggy says anti-fans, where they pay you to not send porn of you.
Yeah, that's just extortion. That's still a legitimate thing you can get arrested for. So we're going to avoid that.
I would love to consult a lawyer on that, though. Please,
yeah.
Please explain to me the laws on sending everyone a leaflet with a picture of my nuts going, if you don't want to receive more of these, send $5 to Sultans of Shadilay. Care of the post office. Oh, Lord. Taste of the Matrix says, I think France might be the only worst place. The new French are definitely worse.
Hmm. Tristan Armstrong asks, what books were the Nazis burning? Yeah, I'm going to be tackling that in one of my
And they were a lot of
videos
things that
coming
you've
up.
got a tough road to hoe to make the case for pedophiles. Look at, I mean, you can tell a pedophile by their look. Hitler looks like a pedophile.
Hmm.
But you,
Taste the Matrix is absolutely right. Sartre was a master. Was a monster.
I think Tristan struggles to understand when I'm making a joke though. Yes, because I say something doesn't mean I'm claiming it to be absolute historical fact. It's called a joke. Like you,
Yes.
you don't need to fact check jokes. You're not the Washington Post. And again, prove to me that Hitler wasn't a pedophile. He was a vegan, and that's most of the way to a pedophile.
Well, he was a methed out vegan. That tells you something right there.
Yep. Oh, dearie me. What else do we have? A demisexual furry has been arrested on charges of kidnapping a 13-year-old boy from Layton City, Utah. The piece of shit who was booked under the name Doesn't Fucking Matter frequently posted about his relationship with the child on Twitter. Excuse me?
Yeah. Yeah, he was posting on Twitter. Go figure.
Holy shit.
Yep.
Just
Oh, and Hitler also said he didn't smoke or
yeah.
drink, and that's a problem.
Well,
yes, you never trust a man with no vices.
Yeah. Here's the thing: the more people repress themselves, the more sexually deviant they are. I mean, you can see this in heavily religious communities. You can see this in the Nazis. You can see this in the hilariously large group of pedophiles that run around saying that fucking children is okay, but Japanese questionable drawings are evil. It's like, methinks you doth protest too much, pedo. I'm going to ask a very stupid, dumb question here. Were furries always like this, like in the beginning? I don't know.
I don't know.
I can't assume they.
No.
I assume they couldn't have been this bad. I assume they were just your garden variety sexual deviant.
I was under the impression it was just some sort of, not necessarily sexual, but kind of a identity fetish, in a sense. It was just make believe, and it just kind of got out of hand. Now, there's probably, like a lot of things, there's probably two very different segments of furries. There's probably the furries who absolutely have nothing to do with the whole yiffing and all that sort of stuff, and it's just a craft or a theatrical thing for them. And then, of course, you have those weirdos.
Yes. And I don't think these fucking dog mask weirdos that count as furries. They're a different kind of leather fetishist.
Yeah, that's a fetishist, yeah.
Yeah. Which is different to the furries that are just strange. I don't understand furries. It's like, please
Well,
explain to me how you were sexually attracted to a lump of fake fur.
yeah, yeah. I think furry is a lot like goth in some ways. It's
Yeah,
like it may have
absolutely.
started as a sort of fashion thing. Yeah.
I think you're right. It probably did start as some alternative fashion thing.
Monkey says it's like masquerade for Twinkie cringe lords.
I think he's spot on there.
I thought that was what emo was.
Can't say what Taste the Matrix says. That's definitely too far. But Total Blackout says all
Yes,
furries are
no, that's too
degenerates
far.
and belong in the chipper. I wouldn't say all of them. Tossy doesn't belong in the chipper.
Fair. I know a
But
couple of furries
I
who
won't
are
argue in
decent people.
favour of most of them.
You see why Peter one says they want to bone the cartoon characters they grew up watching as kids. That's fair. I want to bone Betty Boop, so
Oh, fuck, what's her name?
what's that?
What's her absolutely massive tits from Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
Jessica Rabbit.
Yeah,
Who
Jessica
doesn't
Rabbit.
want to bone Jessica Rabbit?
Yeah, exactly. If a man doesn't want to bone
There
Jessica
are
Rabbit, he
women
goes in
who
the
want to
chipper.
bone Jessica Rabbit.
Any man that does not want. Let me rephrase that. Any man who is not innately sexually attracted to Jessica Rabbit goes in the chipper. Just as an abundance of caution.
An abundance of survival instinct for the species.
Actually, I do have an explanation for where some of the furry shit started. Who remembers Space Jam?
Oh God.
Yes, Lola
Yeah, I
Rabbit.
could see it. Yeah, I could see it.
Unfortunately, that's definitely across the line into close enough to look to having all the attributes that men look for in a woman, and then I think that's where the problem started.
You see why Peter One says, no, it's okay because Jessica Rabbit was a human. The problem is these freaks want to bone Nala from The Lion King.
Yes. No. Nala is straight up an animal. It's well... yes, Jessica Rabbit is obviously human. Nala definitely lion. It's where you get Lola Rabbit that the questions start arising. And I think a lot of us who were young teenagers when we saw Space Jam fall into the, okay, we'll forgive them this far.
Yeah. Billy, if you were under the impression that Who Framed Roger Rabbit was a cartoon for kids, I would implore you to rewatch that movie.
I would implore you to ask your parents what the fuck they were thinking.
Mm. And Monkey says he literally lolled.
Nice. The look on Arden's face though when I said, "You remember who remembers Space Jam?" was fucking brilliant. Because he thought about that, he's like, "Oh no, oh no."
Yeah. Because I'm old enough not to have been interested in cartoons at that point, and all I'm thinking is, oh dear God, your entire generation must be absolutely scarred.
I mean, I think Lola Rabbit just sneaks into the safer zone where you're not a complete degenerate, just part of one.
Yeah, and Prime Night is remembering a movie called Cool World, which was Kim Basinger as Holly. I think she was actually called Hollywood.
Oh
But
yeah.
I'm not 100% sure on that one. But that was one with, I think that was Brendan Fraser was in that one.
Yeah,
And to be fair, a cartoonized Kim Basinger is not bad looking. And Gregory Price says it's nearly 6 a.m. and he needs sleep because he's a pansy. I mean, good night, Gregory.
Yes.
Deserting your countrymen already.
Yeah, what was that other one that was... But here's how sad some things are. Who Framed Roger Rabbit had CG, or in this, back then it would have been compositing, that is thousands of times better than the crap that gets shut out these days.
Yeah, some of the stuff that's like really high budget, even compared to Roger Rabbit or Cool World. And Cool World was not quite up to the standard of Roger Rabbit.
No.
But yeah, and yes, I do believe it was Bakshi that did Cool World, Taste the Matrix.
The human detective guy who I've never been able to remember because, yeah, let's be real.
Oh, Bob Hoskins.
Yeah, let's be real, Jessica Rabbit.
Yes, fair. I remember Baby Huey far more than I remember that guy's name.
But that guy did a fucking brilliant job at interacting with the characters.
Yeah,
like they can struggle to pull that shit off now when they have fucking 3D printed motion captured dolls and shit. When they've actually got a physical prop for them, they fuck this shit up. Yeah, and this is Major says, Who Framed Roger Rabbit animation outshines a lot of anything that followed it, including CGI. I think back then they were still doing compositing, where they were actually just layering pieces of film. Like, that's some technically good imaginative shit.
Prime Knight points out that the first personas in history were shamans who were on drugs.
I mean, yeah, why not?
You're not wrong. Oh, hello. I love this meme with the eyes.
Yeah. I love how they matched the film or rather the grain to the
Yeah.
an old labor printer thing.
I've never seen the Red Foreman one. I like that
No,
one too.
I like this one too. I recognize that table.
Yep.
Flowers. You've seen flowers for Algernon? How about flowers for pedophiles?
For the record, Tristan, Romulus and Remus were not furries. They were bestiality enjoyers. You know, chink weaker.
Oh, so even worse.
Yes. I am with the mullah here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Understanding
Praying for an
psychopathy.
asteroid.
Yeah. Oh my god, there's something I haven't
Is
seen
that
in
Speed
decades.
Racer?
Yeah, that's Speed Racer. Holy shit.
Wow.
Oh,
I used to read the comics back in the 90s, the Now comics. They had gotten a licensing
but
deal.
holy
It's pretty
shit,
good.
that's a nostalgia hit that came out of fucking nowhere, screaming in from the fucking 80s to smack me right into the middle of the 90s.
Yeah.
Holy shit, the dub was fucking awful. One of these days I need to go back and rewatch it subbed because the dubbing was shit. Like, I swear they took like a 60-minute fucking show and then squished it into a 45-minute fucking ad fest or something, or however long it was. Because, oh my god, that some of the worst. Like the voice actors were good, but that's some of the worst dubbing I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's bad enough when you have a badly dubbed live action film. It's far worse when you have a badly dubbed cartoon.
This is like, why though? There's so much good anime. Why rewrite bad anime? Are you calling Speed Racer bad anime? I'm saying the dub was bad.
No. No. Bad.
No.
Wrong.
Yeah, just wrong. The dub was
Yeah.
shit though. I need to go watch it in Japanese.
Yeah, something I've noticed too is sometimes if it's a property that's aimed at slightly younger audiences, what you'll get in the dub is way less mature than what you get in the actual
Oh yeah, absolutely.
subs. Yeah,
Uh,
I think it
one
was
thing
Dragon Ball or something had that.
yeah. One thing I really hate about it, like it's not as bad in that kind of thing, but it's really bad when they're doing like their slice of life shit. Like when you're looking at kids and young teenagers interacting, you lose a lot of the inherent social context in the language because there are like 7 words for Big Brother, and they all mean vaguely different things. And then in English, they just call them by their fucking name. No, you've lost context. Like some of that context can really can change shit. It can show a whole bunch of shit that you lose out immediately by having badly done dubs.
Apparently, Crow has come back and he's now been a victim of taxidermy.
I think he got mistaken for a turkey. He's now been stuffed.
Oh my. Yeah, Crow returns just in time for Knots Watch.
Yeah. What do we got? Yeah, Taste the Matrix says early dubs weren't good. They couldn't afford the acting talent of Disney American cartoons. Ages was a step forward. You start getting a larger stable of cartoon voice actors, some of whom crossed over into anime, like Peter Cullen being the Nero Thought. Oh, Voltron, yeah. That was tolerably dubbed.
I don't remember Voltron. Don't think I ever watched it. Read the comic, of course.
Yeah.
Monkey wants to know if Crow was stuffed through pegging.
And Crow says, you would know based underscore ma'am.
Oh dear.
I
don't know about Tom Cruise's co-pilot, Callum Dayton. If you say that he tastes better, that's your call.
Yeah. I like chippers. Sorry, what?
Chippy.
What the fuck?
What the fuck is that?
I don't want to know. Here we go.
Maybe not a surprise. Ah, there we go. Fargo. Yep.
That's probably audio. Let's not.
Mm.
As if there weren't enough reasons to hate Crocs.
Yep.
Crocs
Or
partners with
RuPaul.
RuPaul's pervert race for all ages. All ages London event advertised as kids molestation show.
Yeah, kids, come on down and pretend that your parents have
Come on
not
down.
subjected you to something extremely psychologically traumatic.
Come on down and get indoctrinated into child sexual abuse by a bunch of perverts. Yes. I mean, we've seen all we need to know. And of course, it will feature drag queen story time in an area known as the molestation zone. Goddamn perverts.
Yes, Taste the Matrix, I would agree. Liberal white women are, in fact, a cancer.
Exactly. And some of them aren't even worth keeping for breeding. Most of them aren't even worth keeping for breeding. I've decided that when I conquer the world, a large amount of women will not be found necessary to human society, and will be kept neither for labor nor breeding.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure where that was going for a second.
It was about to go right over that fucking line where the guidelines are. I'm reasonably sure YouTube is not okay with what I was almost suggesting there. Callum says Priscilla Green, Queen of the Desert, was good drag. Yeah. You know, back when drag was acknowledged as being a fringe thing for kind of weird people. And I was trying to do it to kids. Ice Apes says, don't breed the white woman. Yes, this is why I want a big-titted Japanese woman.
Oh no, we just have to avoid letting the liberal ones breed.
But holy shit, have you seen some of those half Japanese, half European women? Oh,
yeah, mixed race women tend to be some of the most attractive you will ever see,
but,
almost regardless of which races you're mixing.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is actually true. Almost, yes.
Almost.
Oh my god, some of those mixed Japanese
I'm reasonably
women
sure
are
if you crossed
absolutely
a
astounding.
Romanian potato woman with an Aborigine woman, it would not be an attractive outcome.
Tyson actually says you're more likely to get larger boobs with Southeast Asians. Yes, but I want the culture and the tits. Southeast Asians are not worth keeping for the culture. A traditionally minded woman who believes in marriage and families and raising kids and has big tits. This is why Japan, this is why we need to work on our social and genetic engineering in Japan.
Yes. No, the Vietnamese are not okay, Taste the Matrix. They speak French. Crow says he's the only crow in his family. He must expand his empire.
Apparently Japan has been infested with feminism. Like, lame. I don't know. I still find Japanese women the most attractive Asians. Don't know why. Don't care why. Doesn't matter why. All I know is that I'm not interested in any alleged woman from Thailand. Oh, look.
Sounds like the aftermath of a bad experience, but we'll leave that alone.
I've never been to Thailand or met anyone from Thailand. Taste the Matrix says feminism got a foothold in the 70s there, and a lot of their women started working. It broke down their family structure and it's closer to a lot of their issues start. Yeah, it's almost like everywhere in the fucking West, isn't it?
Yeah. It's almost like a pattern has been established.
Yes. Women women should be allowed to work, obviously, because fuck you if you want to tell a grown adult what they can or can't do. But
Yeah.
women thinking they need to work is bad, and
Yep.
doubling the workforce is catastrophic.
Yeah, it's almost like if you bring in immigrants and it drives wages down, imagine what it happens if you double the workforce automatically.
Well, that's it. If you add 10% of the work, if you add 10% to the workforce and it's that fucking bad, what happens when you double it?
And Taste the Matrix mentions Korea and Taiwan have a similar problem as Japan. Taiwan has it worse. Their female president pushed gay marriage because of her London education. Also, on a side note, I do tend to find Korean women most attractive,
Interesting.
if we're talking about Asians.
It's very interesting, but it's very hard to decide what people particularly prefer, but it's very interesting nonetheless.
Mm. Of course, not being an idiot and knowing she's watching, if you ask me what one woman in the world I'd like to have, I've got her. Actually, she's probably not watching by this time. She's probably doing something else. Probably being a good housewife and cooking or something.
Callum Dayton says, I'll be honest, I'm getting to the point of giving up on looking for work and living on the side. I'd rather not, and I'm trying, but that's all right. You and me both, brother. Like, at this point, I hate it because I'm not...
She heard me.
And Maystone thinks you're talking
Hi,
about
honey.
him.
Yeah, when I say hi, honey, I'm sorry, monkey, but I'm not talking about you.
You're talking about Crow.
Yeah. Wait, no. Damn it, I've said too much. And she is proving that she's a good woman. She already has supper ready.
Yes. Oh shit, what was I saying? We were talking, I was on about the point Callum was, yeah. At the moment, I am unfortunately stuck receiving government benefits, and I don't like it because I'm not a filthy fucking degenerate. I prefer to work for my money. Well, actually, no, that's not true. I would very much rather be filthy fucking rich. But, given the choice between living on a government handout and working for my money, I'd much rather work for my money. Unfortunately, the modern work environment is absolutely fucked. Every fucking job you apply for wants to know your status when it comes to certain things that have only existed since late 2020. They want to know stupid shit like, what would you consider an ideal customer experience? In, get what you want, get out, and not be upsold by some fucking retard. But they don't like that. So I'm at the point where, especially being a cranky bastard and getting sick and tired of people in general, I'm still looking for work, but I'm not putting up with any bullshit. When they ask those stupid...
I'm sorry, Taste the Matrix almost caught me with something. His knees are super sore lately.
Yes.
Yeah, nice try.
That's very good. You see why I'd be the ones like, Basic, maybe find a single American chick and work out an indentured servitude agreement between the two of them. Well, I advertised on Chris's interview. I said quite clearly that I was looking for a reasonably attractive American woman in a free state who has low standards.
Oh, you made the mistake of saying reasonably attractive. They all think they're gorgeous.
Well, that's fine, but I'm going to be the arbiter of that. But I don't bother with stupid fuckwit HR games when they're asking stupid questions like, why do you want to work for this company? I require additional
money.
Yes, and it's a little bit more professional than that, but it's like I require. It's essentially some form.
I require food.
I mean, it's some form. It's a semi. It's currently, and I'm rapidly losing patience. A semi-formalized version of. I require additional income. Yeah, and that's basically it. Money can be exchanged for goods and services. What I'm considering on one of them saying, you have money and require labor. I have labor and require money. Perhaps we can come to an agreement on this. Yeah, talking about the guys talking about Korean women and plastic surgery. Yeah, there's a massive plastic surgery problem in Korea.
Yeah, they're like I said, they're basically the Brazil of Asia.
Yeah, which is a shame because they're attractive without it. But at least they, for the
Yeah,
most
and
part, they don't go in for the super stupid crap.
yeah, one of the things I get a kick out of is that they go out of their way to bleach their skin.
God, could you imagine if someone tried that in the West? Shut up, Ardent. You were
For the
born
re-
that color.
for the record, I just held up my arm and pointed at it on camera. I'm paler than any Korean girl could ever hope to be. And apparently, based on one of my friends who's been to Korea, I would be incredibly popular there because I have a very square head, a very wide nose, and I'm very pale.
You're also European, which means you've got the largest stick they've ever seen.
Well, that's not necessarily true, but I'm okay with that idea.
Speaking of quick
And
ways,
Callum says he's drinking sake now.
Nice. So, speaking of get-rich-quick schemes, turns out that if you're a pedophile, the government will give you a £36,000 for a student scheme without a background DBS check. Convicted
What is a DBS?
It's a have you fiddled with kids check. It's kind like a criminal history check, but they look
So
they
it's
look
diddler, bugger, or sodomite.
Yeah, it's utter bullshit where they look at shit you haven't been convicted for. We've got similar shit in Australia. It's like, no, if you haven't been convicted, fuck off. Or we can take allegations and can't. No, eat a dick and die. Conviction by jury or fuck off. But anyway, they didn't bother to check.
Fair.
This guy's convicted. They didn't even look at all.
Ooh.
Western College approved government funding for firms run by this dirty fucking pedophile to employ 7 students whose ages range from 8... Hold on. So 18 to... Fuck's sake, BBC.
What they do?
What? Oh, that's some dirty fucking clickbaiting. Pedophile given £36,000 to student scheme without DBS check. They're 18. Yeah. Fuck off.
Okay.
That's some bullshit. No, they're 18. Shut up. Go away. What a joke. That's horrendously bad form on the BBC's part. Yeah, that's right, Tyson Matrix. Don't like it, but 18 and up is actually fine. Yeah, I thought they were giving him £36,000 to work with actual kids. 18-year-olds can make their own stupid fucking decisions. Oh man, then that's it. Maybe he's trying to improve himself. Who knows? And yeah, it's dirty, dirty clickbait. So on that depressing note, we might start moving towards the wrap-up sequence. So we will start with the shilling and leaving time for any last-minute shout-outs or points that chat wants to raise. What about you, Arden? What's happening for you in the next week?
I'm pretty much back on track with my regular schedule. I'll have my stream tomorrow. Actually, there is a new feature that's sort of come back, but kind of had a hiccup in the last week. Every Thursday now, I will be playing the Shades of Dominion role-playing game with our friend, the Shade Master. As he's, I think, in the very final phases of game testing the Shades of Dominion RPG, which is a tabletop RPG that's kind of based on Magic the Gathering, in that you can take a magic card and basically turn it into a spell.
Cool.
Other than that, I've got my regular series. I may very well be on Discordant Dragons with Yiz on Monday. I will be on Barnchcast with Will on Wednesday, the aforementioned Thursday, and then I'll be on Sultans on Saturday again. And because I'm such an attention whore, I probably will show up somewhere else at some point.
Are you doing your standard Sunday streams still?
I will be doing my Sunday streams, yeah. So I'll have something at 11:30 Newfoundland time tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure what I'm doing yet.
Awesome. Total Blackout says he's putting out 3 or 4 more shorts. Like, bloody hell, dude.
Yep.
You're making us all look like crap putting out shitloads
Yeah,
of
and
content like that.
one of the worst things I've discovered recently is that the shorts don't actually count towards your monetization.
They do, but in a different way. It's something
Oh, really?
ridiculous, yes, but shorts do count towards monetization. But it's a different count towards monetization. It's not cumulative. There are 2 separate
Oh, bloody
criteria
hell.
you can get under. Ridiculous.
Ugh. Thanks, YouTube. Way to encourage people to enjoy your friggin' cunts.
The whole short system is
Anyway,
just
sub to me on
ridiculous.
Rumble.
Speaking of subbing to people on Rumble, don't forget to sub to the Sultans of Shadilay on Rumble through the link in the description, so we can try to get to 100 subscribers so that we can live stream there, which means we'll be able to both simulcast and do exclusive streams where I can say what I think about Dirty Filth.
Yeah. That's what my Friday for fuck's sakes around exclusive is for. Speaking of which, you mentioned corpse composting in New York earlier. That was what yesterday's video was about. That and Maid. Yeah.
Yeah, I can totally see how those go together. Little bit of Maid, then sprinkle it all over the garden.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh,
There was much swearing and rage out.
Total Blackouts says that thanks to the shorts picking up subs, is up to 245 subs now. One,
Congratulations.
okay, couple of things. 1, fuck you. 2,
Yes.
good to see you doing well. 3, must be nice to not be doing extremely divisive political content.
Monkey says Project White Panther is coming along quite well as well, by the way.
Ooh,
Says you should have a working POC, which I assume is point of contact?
I think it's proof of concept.
Ah, okay.
Total Blackout's like Lamau. Yeah. Total Blackout, that's the key. My analytically kind of young. Yeah, of course, it's YouTube Shorts. They inherently skew towards idiots with short attention spans. But hey, they are perfect. Your content is perfectly positioned to exploit the stupid people. So keep on doing it.
He says he's hitting 18 to 25-year-olds most.
I mean, that's what I prefer
to. It's a visual joke, but I'll go with it even if Bezik's the only one who's going to see it. Discipline, respect, get to know the difference.
Oh dear. Yes, what else do we have? I can't. Disco and Monkey are being lazy, so they've appeared to have abandoned the white pills. I haven't heard of any plans for this week, but they do tend to spring dreams on us by surprise. Trim. So the art check should have another time lapse out in the next day or so. It might be delayed by up to 24 hours because I haven't done it yet. I'm going to be busy later today.
Any more scribbling time set up for this week?
Not planned as of yet, but
or is he all back to the boaty?
He's not back to the boat yet. We're supposed to be doing another scribble stream, but his family keeps calling him and wanting to be all family and friendly and bullshit.
Oh, for God's sakes, what's wrong with these people?
Yeah, isn't it?
Don't they know how much more important not real life is?
Exactly. Speaking of things that we need to try and fucking nail trim to the floor for, we'll get to that in a moment. So, of course, I have recently released a new audiobook, The Republic of the Future, or Socialism and Reality by Anna Bowman Dodd, which is not science fiction, as we've discussed earlier, but speculative dystopian fiction.
Yes.
It is a very interesting...
I'd almost put it in the category of speculative social commentary, but...
Yes. It is very interesting to see what a 1880s view of what a socialistic a fully socialistic America might look like in the future. It is extremely interesting how close she is in some aspects and how in some she does not go far enough, because you cannot imagine the depravity these bastards get up to in real life. And on the topic of the Republic of the Future, we are trying to find us time to get the boys together. It's because we plan to do a Sons of Shadilay book club on the book, so I can go through it and we can discuss it like that. It was going to be a pre-recorded series, so that'll be something you'll be able to look forward to once we've had the chance to all get together and do some work on that. Other than that, yeah, do check out the audiobook. It is a really interesting book, and I need the views. It's just shy of 50 minutes, and interesting. And apparently you bastards are capable of listening to my voice drone on for like 8 hours, so what's another 50 minutes? Ardent has apparently died and dropped out, but that is fine. We're just wrapping up. Other than that, I can't think of anything else off the top of my head. Do check out Christopher Everard's Kickstarter. I think that's linked in all the assorted places, but you can easily find him on the Google box. Don't forget to...
I had actually just gone and gotten that, but apparently I clicked the wrong button somewhere.
Yes. Don't forget to bully Monkey. That's always important. We need to remind you every week to bully the monkey. And yeah, yes, there is a link in chat for Chris's Kickstarter. If you're interested, have a look. And the art book will be in English, in addition to Forget.
Yeah, it's Christopher's first English language publication. And as much as I jokingly rag on people who speak French, I actually really wish I was one of them now, because considering how much translation services cost, I could have made serious bank for him.
Yes. You're not a real woman based.
No. Don't bully women. It's true. You, on the other hand, are not women. You are a singular.
Also, no, it's a man shall not hit a lady, and that thought is not a lady.
Special treatment. Well, we'll give you special treatment, don't you worry.
Shut up and go make a video, monkey.
Tristan, I would argue that software rendering a translator obsolete is never going to happen, because when you're talking about especially something that's been written for a literary fictional standpoint, there's going to be so many little tiny eccentricities of language.
Well, that's the thing on it. It's getting very close to reducing the workload phenomenally, given that it can now do the vast majority of the work, and it's now just getting to the point where it just requires the translator going over two scripts side by side and fixing things where necessary. It's going to be getting to the point where a translator can translate a novel in like 2 days, maybe a week, compared to the several months that it requires to do it properly now. Of course, I'm not talking about teams though. But yeah, I mean, AI translation is getting really, really good. It's when you start dealing with weird languages like Japanese that it's going to be another 20 years.
Yeah, languages that have a far greater breadth of interpretation and shades of meaning.
Especially when
Plus,
you've got
you're going to run into some terms like Schadenfreude that just do not translate.
Well, that's it. Don't even. Well, that's something that you've got to teach the AI. Don't translate some words, because when you say Schadenfreude, you don't want it translated because it's now been stolen and incorporated into English, like a lot of words. we like to do that. Just flog a word, that's English now.
Yeah, pretty much. Apparently Schadenfreude is in fact English now, because I just punched it into Google Translate and hit detect language.
Yes.
It detected it as English.
Yes.
We've stolen another one.
Yep.
The great colonization of language continues.
Oh, yeah, and we mentioned it several times when we were looking through the great fantasy and science fiction. You should absolutely watch it. The video there, Golf with Your Uncultured Friends, which is basically just Trim being a moron and Bleach and I yelling at him for 2 hours. It's apparent you guys seem to enjoy, so. I can't think of anything else to show.
We
Yes, the
covered
sort
Trim,
of-
Disco Monkey, Bleach, Shademaster, Christopher, your channel,
Yeah, it's right there.
the
As much
Sultan's
as we can get.
website.
Oh yeah, the Sultans.
the Sultan's
We
website.
didn't actually mention the Sultans. Yes.
Oh.
Is that working at the moment? I was having server issues then. It should be working.
I don't know. I've thrown the link in the chat. Someone else can be our guinea pig and find out.
Yes. And that's where we have articles like Newfie or Newfoundlander, a point of ethnic pride by the Ardent Party.
Yes,
Yeah,
and the
definitely.
Legend of the Nativity Ninja, which
Yes.
I absolutely love. It's just a little bit of frig around, and it just took on a bit of a life of its own. I already know people who are planning to get ninjas for their nativity scenes next year.
Very nice. Yeah, there definitely seems to be some server issues with the server going on there, so I'm going to have to look into that. It's going to be a right pain in the ass if I have to change hosting providers. Yeah, fucking 503. Don't give me your 503. Shut up. So who knows? Who fucking knows?
Okay, I guess we're pretty much done then.
Yep, that brings us to the end of everything. Thank you, everybody who joined us today. Yeah, like I said, Yusuabi ongoing server issues. But useless bloody. Yeah, hosting services are a pain in the ass. They suck. Anyway, I think that brings us to the end of everything, and we will see you all next time. Shadilay, everybody.
Shadilay, folks.